This ball was no ordinary affair. Celebrities and distinguished guests were everywhere. As Irina followed her father inside, she became the center of attention the moment she appeared. As they walked, her father reminded her, "You must understand. Tonight is extremely important for you. Your fiancé, Hans, will also be here. Behave properly later. Do not disgrace the family." Irina obediently answered, but what she was really thinking, only she herself probably knew. Her father pointed toward a group of people not far away. Those are members of the Leighton family. Their family's signature blonde hair stands out especially in a crowd. Walking at the very front was the Duke of Leighton, and beside him was the Duchess, Wilhelmina. Irina looked in the direction her father indicated. So that woman was the rumored Dowager Duchess of Leighton. Speaking of Wilhelmina, her life had been quite a rough one. But who could have imagined that not long after she entered the household, the old Duke would pass away? In the blink of an eye, she became the Dowager Duchess. Even more absurdly, as a stepmother, she was actually younger than the current Duke. No wonder the entire city was gossiping about her. Irina was staring in a daze when her father had already led her over to them and respectfully bowed. Only then did Irina snap back to her senses and hurriedly greet them as well. But before she could finish speaking, her whole body suddenly swayed. That was bad. If she fell in a place like this, she would suffer a terrible humiliation. This time, Irina really could not hold on anymore. Her stomach churned violently. For the sake of this ball over the past few days, she had been so stressed she had barely eaten. Now the consequences had finally arrived. Her father not only failed to notice, but even began shouting, "Irina, hurry and bow to the Duchess. What kind of disgraceful state are you in?" Just when things were unbearably awkward, Wilhelmina moved. She stepped directly in front of Irina and supported her at once. Wilhelmina sounded very displeased. Why are young people these days all so frail? Look at this arm. She is so thin she is nothing but bones. She turned to look at Irina's father. What kind of clothes are these? They are not warm at all. And this corset, is it meant to strangle her to death? Now, it was everyone at the venue's turn to be stunned. Who could have imagined that this Duchess, rumored to be cold and ruthless, would publicly embarrass Irina's father for the sake of a young girl? Wilhelmina not only did not let go, she even cupped Irina's face directly. This frightened Irina quite a bit. Wilhelmina frowned and asked, "Do you usually take proper care of yourself? Hurry and eat something. Look at your face. It is so pale there is no color in it at all." Irina was completely stunned and even hiccuped nervously. Looking at the face so close before her, she suddenly felt a little dazed. That tone, that concerned gaze, why was it exactly like the grandmother in her memories? Irina could not help muttering softly, "Grandmother." But who could have imagined that this seemingly unreachable Duchess also had an unknown past? Before Wilhelmina married, she had not been some glamorous noble lady at all. She was a pauper burdened with a mountain of debt, nearly crushed by life. Back then, all Wilhelmina could think about was how to find a job so she could survive in this world. But why did this feeling of being exhausted to the point of collapse feel more and more familiar the more she thought about it? Could it be that in her previous life, she had also been an eldest daughter who worried herself sick over everything? The instant that thought surfaced, all those sealed memories came flooding back at once. It turned out she had never been from this world at all. In her previous life, her name was Kim Hannah, a lecturer in her 30s who spent every day matching wits with students at the podium. Although she did not know how she had transmigrated here, since she had a modern person's mind, surely she should be able to live a good life this time, right? But before she could be happy for long, disaster struck at home. A relative stole the family seal and gambled away the entire family fortune. It would have been bad enough for the family fortune to be squandered, but Wilhelmina never imagined that she herself would be treated as a commodity to settle debts and sold off directly. In this damn place, there was no such thing as human rights. There was not even a process for renouncing inheritance rights. She could only watch helplessly as she was pushed into the fire pit. Before she could even react, the door was pushed open. Several men looked her over and pointed at her as if picking goods from a market stall. The man in charge said coldly, "She looks acceptable. Choose this one." And just like that, Wilhelmina was forcibly married off to an old nobleman. She heard that old man had an extremely hard fate and had already caused the deaths of 4 wives. The carriage jolted along the road. Wilhelmina looked at the documents in her hand. This was the most prominent family in the West. But whenever she thought of those frightening rumors, her heart pounded with unease. Since 4 wives had already died, that meant this family must be hiding some shameful secret. Sitting in the carriage, Wilhelmina had already begun imagining her miserable future, being tormented by her mother-in-law, being looked down on by servants. Just thinking about that kind of life was suffocating. She had even considered running away, but then she thought again. In an unfamiliar place where she knew no one, where could she go even if she ran? In the end, when she arrived at the ducal residence, a single sentence from the butler left her dumbfounded. Well, this was wonderful. The wedding had not even been held, yet Wilhelmina had to attend a funeral first. The reversal came so quickly that she was completely stunned. In her previous life, she had never even married. In this life, she had just arrived after being married off, and now she had become a widowed stepmother. Had she really gotten married? Though she had skipped straight to the final step. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had gone by. Wilhelmina's life in the annex was fairly peaceful. The maid Anna advised her from the side, "Madam, you should still go to the main residence and eat with everyone. It is so lonely always staying by yourself." Wilhelmina was quite open-minded. "It is fine here." Those words moved the young maid terribly. She had probably never seen such an unpretentious master before. Wilhelmina casually asked, "Are there any arrangements today?" Anna shook her head. "The new duke only completed the succession procedures last week, so he is incredibly busy right now. But the year-end ball will be held soon. I heard the imperial family will also send an important figure." In truth, Wilhelmina sincerely felt that her current life was quite comfortable. Compared with the past, when debt collectors blocked her door every day, this kind of life with food and clothing provided was practically heaven. If she could keep living like this forever, she could laugh herself awake from dreams. But reality was never that simple. Once the family's affairs were settled, this nominal stepmother, would probably have to pack up and leave. After all, what married couple would be willing to live with a mother-in-law who was younger than they were and whom they had never even spoken to? Anna gave a greeting and withdrew first. Wilhelmina had already begun planning her way out. After she was driven away, should she go to the capital and start a small business, or simply travel around to clear her mind? But what worried her most was still money. Surely this family would not make her leave with nothing, right? Just as she was lost in thought, there was suddenly a knock at the door. Wilhelmina thought Anna had returned and answered casually, but the person who pushed the door open made her freeze on the spot. The one who entered was not Anna, but an attendant from the ducal residence. The moment he spoke, Wilhelmina became nervous. He said the Duchess wished to see her. Wilhelmina was stunned for a long while before realizing that he meant the lawful wife of the current duke. Why would this official mistress of the household want to see a nominal mother-in-law like her? The attendant did not beat around the bush and said directly that it was to discuss her future plans. Now Wilhelmina understood. What had to come would always come. Was this not the prelude to kicking her out? Since she could not avoid it, she could only brace herself and follow him. Her heart was in turmoil the whole way. Before she could even think of a strategy, they had already arrived at the hall of the main residence. Before they approached the door, the attendant specifically reminded her, "Please be very careful with your words later. You must strictly observe all etiquette." Hearing this, Wilhelmina's heart sank. What did he mean by paying attention to etiquette? Was this not clearly a show of authority, meant to make her recognize her place? The attendant continued explaining. "Although the situation in the family is complicated right now, in name, you are still the highest-ranking elder. But our new Duchess happens to be someone who values hierarchy and proper order above all else. She specifically instructed that you should treat her as an ordinary daughter-in-law later. Please do not stand on ceremony." Wilhelmina agreed outwardly, but grew even more uneasy inside. How was that telling her not to stand on ceremony? It was clearly a reminder not to really think of herself as some impressive elder. After all, who could easily accept a strange mother-in-law younger than her own husband and whom she had never met before? As they spoke, the two had already reached the door. The attendant gently pushed open the doors and indicated that Wilhelmina could enter. As soon as the doors opened, the legendary new Duchess finally appeared. She was Helen, known as the most perfect, flawless jewel of Western society. The moment Wilhelmina stepped into the room, the atmosphere made her heart jolt. This Helen, truly lived up to her reputation. For someone like her, rules were always placed first. Helen turned around, her tone containing not the slightest warmth. "Welcome, mother." Since the stage had already been set, now it depended on who could act until the end. Did she not feel awkward at all saying that word? What a strange person. Still, the feeling was not bad. Helen spoke first. "It was discourteous of me to take so long to reach out to you." She said just enough polite words, and then invited Wilhelmina to sit, turning to order the servants to prepare tea. This performance was quite convincing. Wilhelmina truly had not expected that she would now have to put on the bearing of a mother-in-law. But none of that mattered. The key was the person before her, Helen von Leighton. What exactly was she planning? A descendant of the imperial bloodline, Duchess of the Leighton family. Those titles alone were enough to crush most people. Helen instructed the maid to serve Wilhelmina tea first. Her courtesy was so complete that no fault could be found. In everyone's eyes, Helen was the very definition of perfection. Whenever anyone mentioned a noble lady of great family, she was absolutely the first person people thought of. This dazzling star of high society had always been the model noble women tried to imitate. She was Helen, a woman whose every gesture was filled with rules and status. Helen took the initiative to ask after her, wanting to know how this mother had been recently. Wilhelmina remained calm and casually tossed the question right back. Helen then added that she had been extremely busy lately. It sounded polite, but was more like an explanation for why she had not appeared before. Now Wilhelmina fully understood. So after going in such a big circle, she simply wanted to say that she had been too busy to visit her. That excuse was truly watertight. At last, the real play was about to begin. Helen laid her cards on the table directly, saying they first had to discuss the arrangements going forward. What had to come had finally come. Wilhelmina was already prepared to hear bad news. But when Helen opened her mouth, she actually said that they would formally accept her and allow her to become a member of the Leighton family. This left Wilhelmina completely dumbfounded. She could not even stop herself from crying out. This script was completely wrong. She had originally thought she was going to be driven out, but the other party actually wanted to keep her. What exactly were they hiding? Helen then threw out another bombshell. Since Wilhelmina was to be formally registered as a family member, she would have to attend the coming New Year's ball with them. This was no joke. Even if she had never seen much of the world, she knew that a ball of this level was the top battlefield of noble society. If she truly appeared at such an occasion, the Leighton family would definitely become the center of attention. Those waiting to laugh at them had probably already sharpened their tongues. Even worse, she heard an untouchable major figure would also be attending. How was that going to banquet? It was clearly walking a tightrope over the mouth of a volcano. Now Wilhelmina completely lost the ability to sit still. Was this family utterly insane? They knew perfectly well that she was a problem right now, yet they still wanted to push her into the most conspicuous place. If there was no hidden trick behind this, that would truly be strange. Wilhelmina understood clearly. This family was not doing charity, and it was even less likely they would grant her authority out of sympathy for no reason. There had to be something fishy behind this. It might not even be Helen's own idea. Everyone knew that what Helen valued most was rules and hierarchy. Since she cared so much about rank, how could she willingly let an outsider climb above her head? One had to know that there were only 2 dukes in the entire empire, and the Leighton family was one of them. In all the world, the only person who could pressure such a top noble house was probably that one person. Wilhelmina stated it directly. Could this be His Majesty's will? The moment she said this, the teacup in Helen's hand stopped in place. It seemed those words had truly struck a sore spot. Seeing her reaction, Wilhelmina understood. Sure enough, she had guessed correctly. Helen remained silent for a long time. That attitude of tacit admission already explained everything. It seemed this matter really was the Emperor's handiwork. Calculating the dates, he had only ascended the throne last year. His seat was not even warm yet, and he had already begun thinking about how to deal with old ministers. She heard that His Majesty had always been very close to the Eastern faction. Back when he smoothly ascended the throne, the Eastern faction had contributed greatly. But the Leighton family behind Helen happened to be the leader of the Western faction. The 2 sides were famously mortal enemies. Even more troublesome was that Helen's identity was far from ordinary. She was the biological daughter of a late empress, and above her was an elder brother who had been the first prince. With that connection in place, if His Majesty wanted to move against the Western faction, Helen was the first obstacle he could not avoid. The current emperor was the son of the second empress. Back then, he had expended quite a bit of effort to push the first prince aside and take the throne. So Wilhelmina understood very clearly that the emperor had long treated the Leighton family, as well as his half-sister Helen, as thorns in his eye and flesh. But the problem was that the Leighton family was vast and powerful. Not only were they wealthy, they also held large territories. In society, they were an existence whose word carried absolute weight. The emperor's foundation was still unstable. Without a foolproof plan, he would never dare touch this family casually. After all, if a grand noble house like this was handled poorly, not only would his reputation be damaged, he might not be able to withstand the political backlash either. The more Wilhelmina thought about it, the more she felt this matter was not simple. The emperor must be preparing some major move. Originally, the Leighton family had been as stable as a mountain. But who could have imagined that the old duke would suddenly pass away at this critical moment? With his death, the formerly airtight defense line suddenly revealed a weakness. Wilhelmina was now certain that His Majesty's hand was definitely behind this. Speaking of that old duke, he had been a ruthless character. One after another, he caused the deaths of 4 wives. In the end, he himself did not meet a good end either. With his departure, Wilhelmina was left behind. After all, she was the 5th wife the old duke had personally bought back. To the Leighton family, she was now a useless burden. Logically, they should throw her out directly. But if they really did that, their reputation would be completely ruined. The emperor held the noble register in his hands. As long as he wanted to interfere, he could find a pretext at any time. Aside from His Majesty, who else would dare suggest at a time like this that a woman from a fallen, noble family enter the household as a mother-in-law? Wilhelmina's current position was actually quite awkward. Helen understood very clearly that the current Leighton family could no longer withstand any turmoil. Rather than drive Wilhelmina away and provoke the emperor's fury, it would be better to keep this troublemaker. Even if they were displeased inside, they could stop outsiders' mouths and conceal their own weakness. Even if the emperor did not say a word, that invisible pressure alone was enough to make the Leighton family lower their heads. In the end, they were compromising out of fear. This meant the Leighton family had become extremely sensitive to every slight movement in the empire. Wilhelmina saw it all clearly. This family was now caught between advance and retreat. They did not have the courage to drive her out, and they dared not let her simply run away either. Wilhelmina sighed. How interesting. Helen remained silent at the side. The atmosphere clearly showed she had already fallen into a disadvantage. After drinking this cup of tea, Wilhelmina understood. So this was what so-called open and hidden conflict looked like. Helen, sitting across from her, was clearly not so calm. The two sides could now be considered officially opposed. However, Wilhelmina was quite satisfied. She felt living here was rather comfortable, and nothing major should go wrong in the future. She set down her teacup and gave her answer directly. Since you have asked, I will accept your request. Since she had agreed to attend the ball, Wilhelmina had no intention of suffering a loss. First, she complimented Helen, saying she would still need to rely on her guidance in the future. Then the tone suddenly changed. She said she did not even have a decent dress right now, and surely she could not go embarrass herself in sleepwear. This was clearly an attempt to make Helen spend heavily. Wilhelmina made her demand confidently. If they wanted her to appear, they first had to buy her a proper outfit. Helen was quite straightforward and agreed at once. She even took the initiative to ask if there was anything else Wilhelmina wanted. It seemed that in order to make Wilhelmina go out, Helen was truly willing to bleed this time. Wilhelmina continued making requests, saying she had heard winters in the West were especially cold, and she also wanted several thick coats. Helen was quite generous about this, and immediately said she would call a tailor. She felt buying a few pieces of clothing was no big matter at all. But Wilhelmina shook her head and said those clothes were not for herself, but for all the servants in the annex. She carefully calculated for a moment and directly gave a number, saying they would need about 30 pieces. Now Helen was completely speechless. She probably never imagined that Wilhelmina would use her money to do a good deed. Wilhelmina's reason was very simple. She felt the servants' uniforms were too thin. Helen was truly caught off guard this time. Anyone could tell that making the maids wear such tight, non-warm uniforms had to be Helen's deliberate method of making things difficult for people. Wilhelmina had not forgotten that whenever the maid Anna had entered the room before, she always mentioned how warm the room was. That meant it was truly cold outside. For Wilhelmina, making these requests was already enough. She sat there calmly, waiting for the other party to give a definite answer. Helen still found it a little hard to believe and asked if she was serious. Wilhelmina did not even blink and replied with one word, yes. Now Helen and the maid beside her were both stunned. Who could have imagined that this newcomer's first request would be to seek justice for the servants? Wilhelmina understood very clearly that the other side had probably thought she would make exorbitant demands for piles of gold, silver, and jewels. But she understood the principle that greed could cause one to choke. After all, in this household, she had not yet established herself. If she pushed too far and the other side turned hostile, her empty title might not even be enough to protect her current peaceful life. So she decided to stop while she was ahead. As long as she took enough of what the other side was willing to give, that would be fine. Wilhelmina stood up and said she had other arrangements that morning and would not stay longer. She was thinking about those children working in the laundry room. Judging by the time, they should have arrived by now. Wilhelmina also found it strange. In this world full of magic, how had no one invented a washing machine with a hot water function? Just as she was about to go out, she suddenly stopped. Helen had not yet recovered from the shock just now and could only stare at her blankly. Wilhelmina turned back and added, "Helen, you truly are a dutiful daughter-in-law." Those words sounded like praise, but Helen's heart suddenly sank. What exactly was this woman planning? Helen was now completely confused. She could not understand at all what Wilhelmina meant by that. Wilhelmina, however, remained very calm. She said she was not merely being polite, it was absolutely sincere praise. After all, Helen clearly hated her to death inside, yet still had to respectfully call her mother on the surface. That was not something an ordinary person could do. Wilhelmina had figured it out. In order to support this household, Helen wore a mask and acted every day. Her mental strength was indeed impressive. With the sound of the door closing, only Helen was left in the room. She sat there in her seat for a long time, unable to come back to herself. This newly arrived mother-in-law seemed far more difficult to handle than she had expected. Recently, the atmosphere in the residence had completely changed. The servants were privately spreading rumors that Wilhelmina was actually a very good person. They said that although she looked difficult to approach, she genuinely cared about those below her. In fact, after only 2 days, she had remembered everyone's names. Such a thing had been unimaginable in the ducal residence before. Everyone felt that her temper was actually for their own good. Those words still echoed in Helen's ears. Standing alone in front of the window, the more Helen thought about it, the more something felt wrong. Now Helen was completely uncertain. If these rumors were true, then had all her previous defenses been aimed at the wrong person? The more Helen thought, the more wrong it seemed. How could there be a good person in this world for no reason? She did not believe Wilhelmina was truly as simple as the rumors made her seem. In only that brief conversation just now, Wilhelmina had grasped the family situation completely. That kind of insight was not something an ordinary person possessed. She had heard that Wilhelmina had once studied politics in the academy. That made Helen even more unable to sit still. How could someone who understood politics have few schemes in her heart? Helen concluded that all of this was an act. In order to see the other woman's true face, she decided to send a trusted maid over to watch her. This person had been brought from the imperial palace and was absolutely reliable. Helen was truly troubled now. She could not even count on the Duke of her own household. At a critical time like this, men really only knew how to let people down. She had originally arranged to see the children in half an hour, but her mind was full of Wilhelmina, and the proper matter was completely delayed. When she glanced out the window, the 2 children had actually arrived early with the nanny. The nanny was far too unruly in her work. The children were still discussing picking some flowers to make their mother happy. But where did Helen have the leisure for that now? With a swift motion, she yanked the curtains tightly shut. That curtain blocked the children outside, but it also shut herself into suffocating pain. She was just about to leave when she suddenly stopped again. The obstacle in her heart was probably not so easy to cross. Wilhelmina's voice suddenly sounded in her mind. "Helen, I think you are a very outstanding daughter-in-law." Those words sounded like praise, but Helen's heart was full of unease. Outstanding? They had only met a few times. On what basis could she make such a judgment? Wilhelmina was clearly younger, yet when she looked at Helen that way, Helen felt a chill in her heart, as if she had been seen through completely. That feeling was truly awful. It seemed this newly arrived mother-in-law was even more difficult to deal with than imagined. Before the great drama of the ducal residence begins, lessons, let us first take a look at what had happened in the modern workplace. The instructor asked, "Miss Kim, did you understand? The three hottest words right now are transmigration, possession, and reincarnation. These are the wealth codes of the web novel world. You have to carve them into your brain." Looking at the novel on the table titled Reincarnated as the Princess's Mother-in-Law, Kim Hannah could only answer awkwardly. After all, for an ordinary person, this kind of setting was indeed a little advanced. The instructor continued speaking at length, saying these were the basics of web novels. No matter what trope was used, the protagonist would definitely carry memories from a previous life. Either they returned to the past to start over, or they directly entered someone else's body. That student's long speech had accidentally been right on the mark, and after Kim Hannah became Wilhelmina, it made her a little less flustered. But what used was merely understanding tropes. The reality of this place was even more outrageous than what novels described. In this world where human rights had yet to begin, exploited laborers were everywhere. Even children had a work day and night. Although Wilhelmina wanted to change the situation, in a place with such strict hierarchy, every step was extremely difficult. She planned to start with small matters around her first and break the rule of being waited on hand and foot. Who could have imagined that this first step alone would leave everyone around her dumbfounded? Wilhelmina waved her hand and said that from now on, they only needed to prepare breakfast for her. The moment these words came out, the maid beside her was stunned. The more Wilhelmina thought about it, the angrier she became. Did they really have to get up early while she was still sleeping just to clean? They could work whenever they wanted, but they should stop using these torturous rules. Looking at the children working in the room, Wilhelmina felt terrible. They were so young, yet they had to come out and earn money just to get a mouthful of food. Although working in a noble household was already a blessing amid misfortune, at least sparing them dirtier and more dangerous hard labor, she heard that this family's masters treated servants relatively decently. Even so, these children still lived like tools. If even this place was unbearable to watch, then just how terrible must the outside world be? Wilhelmina knew clearly that if she made them lose these jobs now, it would instead cut off the children's means of survival. In this world, having no work meant having no food. This was no longer something that could be solved by changing employers. It was the entire society that was sick. For one person to change, it was truly too difficult. Just as she was worrying, Malene beside her suddenly spoke, saying Wilhelmina's current expression looked like she had just eaten a very sour lemon. Wilhelmina panicked a little. Had her expression, just now, frightened child? She quickly collected her thoughts and asked Malene if the potatoes were good. After all, the only thing she could do right now was let the girl fill her stomach first. Seeing that Malene had eaten about enough, Wilhelmina casually asked whether she wanted more. Malene shook her head and said no. But seeing her shy, hesitant expression, Wilhelmina immediately understood. This little one was probably thinking about sitting on her lap earlier. Since she had seen through it, she might as well spoil her again. Wilhelmina smiled and asked if she wanted to sit up there again. She had just been embarrassed, but now she immediately beamed and asked, "Can I really?" Of course, there was no problem. Wilhelmina's gentle touch completely won the child's heart. But she still did not realize that this rule-breaking tenderness would sooner or later reach the Duke's ears. Malene nestled in Wilhelmina's arms and suddenly asked softly, "Madam, will you keep staying here from now on?" Wilhelmina gave her a definite answer. Only then did the little girl finally relax. It seemed even these children had heard the gossip in the residence. Everyone thought she would be driven out of the annex. After all, the rules in this place were very strict. Wilhelmina hugged the child in her arms tightly and, instead, felt a little grateful to His Majesty. If not for this unexpected arrangement, she would not be able to live peacefully like this now. She casually asked, "Then what do you have to do today?" Malene immediately became energetic and said she had to go to the garden to pull weeds today. The weeds that grew in autumn were especially tough and could not be pulled out without strength. Although weeding was tiring, as long as John was there would be no problem. John! Wilhelmina froze for a moment. The name sounded unfamiliar. That was strange. She had clearly already memorized all these children's names. Could there still be someone she had not met? Malene explained that John was actually an errand boy who did day labor paid by the day. The gardener had introduced him. This child also had a hard life. In spring and summer, when there was more work, he could barely get by. But once autumn and winter arrived, he had practically no income. Everyone saw how pitiful he was and wanted to help him, but he directly refused. Wilhelmina found it strange. Why would he refuse food? Malene became hesitant. It turned out John was afraid of nobles. In his eyes, if he made even the slightest mistake, those important people would whip him. Although everyone advised him and said the current madam would absolutely not do that. John had once seen the old duke. That kind of shadow was not something a few words could erase. On top of that, errand work was uncertain to begin with. In the middle of winter, if there were no weeds to pull, he would not earn even a single coin. What was more, he was an orphan without parents. Hearing this, Wilhelmina roughly understood. If he had witnessed the old duke's methods, it was normal for the child to be afraid. She then asked, "Does John live alone?" Malene shook her head and said he had a younger sister. Their entire family depended on him alone to earn money. Recently, they really had nothing to eat, and she heard they could only peel bark and boil it into porridge. Wilhelmina looked at the group of children and asked if they were all close to John. Everyone nodded in unison. It seemed John truly held considerable weight in the children's hearts. Now that she knew about this, with Wilhelmina's personality, she certainly could not ignore it. When the children mentioned John, they were full of praise, saying he was not only strong but also quick-witted. Even when something was not his own job, he would take the initiative to lend a hand. Wilhelmina could hear that this child's reputation among everyone was truly unusually high. She specifically confirmed once more, "Is this child really reliable?" The children guaranteed it in unison. Now, she finally felt certain. In that case, she truly had to meet him. It just so happened that she also lacked a trustworthy errand runner by her side. If she could recruit this child, it would count as killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The scene shifted to the garden. Someone was bent over, working hard there. It seemed this was the rumored John. But this first meeting was probably not going to be easy. Judging by how he worked, one could tell at a glance that he was a practical child. For the sake of the younger sister at home, waiting for food, he did not dare stop his hands for even a moment. This was the John everyone spoke of. Although he was not very old, what he carried on his shoulders was the livelihood of his entire family. When he finally had a moment to catch his breath, he was probably still calculating whether, after finishing this work today, he could exchange his wages for 2 pieces of black bread for his sister. But how could he have imagined that behind the shade of a tree, not far away, someone had already set their eyes on him? In his heart, the word noble was no different from a nightmare. Just because he had missed pulling a few weeds and dirted that person's shoes, what he received in return was a vicious beating. In the eyes of those important people, his life was not worth as much as a pair of shoes. He had grown afraid of such days. Although he knew that becoming an official servant would allow him to eat his fill, what if he lost his life? If he collapsed, how would his young sister at home survive? Money was important, but not more important than life. If something happened to him, no one would take care of his sister Lily. As long as there was work to do, no matter how tiring it was, he had to grit his teeth and endure. Just as he was working with his head down, he seemed to notice another figure in the corner of his eye. When he looked up, the sight before him left him completely stunned. In this lush green garden, a blue-haired noble lady was actually sitting there. Wilhelmina sat there quietly. This left John completely at a loss. In broad daylight, an unexpected guest had appeared in the garden. Wilhelmina's outfit looked out of place in this season. No matter how one looked at her, she did not seem like someone who had simply passed by normally. This greatly troubled John, who was working. He had been preparing to clear the weeds, but this lady just had to stand in the place that needed work most. John thought as he walked over. Seeing that there were no attendants beside her and that she was dressed so strangely, she was probably just an ordinary person. John braced himself and approached her. "Excuse me, I have to clear the weeds over there." Wilhelmina turned back. "Is that so? Am I blocking your way? I am sorry." Her attitude was quite polite. John hurriedly lowered his head and bowed. Although she did not look like any great noble, he still felt there was some indescribable force about this woman. Before he could figure it out, Wilhelmina suddenly asked, "Are you John?" John's whole body stiffened. Who exactly was this woman? How did she know his name? Wilhelmina laid her cards on the table directly. "Malene mentioned you to me." The moment that name came out, John became even more uncertain. What kind of person was this young lady? Wilhelmina continued, "I heard you were especially good at weeding, and that you were clever and kind." This round of praise completely bewildered John. Before he could think it through, she lowered herself and crouched down, instantly narrowing the distance between them. Once the distance closed, John immediately noticed something unusual. This young lady had none of that pungent perfume smell on her. Instead, she carried the fragrance of butter and herbs. He felt he had smelled this scent somewhere before. Wilhelmina suddenly asked, "Do you like potatoes?" John was truly stunned this time. Wasn't this change of subject far too absurd? As a result, she really did take out 2 hot potatoes. She said that although potatoes at this time of year were not as tasty as those in spring, the flavor was still acceptable. Looking at the steaming potatoes, John suddenly understood everything. No wonder the scent was so familiar. It was the smell of herbs boiling and bread baking at home when his mother and grandmother had still been alive. That long-lost feeling made him lower all his guard at once. This scent was truly impossible to refuse. Wilhelmina was especially considerate and said that if the potato skins were hard to peel, he could ask her for help. She had even prepared hot cinnamon tea. How was she like a lofty, young, noble lady? She was practically a kind older sister next door asking after his well-being. The two sat on the bench and chatted for a long time. Although the atmosphere looked quite harmonious, Wilhelmina knew clearly that John's guard was still very strong. Even after she brought out her trump card, she still had not managed to make him fully open his heart. This depressed her terribly. Back in the day, she had been a gold medal instructor, yet now she could not even handle a young person. Her career might be meeting its Waterloo. Wilhelmina probed, "Can I come find you again in the future?" Unexpectedly, this move actually worked. John agreed quite readily, saying he would be here every Wednesday morning. Wilhelmina quickly struck while the iron was hot and said she would bring him potatoes next time too. Although on the surface, she was only giving him potatoes, she had long since formed a plan in her heart. This child was clever and quick-witted. He was definitely someone worth cultivating. As the Dowager Duchess of the Leighton Duchy, she urgently needed someone trustworthy to help her keep an eye on movements outside the castle. After all, having just taken over such a large situation, she had to find a helper to understand it. At the same time, she could give this child a proper job. It was truly killing 2 birds with 1 stone. She had just said goodbye to John and had not taken more than a few steps when she saw a familiar face. Why had the butler of the main residence suddenly come to the annex? The butler bowed respectfully and said he had come on Duchess Helen's orders to deliver a message. Wilhelmina understood perfectly. This Helen was probably so busy that she did not even have the time to meet her once. The butler was also smooth in his speech, saying he hoped Wilhelmina would be understanding. In truth, unless something major happened, that lady simply did not want to see her face at all. What message had she sent someone all this way to deliver? Although Duchess Helen appeared polite on the surface, in her heart, she did not truly regard Wilhelmina as one of her own. Sure enough, the message she had the butler bring was not simple. The butler said there would be a small ball next week to celebrate the Border Count's achievements. Originally, this occasion should have been attended by Duchess Helen, but she happened to say she could not spare the time. The moment Wilhelmina heard this, she understood. They wanted her to go in Helen's place. The butler phrased it especially nicely, saying it was to let her adapt to the Western social circle as soon as possible. This was truly watertight. It sounded pleasant, but in truth, they were treating her as a substitute player, moving her wherever she was needed. Still, although the ball was not large in scale, the invited guests were all important officials and elites of the territory. It seemed this performance was unavoidable. The butler continued painting a rosy picture, saying this was a good opportunity to integrate into high society. Wilhelmina knew clearly that this was not a discussion at all. It was simply a notice. Since she could not avoid it, she simply agreed at once. After all, since she was appearing as a substitute, as long as she did not make any major mistakes, it would be fine. But the butler's next words made her feel that this matter was not so simple. In addition to a tailor, they would also invite a knowledgeable lady over, under the beautiful name of helping her become familiar with Western rules. To put it plainly, did they not simply think she was not presentable enough and fear that this duchess would embarrass the territory? Although this sounded a little painful, Wilhelmina did not take it too hard. Since someone was willing to teach her, she might as well use the opportunity to learn properly and see what exactly was hidden in the Western social circle. Wilhelmina agreed, but she specifically instructed that the lady should come in the afternoon. The butler found this puzzling and asked one extra question. What? Wilhelmina was straightforward and said she simply could not get up in the morning and only wanted to catch up on sleep. In truth, what she thought was, in her previous life, had she not suffered enough from waking up early while studying in Korea? In this life, she had finally become a noble. No one was going to deprive her of her right to sleep in. Although the butler felt this reason was a little ridiculous, he did not dare say anything more. He bowed and hurried off to handle it. Before long, the doors of the annex slowly opened, and a gorgeous carriage stopped at the entrance. It seemed the lady invited to teach etiquette had arrived on time. Wilhelmina was already waiting punctually at the door. As soon as the carriage stopped, the main character should appear. Judging from the way she descended, she was definitely no ordinary person. This was Lady Roland. She was the most formidable etiquette instructor in the West. Noble ladies trained by her were all more presentable than the last. It seemed Duchess Helen had truly invited a tough character this time. Wilhelmina understood that the real test had finally begun. Whether she could establish herself in the West would depend entirely on her performance next. The moment the imposing Lady Roland appeared, the atmosphere immediately became different. This was the first hard bone Wilhelmina had to tackle. Viscountess Roland was no simple person. She was the most famous etiquette expert in the capital, and she had written the etiquette book that sold throughout the entire city. After her husband passed away, she did not fight for the family property. Instead, she became the nightmare of countless young ladies, specializing in training wealthy noble daughters who did not understand rules. For the next full 3 days, Wilhelmina would have to survive under this strict teacher. Life would probably not be easy. The training had only just begun, and the ruler in Roland's hand never stopped. She coldly spat out 2 words. Again, she watched Wilhelmina's every movement. Keep your chin tucked. When looking at others, you absolutely must not raise your head. This kind of high-intensity training was truly not something an ordinary person could withstand. Roland's requirements were detailed down to the bone. Even the angle of the chin could not be off by a little. The shoulders also had to be pulled back with all one's might. Even breathing had to follow the rules. The back had to be straight like a steel plate. How was this learning etiquette? It was practically torture. At the dining table, there were even more rules. The spoon had to be pushed outward, and not a single sound could be made. Roland stared fixedly from the side. Every piece of meat had to be cut to exactly the same size. Even the height of toast had rules. The cup had to be raised to eye level. This 3-day special training had only just begun. After an entire day of special training, Wilhelmina felt as if her whole body was about to fall apart. Becoming a proper duchess was truly no easy task. Although she was exhausted, fortunately, the number of times she had been scolded today had decreased. As long as she persisted a little longer, tomorrow she would definitely do even better. In the blink of an eye, the second day arrived. A new round of tests began on time. However, the atmosphere this time had clearly changed. Looking at the student before her, Roland's tone finally softened quite a bit. She said Wilhelmina's performance was very steady, and that she had not made even the smallest mistake. It seemed the hardship of the past few days had not been suffered in vain. The most difficult hurdle had finally been endured. She had finally passed Lady Roland's test. Wilhelmina hurriedly thanked her, saying it was all thanks to the lady's instruction. Roland explained that although there was still much to learn, fortunately, there would be no dancing at this ball. As long as she did not make any major mistakes, handling the upcoming occasion would be absolutely no problem. This made Wilhelmina feel even more confident. Since there was no dance partner, the most troublesome dancing part was removed. As long as she handled the basic social etiquette properly, this mission would already be more than halfway complete. But just then, Lady Roland's tone changed again. Judging by her manner, there was still one final, crucial matter to explain. Lady Roland continued, "Next, I will teach you how to deal with young girls who have just entered society." But she had barely spoken a few sentences before something seemed wrong. She was clearly exhausted. Wilhelmina reacted quickly and immediately called out, "Lady Roland." Since the next lesson would all be explained verbally, Wilhelmina suggested that they sit down and talk. Lady Roland hesitated for a moment, but in the end, she nodded and agreed. It seemed this strict teacher's body had truly reached its limit. Wilhelmina quickly went over to support her. After helping Lady Roland sit down, Wilhelmina handed her a small cloth pouch and told her to hold it first. Lady Roland was startled by this and hurriedly asked what it was. Wilhelmina explained that there was a warming stone inside. If it felt too hot, she could wrap it in a handkerchief before holding it. Lady Roland did not react at all at first. Why was this duchess suddenly showing such concern for her? But Wilhelmina's next words struck straight into Lady Roland's heart. "Your hands are far too cold." Who would have thought that this student, who usually seemed so carefree, could be so thoughtful? In truth, Wilhelmina had noticed it long ago. During previous lessons, Lady Roland would always rub her hands together unconsciously. It was clearly an old problem of cold hands and feet. Logically, taking off her gloves would have made her more comfortable. But for someone like Lady Roland, who valued etiquette more than life itself, she would never allow herself to lose her dignity. So this small, warming stone had been delivered right into the gap in her heart. It preserved her pride while warming her body. Lady Roland was truly moved this time. She stared at the thing in her hands for a long while, then finally said softly, "Thank you." Who would have thought that this teacher and student, who had always been at odds, would begin to thaw their relationship because of a single stone? Holding the warming stone, Lady Roland sighed that she had never seen anything so warm in her entire life. Wilhelmina, however, was not all formal about it. She said directly that the stone had been found by an attendant, and she had merely wrapped it in a handkerchief. Lady Roland looked at the handkerchief and casually asked where the fabric had been bought. Wilhelmina's answer left Lady Roland stunned. She said she had made the handkerchief herself. Lady Roland could hardly believe her ears. A dignified duchess had personally made something for an attendant. Wilhelmina smiled and nodded, feeling that it was not difficult at all. Who would have thought that this seemingly delicate lady was so down-to-earth and private? In fact, back when she was Kim Hannah, in order to take care of the children at the academy, she had become quite skilled with a needle and thread. Whether it was mending clothes or embroidering names, none of it was a problem. Wilhelmina explained that she had seen the children's hands freezing when they washed clothes in winter, and once her heart softened, she simply made 20 of them in one go, just so everyone could be a little warmer. After hearing this, Lady Roland could not help sighing that the Duchess's craftsmanship was indeed excellent, but for someone of her status, it was truly rare. Wilhelmina found it strange instead. "Isn't this something anyone can do?" Lady Roland shook her head helplessly. Although young ladies from noble families all had to learn embroidery, who would lower their status to sew things for servants? Lady Roland lowered her head and looked at the teacup, recognizing the ginger and dried fruit inside a glance. She asked in surprise, "Did you choose this tea yourself?" While pouring the tea, Wilhelmina openly admitted it and thoughtfully reminded Lady Roland that it would work best if she drank it while it was hot. Lady Roland was actually quite touched. After all, ginger was an unbelievably expensive rarity at the time. Wilhelmina merely smiled and asked in return, "Lady Roland, aren't you most afraid of the cold?" As soon as those words came out, Lady Roland froze completely. She had never expected that this duchess had not only noticed her old ailment, but had even been willing to bring out something so expensive just to help her warm up. Wilhelmina continued, "The West is much colder than the capital. Winter hasn't even arrived yet, but the weather already feels like an ice house." Looking at Lady Roland's thick clothing, she had understood long ago. Such freezing days were pure torment for someone who feared the cold. Wilhelmina smiled and said that she was actually very afraid of the cold too. She knew better than anyone what it felt like to have icy hands and feet. Although she could not fully empathize with Lady Roland's pain over losing her husband, when it came to fearing the cold, the two of them were surprisingly alike. Looking at that steaming cup of ginger tea, the string that had always been pulled taut inside Lady Roland seemed to loosen all at once. Lady Roland lifted the cup and took a sip. Once that hot ginger tea entered her stomach, not only did her body warm up, even the way she looked at people changed along with it. She put down the teacup. That crisp sound also signified that the assessment was officially over. Lady Roland looked at Wilhelmina, and her tone was much more polite than before. "Madam, regarding my observations over this period, I would like to speak with you." As a result, Lady Roland sat there and began bringing up her long experience. She said she had taught etiquette for decades. Whether it was the proper way to hold a fan, which hand to leave free when walking with a gentleman, or even what one should and should not eat, all of it had been taught by her. Wilhelmina was a little confused as she listened. Wasn't she supposed to announce the assessment results? Why had this suddenly turned into reminiscing? Lady Roland continued with a sigh, saying that after teaching for so many years, she had finally understood that true education could not rely on words alone. As Wilhelmina listened, she more or less understood. Back when Kim Hannah lived in a modern world, the things she worried about every day were all trivial details. Reminding children to wear their shoes properly so they would not sprain their ankles, watching students so they would not hide their phones in their pencil cases, and even catching little tricks like hiding earphones in their hair. Looking back now, those old worries have been nothing more than child's play. Compared with her current situation, they were not even worth mentioning. Lady Roland continued sighing. Everyone thought she merely taught noble young ladies how to walk. In truth, what she truly wanted to teach was the morality and responsibility a noble should possess. She had to make those girls understand how people standing in high positions should think. As soon as she finished speaking, Lady Roland stood up directly. Wilhelmina quickly tried to rise with her, but Lady Roland waved her hand and told her to remain seated. Immediately afterward, Lady Roland took Wilhelmina's hand of her own accord. This completely caught Wilhelmina off guard. Lady Roland smiled and sighed, saying that there was already nothing left for her to teach, because the quality Wilhelmina possessed was something even the most capable teacher could not teach. Lady Roland had seen every action Wilhelmina had taken over these 3 days. That kindness from the heart was the rarest answer in this assessment. Since the teacher had said so herself, did that mean the result of this assessment was already set in stone? Wilhelmina listened in complete confusion. She had only helped out casually in ordinary moments, so how had she become a model of kindness? Lady Roland smiled and explained that the answer was actually on the faces of those subordinates. The ease with which the maids worked, and the group of children hiding behind the door crack in worry when Lady Roland was scolding her. These details could not deceive anyone. This proved that Wilhelmina truly regarded the people around her as human beings, not as someone lofty standing above them. This breadth of mind that cared for subordinates was the firmest foundation for a mistress of the house. Lady Roland's words brought these 3 days of assessment to a close. She felt that Wilhelmina had already completed her training. As long as she held on to this original sincerity, no matter how great a difficulty she encountered in the future, it likely would not defeat her. At last, this assessment had ended without disaster. As soon as the assessment ended, an invitation to the Board Accounts ball arrived. Strangely, this ball had invited only 40 nobles. Logically speaking, the Board Accounts family had deep roots in the West, deep enough that even the servants knew of them. They could even stand on equal footing with the Leighton family. Moreover, their family had produced top-class swordsmen for generations. They held extremely high status within knightly circles. Wilhelmina looked at herself in the mirror, muttering inwardly, "Why would such an influential family hold such a shabby ball?" Lady Roland revealed the truth from the side. It turned out the West was still nominally in a mourning period, so the occasion had to be restrained on the surface. As soon as Wilhelmina heard this, she immediately grasped the key point. Since it was only nominal mourning, then behind the scenes, perhaps no one took the rules seriously anymore. What kind of trickery was hidden behind this small ball? The old Duke had not even been dead for 2 months, yet the people of the West already could not sit still. It seemed this old man had truly not been very popular while alive. Wilhelmina recalled that she had only worn mourning clothes for a week back then, while some ladies had to wear them for 1 or 2 years. These rules were truly exhausting. Compared with that, Helen really was a formidable person. After all, her father-in-law had married 5 wives in total. To survive in an environment like that was not something an ordinary person could do. Wilhelmina pondered that she would also have to serve as an example for Helen in the future and become a model mother-in-law. But how exactly should one be a model mother-in-law? After thinking it over, she finally realized the essence of it. Do not meddle in anything. After all, meddling would only create chaos. Staying quietly out of the way was the greatest support she could give her daughter-in-law. In any case, she would absolutely never become the kind of wicked mother-in-law shown on television. After all, even watching too much of that kind of melodrama was tiring. While she was still pondering, a maid came to summon her. Only then did Wilhelmina come back to her senses. The ball was about to begin. Since she was ready, it was time to set off and see what the Western noble circle was truly made of. When she truly stepped into that magnificent banquet hall, the atmosphere changed at once. Although they said it had to be restrained for mourning, the entire room was glittering with gold and splendor. There was no trace of modesty anywhere. In this small circle of 40 people, everyone had their own calculations. Once Wilhelmina appeared, the drama to come would probably be even more exciting than anything on television. Wilhelmina locked onto her target at a glance. That person had to be the Duke. In other words, Mikhail. To be honest, he was much younger than she had imagined. His temperament did not resemble that of an old aristocrat, guarding a castle. Instead, he seemed more like a self-made pioneer. It was said that the Leighton family had imperial blood flowing through their veins. Looking at his head of blonde hair now, that rumor seemed almost certain. Who would have thought? This was actually the two of them's first formal meeting. Meeting her stepson on someone else's turf was indeed a little awkward. But if she looked at it from his perspective, having Mikhail call a woman younger than himself mother would be unbearable for anyone. What attitude would he take at their first meeting? Wilhelmina was deeply uneasy. After all, her position as stepmother was awkward. When Mikhail saw her, he probably would not have a pleasant expression. But who could have expected that when Mikhail turned his head, he actually smiled brighter than anyone and warmly called out, "Mother." This completely left Wilhelmina at a loss. This script was wrong. Where the promised, wealthy family grudges? Mikhail took the initiative to step forward and introduced himself openly, saying that he was truly very happy to meet her here. Wilhelmina had not yet recovered, so she could only follow along with the conversation and state her own name. As a result, Mikhail smiled even more happily and directly added her surname as well. Was this warmth real or an act? Wilhelmina was completely stunned now and could only awkwardly reply, "A pleasure." This script was completely different from what she had imagined. This did not look like a noble stepson meeting his stepmother. It was more like an enthusiastic class monitor welcoming a newly transferred student. Mikhail's attitude was simply beyond reproach. He even specially apologized for not visiting sooner to greet her, saying that he had truly been too busy lately. Wilhelmina quickly exchanged a few polite words. This wave of enthusiasm rushing toward her was honestly a little hard to withstand. Then Mikhail suddenly changed the direction of the conversation and mentioned his wife, who had yet to appear. He said his wife felt Wilhelmina needed time to adjust, so she had not allowed everyone to go over and disturb her. Wilhelmina smiled on the surface, but inwardly, she was frantically complaining. It would have been better not to say something like that at all. If this spread, it would sound as if Mikhail were bad-mouthing his wife behind her back. Wilhelmina could not help suspecting whether Mikhail had actually understood what his wife had truly meant. At a time like this, one only had to look at the butler's expression to understand. Sure enough, the butler was sweating anxiously at the side. This Lord Duke was truly a fool. All that talk about needing time to adjust was merely polite phrasing. His wife had clearly meant to avoid suspicion and prevent any trouble. After all, if the new head of the family acted too humble toward his new stepmother, it would look far too improper in outsiders' eyes. Logically speaking, once he became the head of a household, he had to show the proper dignity. Even if he risked angering the emperor, he had to maintain his stance. But this man was something else. Mikhail had no such awareness at all and continued smiling as he asked after her well-being, asking whether she was used to living in the annex. Looking at that smiling face, Wilhelmina could not help muttering inwardly. Could this man's head be filled entirely with air? Mikhail's tone sounded rather gentle. "You seem to be doing well. Have you gotten used to living in the annex?" Wilhelmina smiled and answered that everything was fine and there was nothing she was dissatisfied with. But she knew very well that she absolutely could not be fooled by this man's appearance. She had to remain vigilant at all times. Mikhail then continued, "But I still worry that you are living too far away. Too far from Mother." He even suggested, "If you are willing, you may move back to the main castle." This sounded like concern, but in truth, he wanted to keep her under his eyes and monitor her. What a ruthless move. Without even thinking, Wilhelmina immediately blocked him off. "No need. That is unnecessary." On the surface, the two of them were polite, but in reality, they had already begun exchanging blows. Neither was willing to yield. Moving back, there would simply be a nightmare. Not only would she have to live in constant fear, she would also have to guard against Helen at all times. If they truly lived together, it would undoubtedly become a full-blown mother-in-law and daughter-in-law war. When the time came, she would definitely become the one everyone condemned. Mikhail had just been about to persuade her further when the butler suddenly came over and said the event was about to begin. This truly saved Wilhelmina. In her heart, she gave the butler 10,000 likes. His timing was far too perfect. Mikhail had no choice either and could only bring her to the venue first. This awkward conversation was finally over. Mikhail extended his hand toward her. Since the play had already begun, Wilhelmina could no longer refuse. She could only brace herself and accept the move. Since she was attending today in Helen's place, she had to display the proper bearing. If she was going to do it, she had to do it well. She absolutely could not let anyone look down on her. The two of them walked side by side into the hall. From this moment on, the future direction of the ducal residence would probably change completely. With the butler's announcement, Count Chelsher officially entered. He respectfully bowed to Mikhail and Wilhelmina. Mikhail was extremely courteous, smiling as he asked whether the journey had been smooth. The Count quickly responded, saying he was in an especially good mood coming here tonight and felt much more relaxed than he had over the past few months. Wilhelmina stood nearby, not wanting to say a single unnecessary word. She only wanted to hurry through this procedure. She felt that she was now like a beautiful wooden doll. As long as she stood here, it would be enough. Although no one dared come forward to speak to her, the surrounding gazes sizing her up had not decreased at all. These nobles were all calculating in their hearts what exactly her relationship with Mikhail was. If they spoke to her, would they anger the Duke? Most importantly, everyone was guessing just who this woman was. The butler was still reading one guest's name after another. Wilhelmina had seen through these so-called nobles. In truth, they were no different from ordinary people. They had all come to watch the excitement. Her only thought now was to wait until this wave of people had finished greeting her, then quickly get something to eat and hide in the lounge. She did not want to stay in this place for even one more second. At last, the final guest arrived. Viscount Mileyes and his daughter, Irina, finally appeared. Wilhelmina had originally wanted to breathe a sigh of relief, but after staring at the young lady for one glance, she felt completely awful. Was this girl here to attend a banquet? She looked as if she had come to be tortured. Just look at those heels. They were far higher than Wilhelmina's. At such a young age, her spine might be ruined. And that was not all. The corset was tightened far too severely, and even her shoulders were exposed. This girl's current state did not look good at all. The more Wilhelmina looked, the more absurd it seemed. How old was this child? Yet she had been dressed up like this. Judging from her appearance, she clearly could barely hold on. Yet her father not only failed to feel sorry for her, he even urged her to walk more steadily. Irina could only answer quietly. This was not attending a banquet at all. It was suffering. Wilhelmina was truly angry now. What exactly was this parent thinking? The Viscount brought his daughter over to greet them. Wilhelmina muttered inwardly. With her body bent like that, could she even bow properly? Sure enough, what Wilhelmina was most worried about happened anyway. Before Irina could even catch her breath, her entire body began to sway. With that sway, the whole room fell into chaos. When Irina opened her eyes, she discovered that she was already lying in the lounge. This time, she had truly humiliated herself completely. Her mind was filled with one thought. It was over. She had made a fool of herself in public at a banquet in the ducal residence. If this spread, how would she ever continue in society? Then she lifted her head, and Wilhelmina was sitting beside her, watching her. Irina panicked even more. This was the great personage rumored to be difficult to deal with. Wilhelmina did not waste words. She directly told Irina that she had been vomiting for quite a while just now, then asked if she felt better. Irina was completely stunned. Why had the Duchess seen her in her most wretched state? Wilhelmina had no intention of letting the matter end like this. She directly had someone bring over pumpkin cream soup and asked whether Irina could drink it. Irina was still completely dazed and could only answer quietly. This development was entirely different from what she had imagined. Looking at the hot soup before her, Irina muttered inwardly. Just now, this lady's aura had been overwhelming. Why had she suddenly become so considerate? Wilhelmina stared at her and asked whether she usually took proper care of herself. Before Irina could react, Wilhelmina had already supported her. This Duchess announced in front of everyone that the child was extremely dizzy now, and that she would be responsible for what came next. The Viscount, her father, still wanted to come over and speak, but Wilhelmina glared him back with a single look. This time, the father was completely speechless. The guests outside had already begun gossiping. Wilhelmina directly told everyone to enjoy themselves, drink and chat as they pleased, and stop crowding around to watch. Mikhail rushed over at this moment. Seeing the situation, he quickly ordered the servants to call a doctor. Wilhelmina said there was no need to call a doctor. They only needed to prepare some warm honey water. After all, the doctors here were also nobles. With Irina in this state, seeing them would only put her under even greater pressure. Wilhelmina gently held Irina and comforted her, saying that she could relax now and everything would be all right. Who would have thought that this duchess, rumored to be cold and aloof, would become this child's final shelter? Irina was truly warmed by this. She had never expected that this seemingly icy lady would go this far for her. Wilhelmina first politely apologized to the guests, saying that she would have to accompany Irina for a while. But immediately afterward, her tone changed, and her gaze transformed all at once. She spoke the ugly words in advance. Whoever dared gossip behind Irina's back would be disrespecting her. As soon as these words came out, all those who had wanted to watch the joke shut their mouths. After all, tonight's banquet was meant to celebrate achievements. No one dared cause displeasure at such a time. From the moment Wilhelmina took her away, Irina felt as if her whole body was burning. How was this the cold, noble woman from the rumors? She was simply her savior. In the past, Irina had always felt that Wilhelmina was unattainable, like a block of ice. But now that she saw her up close, what cold duchess? She was clearly a gentle older sister. Wilhelmina personally poured her a bowl of hot soup. Drink some while it's hot. Irina received it with overwhelmed gratitude. She said softly, "Thank you." After one sip, her whole body seemed to come back to life. Wilhelmina smiled and asked, "It tastes good, doesn't it?" The honey here is of the finest quality. The richness of the pumpkin combined with the clear sweetness of honey made the taste simply perfect. All the grievance and nervousness from earlier were washed away by this mouthful of hot soup. This kind of treatment was something Irina had never dared dream of before. Although the soup was unbelievably delicious, Irina still felt uneasy. She felt that constantly eating sweet things was rather improper. She had just wanted to put the cup down and stop there when Wilhelmina saw through her at a glance. "Why aren't you drinking? Is it not to your taste?" Frightened, Irina hurriedly waved her hand. No, it tastes wonderful. Being treated by you is truly my honor." She was desperately being polite, but at that very moment, her stomach betrayed her and let out a growl. Now the atmosphere became awkward. Wilhelmina smiled and teased. "It seems soup alone is not enough to fill your stomach." It was late at night. This meal in the ducal residence was not exactly peaceful. Wilhelmina advised Irina, who sat opposite her, to eat a little more. But Irina only remained silent. Clearly, she had no appetite at all right now. Wilhelmina sighed, then suddenly stood up and walked directly in front of Irina. This made Irina unable to sit still. "Duchess," Wilhelmina only said one thing, "Do not move." Her tone allowed no discussion whatsoever. Who would have thought that she would actually reach out directly to undo the back of Irina's gown? This time, Irina was completely flustered. "No, you cannot do this." Wilhelmina ignored her entirely. What exactly was she trying to do? Could this duchess have some unknown secret? This was getting complicated. Why was this meal becoming more and more strange? Wilhelmina muttered, "How odd. The buttons are actually in the front." Now, Irina panicked completely. As she dodged, she shouted, "No, I cannot take off my corset." But Wilhelmina did not listen at all. Her hands moved frighteningly fast, and she said calmly, "If it feels tight, I can loosen the back for you too." Irina was so frightened that her soul nearly flew away. She was not even married yet. How could she reveal so much? Just as Irina was about to collapse, Wilhelmina casually tossed a garment over and said directly, "All right, put this on." Wilhelmina sat back in her original seat and directly gave Irina reassurance. She said there was no one else here. She told Irina to finish her meal at ease. Without the torment of the corset, Irina finally felt better. In the past, for the sake of a little dignity, she had to suffer even while sleeping. This relaxed feeling was something she had never dared imagine before. But comfort was one thing. She still could not overcome the barrier in her heart. Irina said softly that this rule could not be changed. Loosening her corset before marriage. How was that fitting for a noble young lady? This was the shackle that had bound her all along. No matter how uncomfortable her body felt, she still had to cling desperately to that bit of dignity. Wilhelmina, however, was very calm. Drinking tea, she said that loosening it for a while would not cause any great disaster. The Duchess's presence truly suppressed Irina completely. Irina was still struggling. afraid that drinking soup would make her stomach swell. But Wilhelmina gave her no chance to refuse and directly blocked her with one sentence, saying that it absolutely would not. Although Irina still wanted to cling to those rules, her body could not lie. Without the torment of the corset, she discovered that she really did feel much better. Once she drank that mouthful of soup, Irina's whole body relaxed. Etiquette and rules were all tossed to the back of her mind. At last, this meal had flavor. Seeing Irina's happy appearance, Wilhelmina put down her teacup and suddenly said, "You should change your corset." Irina was stunned and quickly explained that this was the most popular style among young ladies in society right now. Wilhelmina did not buy that at all and spoke plainly. Just because everyone wears it does not mean it is beautiful. If your body collapses, it will not matter what you wear. She stared at Irina and asked, "Do you know what you look like right now?" Irina panicked completely and lowered her head to look at herself. She had put a lot of effort into this outfit. Could it really be so unsightly in the Duchess's eyes? When Irina lowered her head, she discovered that the powder on her chest had rubbed off. Now she could no longer sit still and quickly apologized, saying she wanted to go touch up her makeup. Wilhelmina did not even look at her and said lightly that this was not a problem of makeup at all. Although everyone now pursued flawless skin, was dressing like this really not uncomfortable? Irina was still stubbornly enduring and murmured softly that it was not uncomfortable. Wilhelmina directly exposed her, saying she was lying. Wearing this kind of corset every day would likely cause serious problems, even for her stomach and intestines. As soon as these words came out, Irina was completely dumbfounded. How could such a private matter be openly stated like this? Wilhelmina had no intention of stopping and asked in return, "You already think this is embarrassing? Then when you nearly vomited in public just now, why did you not find that humiliating?" Irina was rendered speechless. This duchess really gave no one any face when she spoke. Wilhelmina sighed and said that everyone loved beauty, but that could not become a reason to ruin one's body. Aggrieved, Irina replied that all of this was her father's instruction. She had to pay attention to her image at all times. After hearing this, Wilhelmina gave a cold laugh and directly asked in return, "What, are you going to marry your father?" Irina quickly waved her hand and said, "Of course not. It is for my fiancé, Hans." Wilhelmina followed up, "Then has your fiancé ever said he wanted to marry someone else?" Irina became anxious and loudly refuted. Hans would never say something like that. Only then did Wilhelmina nod and say that since he was a reasonable person, Irina had even less need to force herself into this state. After all, the person she would spend her life with was him. As long as he did not care about these things, those empty, superficial rules were not important at all. Wilhelmina suddenly changed the topic and mentioned that famous boutique. As soon as that boutique was mentioned, Irina's emotions collapsed. She said that this was the only dress she could wear. At the time, everyone had gone there for custom orders, but when it was her turn, only this one was left. What made her feel even worse was that she had failed to resist eating a piece of cake that night, and as a result, she became everyone's laughingstock. Wilhelmina saw through it at once and asked whether someone had said something unpleasant. Irina nodded. Those people had laughed at her behind her back, saying that a petty noble from the countryside had no sense of shame at all and actually dared to eat and drink so much at such an occasion. From then on, she began desperately tormenting herself. Even if her heels were rubbed raw, even if she was tightened so much she could hardly breathe, she still gritted her teeth and endured it, just so others would not look down on her as a country girl again. The more Irina spoke, the more aggrieved she became. She said that she had tortured herself with all her might because she wanted to dig that bowl of humiliating memories completely out of her mind. Although it sounded childish, just because of those few idle remarks from others, she now felt like a complete and utter fool. After hearing this, Wilhelmina's tone finally softened. That feeling must have been very painful. Then she asked another question. "So, just now, the reason you did not dare drink more soup was also because of this?" Irina lowered her head and answered softly, "Yes. After all, eating and drinking a lot just because one is hungry looks far too ugly in others' eyes." Wilhelmina directly interrupted her and said that was not the case at all. As she spoke, she picked up the teapot and poured Irina another cup. Wilhelmina made her point clear. She said that wanting to eat was a human instinct. It was neither strange nor shameful. Irina was still somewhat hesitant and murmured softly, "But what if others see?" Wilhelmina did not accept that at all. She reminded Irina that right now, there were only the two of them in this room. Where were these others supposed to come from? She handed the teacup over steadily and said in an especially firm tone, "Here, no one is qualified to criticize you." Looking at Irina's cautious appearance, Wilhelmina added her sincere thought. "Seeing you eat happily makes me feel good. It is not ugly at all. So from now on, you must never belittle yourself to the point of dust just because of other people's gazes." As soon as those words came out, Irina froze completely. She had probably never heard such warm words in her entire life. Wilhelmina emphasized again, "It is all right. Eat without worry. Eat as much as you want. No one here will laugh at you." Irina finally let go. No longer caring about her ladylike image, she began drinking in large mouthfuls. This was probably the most comfortable meal she had eaten in a long time. As she ate, she sighed that it was truly delicious. The grievances she had suppressed for so long seemed to melt away completely in this mouthful of hot soup. Looking at Irina's satisfied appearance, Wilhelmina finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed this first step had been the right one. Who would have thought that after living a second life, she would still have to return to her old profession as a teacher? At this age, handling relationships between peers properly was indeed not easy. After all, for children, the influence of friends was often greater than that of parents. Those inexplicable malices and rumors, even minor friction, could turn into lifelong nightmares. Wilhelmina knew very clearly that if she forcefully tried to break down the wall a child had built to protect herself at such a time, it would have no effect at all. As an adult, there were actually very limited ways she could help. Because what a wounded child needed had never been a teacher's instruction, but an ally she could rely on. But the warmth did not last long before Irina ran into trouble. No matter what, the dress would not button. Before she could fix it, the bell rang outside. It was already midnight, and the ball was probably about to end. Wilhelmina knew they could not stay in this place for long. Irina also understood that it was time to go back. Although Wilhelmina had promised she would return to the ball, there was definitely no time now. Once she went back, Helen would inevitably nag her. Before leaving, Wilhelmina did not forget to stuff some honey and herbs into Irina's hands, saying they would help with digestion and telling her to take them along. Irina thanked her, but this was not over yet. She suddenly asked whether they could meet again. This was not polite talk at a ball. She wanted to set aside all appearances and make a proper visit. Wilhelmina did not reply immediately. It was not that she did not want to meet, but that she felt her current reputation might implicate this girl. After all, the gossip Noble spread behind people's backs was no joke. If Irina was dragged into it too, that would be troublesome. But if she looked at it from another angle, this matter did not seem that simple either. In the blink of an eye, the scene shifted to the courtyard outside. Lady Roland earnestly reminded her that in high society, one could not be without a social circle. It would be best if Wilhelmina could take the lead in organizing a gathering herself, such as holding a reading circle or an afternoon tea. These were the safest choices. Wilhelmina was quite honest and directly said she had no interest in literature. She truly could not read those books. Lady Roland quickly enlightened her, who was really asking her to read books. The point was to use that title to gather people around her. Wilhelmina still had not quite caught on and asked whether she meant for her to make friends. Lady Roland became serious and corrected her. It was not about making friends. It was about finding allies for herself. That changed the nature of the matter completely. Lady Roland's words earlier had indeed sunk in for Wilhelmina. High society, in plain terms, was a crowd of people. Everyone pulled at one another, and everyone wanted to drag the other side into the mud. Since she could not avoid it, then she might as well stop overthinking and simply do as Lady Roland said. Wilhelmina turned to Irina and said that although the date had not yet been decided, she planned to hold a reading circle. As soon as these words came out, Irina's entire face lit up. She hurriedly asked whether she could be included. To be the first invited member was a tremendous joy for Irina. The happiness radiating from her bones could not be suppressed at all. Wilhelmina had not expected this first step to go so smoothly. She quickly advised Irina to calm down for a while. If she kept getting excited like this, she would become dizzy again. Wilhelmina had even thought of an excuse for her, saying that if her family asked why she had not gone back to the ball, she should simply put it on Wilhelmina and say she had been forcibly kept behind by her. This idea was actually quite clever. After all, being able to form a connection with the Leighton family would make her father happy before anything else. But Irina was an extremely honest girl. She shook her head and said, "You helped me so much. How could I lie?" She insisted on telling the truth. Wilhelmina, however, found it somewhat hard to understand. She had merely taken care of Irina when she was unwell. How could this child be so happy? Just then, Irina's father hurried over. Seeing his genuinely worried appearance, Wilhelmina had a rough idea in her heart. It seemed this father was not as terrible as the rumors suggested. But even if he appeared distressed now, had he not still left his own daughter aside earlier? He had not even cared when she was that ill. What exactly was this father thinking? This so-called familial affection was truly hard to understand. Wilhelmina simply stopped looking and turned to leave. After returning to her residence, every step through the empty hall seemed especially cold and desolate. She had originally thought she could have some peace today, but before she even entered her room, a voice suddenly sounded behind her. Wilhelmina casually stopped a servant and immediately asked where the Duke of Leighton was now. The servant quickly stood still and replied that the Lord Duke had already gone to the garden and was drinking there with several distinguished guests. Those people really knew how to choose a place. Going to the garden at night to admire the moon and drink was indeed rather elegant. However, Wilhelmina was not going there to join the fun. Calculating the time, the border count should have arrived by now. Since he was already here, she had to go greet him for form's sake. She turned and walked straight outside. But who could have expected that once the night wind blew, the atmosphere that followed would completely change? Wilhelmina walked alone toward the depths of the garden. If she had known, she should have brought an attendant with her. She was not yet familiar with this place, and after walking around in circles, she kept feeling as if she were turning in place. As she walked, a lake actually appeared ahead. Since she had already come this far, she might as well go over and take a look. But before she could approach, she discovered that someone was already standing by the lake. At a glance, this man was truly quite tall. Even though he wore formal clothing, one could still tell he was a trained man who had spent years on the battlefield. Judging by his age, he had to be at least around 60. She had not seen anyone like this at the banquet earlier. That made his identity obvious. Since Irina and her father had been the last to arrive, this man had to be the border count. Wilhelmina understood the situation. This time, social pleasantries could not be avoided. Since the main person was right before her eyes, she definitely had to go over and greet him. She could not keep hiding here forever. She straightened the hem of her dress and walked over directly. But before she could get close, she realized something was not right. At the lakeside in the middle of the night, there was actually not just one person. Where had this other person come from? There had clearly been no one there just now. It was as if he had appeared out of thin air. Wilhelmina stared at the other person's back, and the more she looked, the more she felt something was wrong. This attire was far too rare. Whether it was the fabric's color or the pattern, everything carried an exotic air. Could this style be from the distant east? Wilhelmina stopped in her tracks. She did not dare approach rashly any further. After all, in the middle of the night, a man dressed so strangely was able to meet privately with the border count. This person's identity definitely was not simple. Who exactly was he? In the middle of the night, Isanon was actually hiding in the garden, secretly meeting with a knight. Isanon asked him, "Are you sure you will not go see her? This is the opportunity you have been waiting for all along." But the knight refused, saying, "Now is not the time." Who would have thought that Wilhelmina was right nearby and heard all of these words? Now she could neither leave nor stay. Isanon continued pressing him, asking when the right time would be. Was it because of that strange book of poems again? The knight denied it at once, but the matter clearly was not that simple. Even Isanon could not help complaining that people who were fixated on one thing were truly frightening. What kind of magic did that broken poetry collection have? Did he really have to treat it as an instruction manual for his actions? Isanon kept complaining, saying that the poems in that collection read as if they had been written by someone who had never been in love. Wilhelmina, hiding in the dark, was completely confused. Were these two grown men hiding here in the middle of the night to discuss relationship advice? Although this conversation was rather interesting, she was now caught in a dilemma. After all, she still had to go meet the border count. She could not keep eavesdropping here forever. But the knight was extremely insistent. He said he'd already made it clear that he absolutely did not want to approach her in that way. It seemed the two of them would not finish talking anytime soon. Wilhelmina decided to withdraw first and show herself after they finished. But just as she was preparing to slip away quietly, an accident occurred. Oh no, that step made quite a bit of noise. Wilhelmina froze completely. She had been caught eavesdropping on the spot. Her luck was truly unmatched. Since she could no longer hide, she could only brace herself and step out. She smiled awkwardly, trying to ease this deadly atmosphere. Isanon turned his head and stared at her like that, without speaking for a long while. Just when Wilhelmina thought she was doomed, Isanon actually took the initiative to bow. "Duchess, it is a pleasure to meet you." This reaction made Wilhelmina somewhat unable to understand. What exactly was he planning? Wilhelmina was straightforward as well. Since she had interrupted their conversation, she might as well greet them openly and formally introduce herself. At last, the identity matched. This was the legendary figure who guarded the western frontier, the idol in the hearts of countless knights. No wonder his presence was so powerful. He was on a completely different level from the nobles she had met before. However, compared with this famous border count, what Wilhelmina cared more about was the fellow beside him who had never shown his face. What exactly was his background? He had been quite talkative earlier, but now he was like a stone statue, not moving at all. Wilhelmina quickly smoothed things over, saying that she had truly had urgent matters tonight and had not been able to properly entertain everyone. Isanon was quite understanding. He said that the host was bound to be busy, and he had not taken such a small matter to heart at all. Since the other party was giving her face like this, Wilhelmina also took the chance to apologize. Immediately afterward, her tone shifted and she asked directly about the key point. Who exactly was the person standing beside him all this time? Isanon casually answered that he was only an acquaintance. But that person deliberately stood in the middle, clearly not wanting Wilhelmina to see him clearly. Since the other party intended to hide, it was better not to ask recklessly, lest she create trouble for herself. Wilhelmina quickly changed the topic. She said she had heard that quite a few people had gone out to drink. Isanon was fairly honest and said that he usually did not touch alcohol, but this time, since the Lord Duke had personally invited him, he had come over to take a look. Before he had even finished speaking, the border count actually became a little embarrassed. He said it was in fact his wife's idea. Now Wilhelmina understood everything. Who would have thought that the border count, who inspired awe across a whole region, was actually a devoted man who feared his wife? The moment his wife was mentioned, Isanon's entire demeanor changed. The imposing air from earlier was completely gone. It seemed that tenderness in a tough man truly was not an exaggeration. Isanon casually asked whether Wilhelmina wanted to go with them. Wilhelmina smiled and shook her head. She said she had made this trip specifically to meet the border count. Since the greeting had already been made, it was time for her to return. Isanon was quite warm-hearted and said that the Lord Duke had been looking for her everywhere just now. But Wilhelmina knew clearly that such an occasion did not belong to her at all. That was a gathering place for the people closest to Mikhail. The one who should truly appear there was Helen, the future mistress of this mansion, not an outsider like her. After hearing this, Isanon said nothing more and merely responded softly. Looking at his hesitant expression, could it be that he had also seen Wilhelmina's position in this family? The atmosphere changed all at once. Although the person beside him had not shown his face, the presence around him could not be hidden at all. He was definitely not some ordinary attendant. Isanon politely bid her farewell, saying that he could not personally escort her back. Wilhelmina did not think too much of it either. She said she could simply find an attendant and told Isanon to hurry and attend to his own matters. Just as Wilhelmina was about to leave, Isanon suddenly called her back, saying he had one last question to ask. What exactly was this old fox trying to find out? Wilhelmina stopped and turned back, asking him what else he wanted. After holding in for ages, Isanon actually asked her whether she had ever been close to some man in the past. The question came so suddenly that Wilhelmina was completely stunned. What on earth was this old man thinking? A moment ago, he had been praising her as a good family-minded woman, yet now he had turned around and started prying into such a private topic. Was he trying to chase a young woman at his age and flirt with her here? Wilhelmina was not about to indulge him. She shut him down with one sharp sentence, saying she had no interest in married men. Isanon was completely stunned by that. He hurriedly raised his voice to prove his innocence, saying that the person he loved most in this life was his own wife, and that he absolutely had no improper thoughts. His shout startled Wilhelmina badly. Isanon also realized he had overreacted, so he quickly stepped back twice and repeatedly apologized. He secretly glanced at the attendant beside him and muttered under his breath that he had long heard this young lady had a strange personality, and that seeing her today proved the rumors true. Wilhelmina did not hear him clearly. She frowned and asked what he had been mumbling about. Isanon quickly laughed it off, saying he was only talking to himself and telling her not to mind. But the guilty look on his face instead made it seem as though the old man was definitely still hiding something. Isanon suddenly changed the subject and asked whether she had ever attended the academy. Wilhelmina did not think much of it and simply said yes. But Isanon's next words completely changed the atmosphere. He said that someone she had known there had actually been waiting for her all this time. Wilhelmina was truly confused now. Who could that person from the academy be? Someone he had remembered for so long. Before she could react, the guard beside them, who had not said a word all this time, suddenly seemed to change in presence. Could the person Isanon meant be this fellow wearing a helmet? Isanon suddenly asked mysteriously, if the person you met in that place had been waiting for you all along, would you believe it? Judging by his solemn expression, he even promised that he could help someone recover old memories they had lost in the past. As soon as Wilhelmina heard that, she understood. Why did this routine sound so familiar? She stated it plainly. Was this not exactly the kind of pitch a cult used to recruit people? Wilhelmina smiled and turned Isanon down. Border count, I truly have no interest in these star-related religions. Isanon was choked speechless by that and hurriedly begged for mercy, saying, Duchess, please stop making fun of me. Seeing his reaction, Wilhelmina knew she had guessed correctly. The old gentleman really was a little embarrassed. She smiled and explained that when she was at the academy, she had never had any sort of romance at all. At most, she had 2 or 3 friends she was close to. After graduation, everyone went their separate ways, and gradually they lost contact. After all, as soon as she graduated, she had to worry about making a living. She was not like those noble children who could return to their estates and enjoy an easy life. After hearing that, Isanon found it even stranger. He could not help asking, was there truly no one who ever confessed their feelings to you? The more this went on, the more wrong it sounded. What exactly was Isanon suspecting? Wilhelmina felt that this old man must have mistaken her for someone else. But Isanon went even further and said that across the entire world, there was absolutely no second person as strange as her. Hearing that, Wilhelmina nearly lost her temper on the spot. Was this old man insulting her in a roundabout way? But Isanon was puzzled too. That person had clearly described everything so vividly and had said he had been rejected terribly. Could everything that person said have been made up? Wilhelmina clarified once again that during her years at the academy, she truly had never encountered any suitors. Isanon still felt that this made no sense. How could someone like the Duchess not have even a single admirer? Wilhelmina sighed helplessly. In truth, even she herself found it puzzling. She had originally thought she would be quite popular, but reality had been completely different from what she imagined. In fact, Wilhelmina had once been rather confident in herself. But after Isanon heard that, his expression made it clear that the old man did not believe her. With the conversation having reached this point, there was no way to continue. By now, it was too late for regrets. If she had known things would turn out like this later, she really should have devoted all her energy to studying back then. Earlier, there had indeed been one strange person, the man who always wore a helmet, no matter when it was. His attention had always been fixed on her. The more Wilhelmina thought about it, the more absurd it seemed. Anyone else would probably find it novel too. After all, what mother-in-law was younger than her daughter-in-law? No wonder the way others looked at her seemed rather off. Just as she reached the doorway, she saw 2 figures crouching on the steps, who would still be outside in the middle of the night. Wilhelmina had only just asked when Anna, as if seeing her savior, pounced straight toward her. Duchess, you finally came back. Anna looked deeply worried, as though terrified something might have happened to Wilhelmina on her way back alone. Wilhelmina, however, remained quite calm. They were already on her own territory. What danger could she possibly run into? Wilhelmina looked at the 2 people before her. It was the middle of the night, yet they had not gone to rest. Anna's working hours had long since ended. So why was she still waiting here? Anna quickly explained that she had been worried because the Duchess had not returned and had been unable to sleep. But Malene directly blurted out the truth. Anna was afraid you would be bullied by those nobles outside. Before she could finish speaking, Anna was so frightened that she hurriedly covered Malene's mouth. How could such an honest truth be said so casually? Wilhelmina immediately understood. So they had been afraid she would be mistreated by those people outside. This child was truly adorably straightforward. Anna was still desperately trying to make excuses, but Wilhelmina knew very well in her heart that in this mansion, only these few people truly thought of her sincerely. She smiled and comforted the two of them. Don't worry, nothing happened just now. You don't need to worry about me. Still, since they had mentioned the nobles, the social occasions to come would probably not be easy to handle. After hearing this, Anna finally felt relieved. As long as her grace had returned safely, she could be completely at ease. Wilhelmina looked at Malene beside her. Were you also waiting here with Anna all night? Malene nodded earnestly and did not forget to add a compliment. Your grace, your outfit today is truly beautiful. This formal dress did indeed have quite a background. It had been specially sent over from the main city. Whether in color or texture, it matched her blue hair perfectly. Most outrageous of all, any single gemstone plucked from it would probably be enough for an ordinary person to save for an entire year without eating or drinking. It seemed Helen had truly spared no expense behind the scenes this time in order to let her astonish everyone. But wearing something this eye-catching meant that trouble would likely follow. Although that daughter-in-law of hers disliked her from the bottom of her heart, for the sake of the Leighton family's reputation, she had prepared this outfit flawlessly. Looking at herself, even Wilhelmina had to admit that the dress was excessively beautiful. But the little one beside her was as sweet-tongued as if her mouth had been coated in honey, saying it was not the dress that looked beautiful at all. Clearly, her grace herself shone brighter than the stars. Hearing this, Wilhelmina felt warmth spread through her heart. Seeing that they had waited outside for so long, she simply suggested that everyone drink a cup of hot milk first to warm themselves. She stopped Anna from busying herself and told her to prepare 3 portions directly so they could sit down and drink together. This duchess had no airs at all. Being able to sit with servants and drink something together was something that would probably be unthinkable in other noble households. As soon as Anna heard there would be hot milk, she happily agreed. After all, after waiting all night in such cold weather, who could refuse a warm drink? Although the ball outside had been held in a magnificent castle, for Wilhelmina, the feeling of returning home was still the most reassuring. Late at night, steady footsteps sounded in the garden outside the castle. Isanon was walking alone along the path. Judging from his manner, that social battle just now had not been easy for him either. He suddenly stopped and asked the knight behind him whether he had been a little nervous earlier. The knight was honest and directly admitted it. After all, facing that sort of scene, anyone would feel uncertain. Isanon smiled. It seemed he was not the only one who had been unable to remain calm tonight. Isanon looked at the knight before him and could not help sighing. This young man had once faced countless troops on the battlefield without the slightest fear. Yet who could have imagined that merely seeing one woman earlier would make his breathing turn uneven? Isanon could not help complaining. Even if you had just taken off your helmet and greeted her openly, that would have been better. The knight replied in a muffled voice, I simply did not want to meet her in that kind of situation. After hearing that, Isanon was helpless. He truly did not know whether to call this young man too stubborn or too devoted. Still, speaking of which, no matter what the young man thought, the figure they had seen earlier, Wilhelmina, did indeed seem to be living quite well. Certain people could finally rest assured now. Originally, they had worried that Wilhelmina would be crushed by the family power struggles and unable to breathe. But now it seemed that not only had she not been defeated by those troublesome affairs, she had even behaved with considerable confidence. That was enough to make people see her in a new light. Isanon walked ahead, his tones softening considerably. He said that since he owed the knight a favor, he would definitely stand on his side. But everything has its limits. Do not force yourself too hard. After all, that position cannot remain empty for too long. After hearing this, the knight behind him finally removed that suffocating helmet. So hidden beneath that armor was actually such a face. The man looked into the distance and replied quietly, Thank you for your advice. Isanon looked at this unexpected guest, his tone carrying a helpless air. Isanon said, If Jack saw you like this now, he would definitely be bitterly disappointed. The man was quite good at making excuses. He smiled and replied, "There was no helping it. If I had not disguised myself, there would have been no way to sneak in quietly." Isanon then asked, "And what do you plan to do next?" The man had already made his plans. Since he had come by invitation, he would later go see the Duke of Leighton. After meeting him, he would leave directly. He deliberately emphasized that he had come this time only to offer congratulations and did not want to stir up any family conflict at such a crucial moment. It seemed this person's identity was far more sensitive than imagined. But Isanon knew very well that if the Duke learned of this, his reaction would absolutely not be so simple. As soon as the serious matter was finished, the man planned to leave directly and even specifically told Isanon not to trouble himself by seeing him off. Although Isanon felt a little regretful, having originally wanted to find a chance to share a few drinks, under the current circumstances, letting him leave quickly was the safest choice. Isanon nodded and wished him a smooth journey. But just as the man was about to leave, he suddenly stopped again. The man said, "Oh, right." This final sentence was probably the true main point. Before leaving, the man still could not hold back. He specifically instructed Isanon to investigate where that woman was currently staying and to report back immediately once there was news. Isanon understood now. This matter was definitely not over. The scene shifted to the next day. Wilhelmina was hiding in the garden, asking John about the market. Wilhelmina asked, "According to what you're saying, the most powerful trading company outside right now is that Golden Rail Trading Company?" John nodded repeatedly, saying that the place was practically miraculous, with anything one could want. Wilhelmina fell into thought. This trading company called Golden Rail had been established by newly risen nobles, and its business was especially large. Whether it was daily goods used by commoners or spices and ingredients prized by nobles, they could get it all. These days, as long as one had money, even if the sky collapsed, it would not be a problem. Although Wilhelmina felt that made sense, she was still uneasy deep down. Though she was currently living fairly peacefully thanks to the Leighton family, who could guarantee that nothing unexpected would happen in the future. Using modern knowledge to make a fortune sounded easy, but actually doing it would probably not be so simple. Wilhelmina was currently worrying over this. She wanted to use modern knowledge to make money, but unfortunately, in her previous life, she had not been the type suited to research and development. Since hardcore technology was not an option, she would have to start with information. She continued asking whether there was any fresh news about the Golden Rail Trading Company. John took a bite of bread and suddenly remembered a key figure. He said there was a woman in town who sold flour. Her name seemed to be Jane. What was so unusual about selling flour? But after hearing what John said next, Wilhelmina realized this woman was definitely not simple. It turned out she was the youngest daughter of the Golden Rail family and was extremely ambitious. Not only did she know how to advertise and sell goods, she had even started holding white sugar tasting events. Why did this method sound so familiar? It seemed that in this world, she was not the only one who wanted to become a business magnate. John continued, saying that white sugar was absurdly expensive. Logically speaking, it should have been impossible to give it away for free. Yet when people from the head office came to cause trouble, they were instead scolded bloody by this woman. After hearing all this, Wilhelmina already had a sense of things. This woman, named Jane, not only had an unyielding spirit, but also an especially powerful background. Was she not exactly the partner Wilhelmina needed right now? Wilhelmina had just been worrying about having no helpers. Yet unexpectedly, she had run into such a formidable person so quickly. It seemed she really had chosen the right person to ask for information. Wilhelmina was extremely satisfied with John's performance. Since she could not create any advanced technology herself, she would change her thinking, combine the existing technology of this world with modern lifestyle ideas. This business definitely had potential. Wilhelmina was serious this time. No matter what method she had to use, she would draw that woman named Jane over to her side. She quickly wrote a letter in a few strokes and directly handed it to John beside her, telling him to deliver it to Jane as soon as possible. John could now tell what was going on and asked whether she intended to discuss business with the other party. Wilhelmina smiled. Business was business, but they had to start by becoming friends first. As long as she could achieve her goal, any method would do. After giving him the serious instructions, she did not forget to pat the boy on the head. This first move could be considered made. The real show would come next. After John finished his proper task, he had to hurry back to work in the garden. Wilhelmina had no airs at all and planned to walk the child part of the way. John casually asked where she was going. Wilhelmina did not hide it, saying she had arranged to meet the Duchess of Leighton. Hearing the title Duchess frightened the child badly. After all, that was a person at the very top. Wilhelmina, however, remained perfectly calm and told him not to worry. In the blink of an eye, it was the next morning. Wilhelmina changed into an outfit suitable for moving around and went to the appointment on time. Since the Duchess had invited her personally, there had to be something important. As for what the other party was planning, Wilhelmina's heart was already as clear as a mirror. This meeting would probably be another hard battle. Wilhelmina knew very well that at this meeting, the Duchess would definitely vent her anger over what had happened at the ball. After all, as the lady of the house, Wilhelmina had been absent for more than half the time that day in order to take care of the sick young lady. In noble circles, that was a serious taboo. But Wilhelmina was not panicked at all. She even felt that being scolded would be fine, as long as everyone's attention could be drawn away from that pitiful girl. Rumors and gossip loved nothing more than to latch onto one person and attack them relentlessly. Without background or connections, someone's entire life could be ruined by such idle talk. But if the topic shifted to her, the Duchess, who was even younger than her daughter-in-law, then the situation would be completely different. As long as she could protect that child from harm, what did it matter if she was pushed into the eye of the storm? Wilhelmina made up her mind. If the other party truly got angry later, she would simply and cleanly offer an apology, and the matter would pass. Just then, the door slowly opened. The real test had arrived. The moment Wilhelmina stepped into the room, the atmosphere was somewhat unexpected. As soon as Mikhail saw her, he stood up at once. His enthusiasm was practically as if he had seen a great savior. He quickly invited Wilhelmina to sit and did not forget to turn his head and advise Helen beside him to calm her anger, saying that everyone had gathered today not to quarrel. Although Helen did not refute him, she clearly had not cooled down yet. Mikhail was rather good at finding a way out, sighing with emotion that the family had finally gathered together properly. What was even more unexpected came after that. Mikhail actually took the initiative to ask what Team Mother would like to drink, and even wanted to brew it himself. Even Wilhelmina was alarmed by this. A dignified duke was actually going to brew tea for a fake stepmother. This treatment was far too high, so high that it made one's hair stand on end. It seemed this cup of tea today would not be easy to drink. Mikhail was still being attentive, completely unaware that his wife's gaze was practically about to bore holes through Wilhelmina. Wilhelmina felt deeply uneasy. Was this man's head empty? In stories like this, the hardest person to deal with was not actually the great villain, but rather this sort of top-tier fool who completely failed to read the room. Yet Mikhail still felt the fire was not big enough and cheerfully invited her. Since you were already here, why not simply stay for lunch? He had not noticed at all that the atmosphere behind him had already exploded completely. Wilhelmina's head truly ached now. An opponent this careless was even more exhausting than schemes and plots. When she first met Mikhail at the ball, Wilhelmina had thought he was pretending to be foolish and felt that this man must be harboring some evil plan. But now, looking at him, Mikhail truly had no schemes whatsoever. His behavior was simply impossible to evaluate. Mikhail smiled and said, "Mother, please have some tea." His attitude was so enthusiastic it had gone overboard. Wilhelmina now understood. This man was not acting. He really was missing a screw. In front of his own wife, Mikhail was actually wholeheartedly siding with his stepmother. At this rate, the household would probably never be peaceful. Mikhail's actions had truly put Wilhelmina over the fire. She could only force herself to ask, "I heard you had something to discuss with me." But Mikhail immediately leaned closer and said that the three of them, as one family, should have a proper gathering. Wilhelmina was screaming inwardly. Who wanted to gather with him? The person she had come to see was clearly someone else. This man still was not finished. He even suggested going to the annex together. Wilhelmina shouted wildly in her heart, begging him to shut up quickly and stop setting fires everywhere. In order to keep the situation from escalating, she hurriedly cut him off, saying that such occasions still required proper etiquette. After all, there were eyes watching them everywhere. But Mikhail, of all things, innocently asked in return, "Is that so?" Wilhelmina's mind was now full of question marks. Was this man serious? She secretly glanced at Helen opposite her and found that the other woman's expression had eased slightly. It seemed she did not need to behave quite so stiffly now. Wilhelmina quickly found a way to step down and said that if there was nothing urgent, they could simply contact each other by letter in the future. After all, everyone was usually quite busy. Who would have thought Mikhail would not take the hint at all? He smiled and said that everyone was family. So how could they be so distant? He even suggested that they gather every week for tea. Wilhelmina was truly about to collapse. She had just been about to refuse when Mikhail leaned closer again, saying that regarding the last ball, he still had many things he wanted to discuss with Mother. This man truly knew how to bring up the wrong subject at the wrong time. Wilhelmina cursed wildly in her heart. Life really cannot go on like this. Just as Mikhail kept talking endlessly, Helen finally could not endure it anymore and spoke, saying she had something to say. Mikhail was tactful this time. He smiled and said that it seemed she wanted him to shut up. This man finally had a bit of self-awareness. Immediately afterward, Helen dismissed all the servants. Judging from this posture, what came next would definitely not be simple. Sure enough, Helen went straight to the point and mentioned the matter of Viscount Milai's daughter. Wilhelmina's heart sank. What had to come had finally come. Helen continued, saying that a small incident had occurred at the ball and that Wilhelmina had happened not to be present at the time. After hearing this, Wilhelmina already understood. She explained that she had left after giving her greetings, so she truly had not seen what happened afterward. Helen said no more and directly took a letter from her bosom, pushing it across the table to Wilhelmina. Looking at this letter that had suddenly appeared, Wilhelmina's heart skipped. What was written inside this letter was probably the key to today's situation. The seal on the letter had not been touched. It was a thank you letter sent by that young lady. It seemed her family had not inspected her correspondence at all, which was rather surprising. Helen continued, "You handled this matter well. After all, that was the girl's first formal appearance. If she had made a fool of herself on such an occasion, her reputation for the rest of her life would have been ruined." But then the tone shifted. Helen's voice turned cold. She said that the most regrettable point was that Wilhelmina, as the hostess at the time, had not been present. Mikhail had just been about to speak up in her defense when Wilhelmina hurriedly stopped him. There was no need to rush to refute. She wanted to hear what the other party intended to say. Helen changed direction and said that since Wilhelmina had not been present last time, the next victory banquet would be entrusted entirely to her. Wilhelmina froze for a moment. There was a next time? Helen went on to explain that this ball had been held for the border count, while the next one would be specifically to reward the soldiers who guarded the border. This task was far heavier than imagined. After all, it concerned the army's dignity. If any more mistakes occurred, it would not be as simple as losing face. Wilhelmina knew very well that her absence from the border count's ball last time could indeed be viewed as disrespect toward the military. So by handing this task to her now, Helen was actually giving her a chance to make amends. At the same time, it could also suppress the gossip in the social world. Although she did not know whether it would ultimately succeed, this matter was truly beneficial to her. Wilhelmina had no way to refuse. She smiled and agreed, saying, "Since I caused you trouble before, I will definitely do my utmost this time." Helen nodded and said that the location and budget had already been decided. The rest would depend on how Wilhelmina arranged it. Helen had finished explaining everything that needed to be said. This matter had officially fallen onto Wilhelmina's shoulders. Seeing that the atmosphere had become a little serious, Mikhail quickly came over with a smile to smooth things over and suggested that they have some tea first. Wilhelmina's mind was now full of the victory banquet. How could she have any thought to rest? She refused without even thinking. But Mikhail did not read the room at all. He turned his head and ordered the servants to prepare refreshments, having no intention of listening to her. Helen, however, was rather considerate, saying that she had specially prepared herbal tea to prevent colds and that everyone should drink some. This made Mikhail even more enthusiastic. He directly pressed Wilhelmina into staying, saying such a small matter could be left to him. Looking at how busily he ran around, Wilhelmina felt uneasy. With a personality like his, could they truly count on him to support the entire family in the future? The refreshments were brought in, but Wilhelmina had no mind to eat. She looked at Mikhail before her heart full of worry. No matter how capable others were, Mikhail was the future head of the family. Looking at his carefree manner, one could not help worrying about the family's future. But from another perspective, a pure person like this was like a gentle golden retriever. Although he did not seem very reliable, at least he would not take the initiative to harm others. Moreover, the servants in the mansion actually evaluated him quite highly. He was completely different from his stern old father. Perhaps this manner of his was also a way of surviving. Just as the few of them were drinking tea, a knock suddenly came from outside the door. Mikhail casually responded, telling the person to come in broad daylight, who would come to disturb them at such a time. The person who entered turned out to be the butler, who said there was an urgent matter that Mikhail needed to handle. Well, there it was. Mikhail, who had just been busily tending to things here, could only first greet Wilhelmina and tell her chat with Helen for now. Before leaving, he did not forget to add that he would come back to find her once he was done. Since they had nearly finished their tea, Wilhelmina actually wanted to return to the annex to rest. But Helen suddenly spoke, saying Lady Roland had an especially good impression of her. It seemed her performance this time had indeed caused many people to see her in a new light. Wilhelmina let out a breath of relief after hearing this. So that lady had evaluated her so highly. Helen smiled and added, although you are indeed not very skilled in etiquette, what she valued was your sincerity. That is far more valuable than rigid rules. It seemed that ginger tea really had worked well. Wilhelmina even wondered whether she should buy more and keep some in reserve. But just then, the atmosphere in the room changed abruptly. Helen put away the smile she had worn earlier and coldly said, since you know your own limits, remain this humble from now on. You had best not develop any improper thoughts. These words sounded more like a warning. Wilhelmina stared at the woman before her. Now she understood completely. Those earlier words of praise had not been praise at all. They had all been veiled sarcasm. This was plainly mockery hidden behind politeness. Anyone else would have changed expression long ago. But Wilhelmina did not take it to heart at all. After all, that man was not present, so the other party had no need to pretend to be polite. This straightforward personality instead seemed rather mature. Helen kept her face tense, probably waiting for Wilhelmina to get angry. But what happened? Wilhelmina actually laughed aloud and even thought this elder sister-like woman was rather cute. Everything she thought was written all over her face. She clearly hated Wilhelmina to death, yet still had to force herself to act magnanimous. Helen was completely stunned now, unable to understand this approach at all. In truth, such little tricks were nothing in Wilhelmina's eyes. Although her identity had changed now, before coming to this world, what kinds of people had she not seen? Ultimately, in the modern world where Kim Hannah had lived, identity and status had never been absolute. So Helen's little temper was nothing in her eyes. Compared with those who acted one way in public and another behind people's backs, she actually admired Helen's personality more, the kind that wrote both likes and dislikes plainly on her face. Wilhelmina spoke plainly. Since she had become the mother-in-law of this family, she would definitely fulfill the duties of a duchess and absolutely would not put on airs as an elder. After all, if the relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law became strained, the entire household could forget about peace. She smiled and asked Helen, "What do you think?" Those words sounded like a discussion, but in reality, she had already blocked off all escape routes. Before the year-end ball began, Wilhelmina had two major tasks in hand that she absolutely had to complete. The first was to officially establish contact with Jane of the Golden Rail Trading Company. The second was to organize a proper banquet for those soldiers and knights. To be honest, she had no confidence in either of these matters. But there was no time to hesitate now. She could only handle the immediate situation first. At this moment, Jane was quite courteous. She gave a proper bow and introduced herself as Jane of the Golden Rail Trading Company. Wilhelmina did not put on airs and told her to simply call her by name. She had also specially prepared hot tea. After all, this weather was indeed somewhat cold. The first step could be considered taken, but could the business discussion that followed truly go so smoothly? Since they were going to discuss proper matters, unrelated people naturally had to leave first. Wilhelmina waved her hand and told Anna to withdraw for the moment. But as soon as Anna went out, she ran into a tough obstacle. This person was extraordinarily tall, practically like a wall blocking the doorway. Wilhelmina noticed as well. Judging from his clothing, he should be one of the mansion's guards, but there was something not quite right about his presence. Just now, their gazes seemed to have met. Was it an illusion? This man's eyes did not seem like those of an ordinary guard. That large, tall man at the door had indeed startled Wilhelmina. Jane quickly explained that he was her assistant. She apologized, saying she should have had him wait elsewhere instead of standing here in the way. Wilhelmina did not mind and waved her hand, saying it was fine. After all, the serious matter was more important. Jane picked up the teacup and took a sip. As soon as the tea entered her mouth, she froze. This taste was unusual. It was not ordinary black tea at all. Wilhelmina smiled and explained that it was made with ginger and was especially effective for preventing colds. Jane nodded and said the fragrance was indeed quite special. But who could have expected that Wilhelmina's next words would make the atmosphere instantly drop to freezing? She said the teeth had been found in the storeroom. The words sounded ordinary, but Jane's expression changed at once. Could there be some unspeakable secret about the items in the storeroom? Wilhelmina casually mentioned that ginger was too expensive to serve freely to guests. In truth, this was a test of the other party's bottom line. Jane put down the teacup and spoke plainly. She said that although the Golden Rail Trading Company did business, she was only an employee and was probably unable to accept a large order from a ducal young lady. Those words sounded polite, but in reality, they were a tactful refusal. She did not want to get involved with nobles at all. After all, the waters in this line of work were too deep, and one careless step could easily drag her in. Wilhelmina saw through her at a glance. She smiled and said, "You may have misunderstood. I invited you here today, not to discuss any kind of cooperation at all." As soon as these words came out, Jane was completely unable to follow. If not for business, then why had she gone to such lengths to invite her here? Wilhelmina laid her cards on the table. She said she had come today because she wanted to invest a sum of money in Jane's business. In her view, starting a business herself was like buying a lottery ticket. The risk was simply too great. It would be better to become an investor and wait to collect money. After hearing this, Jane was completely stunned and could not help asking, "Do you truly know what kind of business I do?" Wilhelmina smiled and said, "You sell grain and spices, do you not?" Although this line of work could not make massive profits and could at most be considered a stable business, Jane's methods were anything but ordinary. She held tasting events and invited chefs to make sugar sculptures. These marketing tactics in this era were practically an overwhelming advantage. Wilhelmina knew very well that Jane was definitely an underestimated business genius. She was determined to invest in this business. Wilhelmina knew very clearly that Jane's vision was indeed far ahead of its time. But spending too much effort on commoners with limited purchasing power would make it very difficult to earn large profits. She put down her teacup and brought up the good deeds Jane had been doing recently. She had heard that Jane had been supplying flour to orphanages at low prices. Wilhelmina spoke frankly, saying that she had been moved by this kindness and had therefore decided to provide the money. But she also gave Jane a reminder. Investment and donation were two different things. Although she had come with sincerity, this was ultimately still a business negotiation. After hearing this, Jane finally felt more certain. Since the rules had already been established, there was nothing to hesitate over. Jane immediately stated that she absolutely would not let this investment go to waste. The business had been agreed upon, but would the road ahead truly be as smooth as expected? Jane knew very well that no merchant in the world could refuse an investor who only provided money and did not interfere. Wilhelmina's request was also very simple. She said that at the beginning, she did not expect to earn a great deal. As long as Jane did not lose the principal, that would be enough. But after hearing this, Jane instead found it unbelievable. Was preserving the principal not the most basic requirement? If that were not done, it would be a crime under the law. Now it was Wilhelmina's turn not to react. She had never heard that this world actually had laws that protected investors to such an extent. It turned out that according to the rules here, as long as a merchant took a noble's money, they had to sign a principal guarantee agreement. If they truly lost the principal, it would not be something that could be settled merely by paying compensation. It seemed that although noble money felt good to take, the legal risks behind it were far greater than imagined. This kind of law was practically a death charm. Once a business lost money, it would not only lead to total bankruptcy, the entire family would be burdened with debts they could never repay. If they had no money to repay the debt, they would be imprisoned and their lives would be completely ruined. After hearing this, Wilhelmina was speechless. What romantic entrepreneurship! This was clearly dancing on the edge of a blade. Jane explained helplessly that this was why companies that dared accept investment were essentially gambling with their lives every day. The more Wilhelmina listened, the more she felt something was wrong. Since the requirement to guarantee principal was so strict, did they not usually examine the accounts carefully? If someone tampered with the books, would that not mean they could frame anyone they wanted? Jane was taken aback by the question. Clearly, she had not yet realized how large the loopholes behind this system were. Wilhelmina casually gave an example. For instance, using the company's name to secretly put money into your own pocket. To use a nicer term, you should know very well what that is called, right? As soon as those words came out, Jane froze completely. She clearly had not expected the other party to speak so directly. Jane knew very well that the woman before her was absolutely not the sort of ordinary and noble who only knew how to drink tea and chat. Wilhelmina, this young woman, did indeed look quite charming, but in Jane's eyes, she had merely been an ordinary noble lady. Originally, Jane had not wanted to get involved with these nobles at all and had planned to casually deal with the meeting today, then consider the matter over. Her little scheme had been quite clear. After receiving the investment, she would simply return the principal. But who could have expected that this young woman was not simple at all? As soon as Wilhelmina spoke, she directly brought up financial fraud, saying that this was the little trick trading companies used to make money. Before Jane could react, Wilhelmina then threw out another term, profit smoothing. This time, Jane could no longer sit still. She was truly stumped. Profit smoothing? Was that deliberately reporting lower performance in order to prevent others from investing? Wilhelmina shook her head. It is not that simple. It is done to make a company appear to be growing steadily all along. She casually picked up the sugar cubes on the table. Let us use an example. This cube of sugar is profit, and each layer represents the amount for 1 year. Two companies both earn 10 cubes over 4 years, but the way they are displayed can be different. Wilhelmina directly threw the question to Jane. If it were you, which company would you invest in? Jane did not even think before pointing to the one showing stair-step growth. Of course I would choose this one. A company whose growth doubles every year. Any normal investor would make that choice. But that was precisely the beginning of the trap. Jane felt that the kind of company whose results rose and fell unpredictably looked unreliable. So of course one should choose the one that grew every year. Wilhelmina smiled and said, "That is the most brilliant part. What if the two companies actually earned exactly the same amount? As long as you slightly manipulate the accounts and deliberately spread out the profits, you can create a perfect growth curve specifically to lure investors who value potential." Jane now understood completely. No wonder those large trading companies could obtain huge investments every time. It turned out their perfect performance was all staged like this. But the risk was too great. Jane could not help asking, if it fails, would that not make them fraudsters? Wilhelmina did not avoid the issue at all. This was originally a gamble where lives were on the line. As Wilhelmina poured tea, she casually mentioned shell companies, saying that with such things, even false accounts could be made flawlessly. Jane accepted the teacup, but doubts arose in her heart. What exactly was this so-called shell company? Wilhelmina asked in return, "Have you never heard of it? It is a company that exists in name only. On the surface, it pretends to be unrelated, but in reality, it does not truly exist." Jane was completely convinced now. It seemed she had been too arrogant before. The woman before her truly had real ability. Jane had now been thoroughly won over. Before leaving, she even specifically asked whether she could come often in the future to ask for guidance. Wilhelmina agreed readily. After all, who would push away a helper delivered to their door? Jane had no idea who had truly profited the most in this transaction. After seeing Jane off, the next matter was the real main event. Wilhelmina had no intention of staying idle. Although it was freezing outside and she truly did not want to move a single step, in order to prepare that victory ball, she had to personally go out. Just as she was about to leave, she heard a huge commotion outside. Someone was shouting at the top of their lungs, "Why do you keep saying no?" Wilhelmina stopped and saw that Anna was arguing with someone. It turned out Anna wanted to borrow a horse to go out, but she had been firmly stopped. These horses were not something just anyone could ride. The steward made it very clear that all of them were treasures left behind by the old duke. Any single horse brought out at random was worth as much as an entire estate. The rules were laid out clearly. Without the owner's permission, no one could touch these horses. Wilhelmina understood now. This was not horse management at all. They were clearly trying to intimidate her. A mother wanting to go out had to beg her son to approve the use of a horse. If this got out, it would be a complete joke. To put it plainly, These people did not regard her as the legitimate duchess at all. Since the family's horses could not be used, Wilhelmina simply declared, "Then I will walk." This frightened Anna badly. If a dignified duchess had to rely on her own legs to travel, the ducal mansion's reputation would be completely destroyed. But Wilhelmina had no intention of truly suffering that hardship. She turned and asked the steward whether they could call a carriage from outside. The steward agreed quite quickly and immediately said he would arrange the best carriage. But Anna grew even more panicked. To leave the family's luxurious carriages unused and insist on hiring one from outside. If word spread, their reputation would be utterly ruined. Wilhelmina did not care at all. She felt it was just like taking a taxi. Since she had no vehicle of her own anyway, as long as they moved quickly, who would see her riding an outside carriage? In her view, a living person was more important than a little empty reputation. As soon as she said this, the steward beside her was stunned. Since these horses could only be looked at in the annex, but not ridden, what meaning was there in keeping them? Wilhelmina simply used her ultimate move. She said she would later find someone to discuss directly removing these horses. Now the steward could no longer sit still. If all the horses were moved to the main city, his own post would probably come to an end. Wilhelmina smiled especially brightly. "Since you care for these horses so much, then I might as well send both the people and the horses away together and change your place of work." Wilhelmina was usually generous to others, but that was not so people could treat her kindness as weakness. Seeing that his livelihood was about to vanish, the steward quickly pointed to a white horse in the corner and carefully asked whether that one would do. Wilhelmina casually asked who the owner of that horse was. The steward hurriedly answered that it was under the Duke's name, but he specifically emphasized that it was the oldest and least valuable horse here. Wilhelmina saw through everything now. This fellow wanted both to keep his post and to avoid giving face to her, the Duchess. To put it plainly, he was afraid that if one of those valuable horses lost even a single hair, his own head would fall with it. But he had not yet realized that this time he had truly kicked an iron plate. Wilhelmina smiled. She said that since he was so diligent and responsible, she definitely had to move him to a place where he could better display his talents. Those words sounded like praise, but in reality, she was throwing him out. The steward now understood completely and stood frozen in place. Wilhelmina was even a little puzzled and said, "I am not planning to lock you up. Why are you getting so worked up?" The steward had just been about to beg for mercy when Wilhelmina's gaze turned cold. She told him to lower his voice. Defying one's employer here had consequences far more serious than failing to lead out a horse. At this, the steward's final psychological defense completely collapsed, and he collapsed to the ground, unable to move. Wilhelmina saw it clearly. That fellow had simply grown lazy from having no one manage him, and had therefore dared play tricks before his master. Anna muttered quietly beside her that if he returned to the main city, the rules there would be much stricter. His good days were now completely over. Wilhelmina suddenly asked, "Was I too harsh on him?" Anna hurriedly waved her hands, saying that her grace had already shown the utmost benevolence. Not directly dismissing him outright was already giving him enormous face. After hearing this, Wilhelmina smiled. This little girl really knew how to speak, but she knew best why the coat she wore was so warm. It was because Anna had specifically warmed it for her by the stove for quite a while. This kind of quiet thoughtfulness was what she valued most. Anna's little mouth was becoming sweeter and sweeter. She praised Wilhelmina enthusiastically, saying, "My lady, you are simply the best master in the whole world." Wilhelmina listened. "You feel pleased too, don't you? Hearing you praise me like that makes me feel much more at ease. Listen to that noise. The whole place is boiling over. Wilhelmina is watching from right here. It seems today's show is going to be even more exciting than expected." Victory or defeat came down to that one move. The red-haired man fell straight to the ground, and the blonde man became the center of everyone's attention. Everyone was shouting that he had done it. Now he had truly stolen the spotlight and become a hero in everyone's eyes. Who would have thought that the moment the match ended, things would become this thrilling? Anna, standing beside her, was badly frightened. She hurriedly reached out, wanting to cover Wilhelmina's eyes, exclaiming that the scene was far too improper and telling her lady to turn away at once. But Wilhelmina was not looking there at all. Instead, she noticed Anna's rough hands and was thinking that she ought to get the girl some hand cream. Faced with Anna's panic, Wilhelmina remained exceptionally calm, taking off a shirt during training. What was so strange about that? Anna still wanted to persuade her, but Wilhelmina stopped her with a single sentence. We neither barged into a private place nor opened a closed door. The people practicing martial arts do not feel embarrassed, so what is wrong with us taking a look? The best part was that she admitted it openly in the end. In any case, handsome men with good figures were indeed pleasant to look at. Anna beside her could no longer bear to watch. Wilhelmina, however, was seriously pondering something. These knights all had different physiques. It seemed that in real battle, the relationship between body type and technique was far more complicated than she had imagined. Just as she was watching intently, someone suddenly called to her from behind. Isanon was clearly startled. He had never expected this noble lady to come to the training ground. Wilhelmina, however, was very calm and greeted him with a smile. "Lord Isanon, we meet again." Isanon finally reacted. He quickly turned back and shouted at his subordinates, "Stop standing around bare-chested. Put your clothes on. Can't you see we have an honored guest here?" Isanon seemed somewhat displeased and clicked his tongue. Wilhelmina, on the other hand, looked completely composed. The two stared at each other, neither able to figure out what the other was thinking. The scene shifted, and they arrived at a lively tavern. The rough men who had won the earlier contest were celebrating together. Good wine and good food had all been prepared, and the whole place was cheering. Amid the clamor, Isanon was thinking about something else. A celebration ball? Isanon asked tentatively. He clearly wanted to find someone knowledgeable to organize the event. Wilhelmina nodded. "That is right. If you have any special requests, please bring them up. I will include them in the plan." Isanon was easygoing enough. As long as there is food and drink, those boys will definitely be happy. But if you put on a play or a traditional ball, I doubt it will work. Those rough men will never appreciate anything so refined. Wilhelmina then asked, "What about the dishes? Is there anything in particular you would like to eat?" Isanon thought for a moment, but he really could not come up with anything right away. After living here for so long, compared with fussy steaks and etiquette, everyone prefers eating roasted meat in big bites. Besides, I do not drink, so I cannot give much advice about the alcohol either. Wilhelmina was now troubled. It seemed organizing this gathering well would be more troublesome than she had imagined. Just then, Isanon changed the subject. "However, I do know someone who can definitely be of help to you." Isanon spoke decisively. Since there was a suitable candidate, he planned to invite that person personally. He told Wilhelmina to wait here for a while and said he would return shortly. Anna, standing nearby, was stunned. For such a small errand, he actually did not ask a servant to do it, but insisted on going himself. Wilhelmina, however, saw through him. This old general was simply that kind of person. He liked doing everything personally. A person like that was the sort who made others feel reassured. Before long, footsteps came from outside the door. It seemed the important person had arrived. A voice came from the doorway. "I heard you were looking for me." Who would have thought that the helper Isanon had invited would actually be a valiant female knight? Nadasanon gave a proper military salute. She explained that her superior had been held up by urgent matters, so she had come first to report. Wilhelmina quickly told her to rise, and even apologized on Anna's behalf for what had just happened. Anna still had not recovered, and kept praising how beautiful the other party was, saying she had almost failed to recognize her identity just now. Nadasanon was not angry at all. Instead, she felt that she had not tidied her hair properly, which had caused everyone to misunderstand. Her personality truly belonged to someone who got real work done. Wilhelmina politely invited her to a seat. As soon as Nadasanon sat down, she dropped a bombshell. She said she was actually not a man. More accurately, she had no gender at all. Wilhelmina was stunned by that. What exactly did that mean? Nadasanon did not intend to hide it either, and directly revealed her true identity. It turned out that she was an elf. Now everything made sense. No wonder she was so outstanding in appearance. Beings like elves were almost never seen among humans. They were all born from nature itself. Some were born in volcanoes, while others took root in thousand-year-old ancient trees. Nadasanon explained that beings like elves were different from ordinary people from birth. They had no need for something like gender. Scholars had long argued endlessly over this matter. Some believed they were a branch of humanity, while others believed they were pure spiritual beings. But in Wilhelmina's view, no matter what identity they had, as long as they could communicate, they were no different from ordinary people. She went straight to the point and mentioned that the border count had recommended Nadasanon, saying that this knight would answer any question and absolutely would not conceal anything. Nadasanon paused, then repeated, absolutely would not conceal anything? Wilhelmina smiled and nodded. After all, in this place, honesty was the most valuable thing. This time, she sincerely wanted to organize the upcoming event well, so she had to find someone reliable and ask clearly about every detail. Wilhelmina made herself clear. As long as Nadasanon could offer good ideas, the reward would certainly not be lacking. Nadasanon was not reserved at all. She felt that food and drink alone would not be enough. They needed some different kind of entertainment. Rather than having everyone sit there watching a play, they might as well hold a special activity that would let the knights and soldiers move around. Wilhelmina did not quite follow. A special activity? Nadasanon explained that instead of making everyone spectators, they should let them participate personally. Only then would the atmosphere truly become lively. That suggestion indeed struck the heart of the matter. Wilhelmina began to think about what kind of activity could let this group of rough men enjoy themselves to the fullest. Nadasanon felt that making these soldiers, who only knew blades and spears, go dancing would practically be asking for their lives. When Wilhelmina heard that, she thought it made sense. Since everyone here practiced combat, why not hold a martial tournament? Nadasanon agreed wholeheartedly. These people love showing off in ordinary times. If they could display their skills in front of a crowd, they would definitely try harder than anyone. Wilhelmina began calculating. Since it would be hosted by the Leighton family, merely fighting would not be enough. It had to be made magnificent, something that would make the entire city remember this grand event. But at that moment, Nadasanon suddenly stated that she absolutely could not participate in this tournament. Wilhelmina was puzzled. This was a great opportunity to stand out. Why would Nadasanon refuse? Nadasanon was straightforward. She said her face was too troublesome. If she truly entered the arena, her opponents would probably be unable to concentrate on fighting at all. Wilhelmina immediately understood. Indeed, if someone who looked like that went into a tournament, how could those soldiers still remember to watch the sword? Moreover, thinking about it carefully, fighting acquaintances really was awkward. If one faced one's own superior or friend, who could truly strike with full force. But this did not stump Wilhelmina. Since the face was the problem, they could simply cover it. Wilhelmina's mind worked quickly. Since showing one's face was an issue, then they should hide everyone's identity completely. This would no longer be a simple fight, but a pure contest of strength. No one would be able to score points by relying on their face. When the time came, everyone would change into exaggerated outfits and wear bizarre masks. No one would recognize anyone. Disguises alone were not enough either. They would also need a whole pile of ridiculous nicknames. The more absurd, the better. That would definitely drive the atmosphere to its peak. The more Wilhelmina thought about it, the more excited she became. Why don't we hold a masked fighting tournament? What do you think? Nadasanon could hardly believe it. A masked fighting tournament? Wilhelmina nodded firmly. That's right. When the time comes, everyone will wear splendid clothes, put on masks, and fight under false names. That way, no one will recognize anyone else, and everyone can only rely on their true ability. That will be the fairest duel. Nadasanon was stunned as she listened. This kind of competition was practically tailor-made for her. She grabbed Wilhelmina's hand and shouted excitedly, "I truly hope this tournament can be held." After all, she had waited far too long for an opportunity like this, one that could prove her strength. Nadasanon was beside herself with excitement. At that moment, Isanon pushed the door open and walked in. With a curious expression, he asked, "What are you talking about? What could make Nada this excited?" After all, in his memory, he had never seen Nadasanon lose composure like this. Wilhelmina quickly greeted him with a smile. "Lord Isanon, you have returned at just the right time." Since the elder had returned, Wilhelmina simply extended an invitation directly. "Would you like to sit down and listen to the plan we just discussed?" Isanon did not put on airs either. "That sounds interesting." Isanon thought it over carefully and felt that the idea really could work. Although wearing masks and formal attire while fighting sounded a little awkward, it was only for this one occasion. It was not as though they would be rolling around in the mud every day. Being a little refined once in a while was not a bad thing. Wilhelmina seized the opportunity and quickly made several requests. She wanted to borrow some practice weapons and medical kits, and also find a few soldiers to help build a stage. Isanon agreed very readily, and immediately told Nadasanon to go call over all those idle soldiers and drag them into work. Without another word, Nadasanon rushed out to make preparations. Even Wilhelmina herself had not expected the plan to be approved so smoothly. Isanon smiled. In truth, he had understood everything from the start. The moment he heard about a mass tournament. He knew this was practically tailor-made for Nadasanon. If it could make someone of his household happy, what was there to hesitate about? This time, Isanon was truly impressed. He only praised Wilhelmina's sharp eye, saying she could come up with such an excellent idea. Wilhelmina quickly laughed it off, saying that she had merely borrowed from other people's experience, though in truth she felt rather guilty inside. Isanon then spoke from the heart. Because of Nadasanon's appearance and special identity, she had always been excluded within the Night Order. This tournament will be the perfect chance for her to vent her frustration. Wilhelmina's heart sank as she listened. So the situation had already become that serious. Isanon helplessly said that in a place like the army, someone too unusual and too outstanding often had no way to establish themselves. Forcing everyone together would only cause problems. Immediately afterward, Isanon revealed a major piece of news. Nadasanon was about to retire and had to quickly find a new master to serve. Wilhelmina was completely bewildered. Knights could actually retire? Shouldn't this be a lifelong profession? Isanon's next words made the atmosphere even more subtle. Normally, knights did indeed serve for life, but Nadasanon's situation was clearly an exception. Isanon sighed and said that Nadasanon's circumstances were truly special. For ordinary knights, their entire life basically depended on their lord. Whatever title the lord granted them was what they accepted. But Nadasanon was different. She could exchange merit for honor, then, after retirement, completely become a free knight. It sounded glorious, but this so-called freedom was actually not much different from being a wanderer. After all, if a knight lost the master they were loyal to, the title became nothing more than decoration. Wilhelmina immediately understood. So Isanon wanted to help Nadasanon find a reliable new employer before she left. Isanon nodded and admitted that this was his true purpose. Wilhelmina began calculating inwardly. Since they were looking for a master, her strength would naturally have to be solid. She then asked, "Then, just how capable is Nadasanon?" Isanon said with a serious expression that Nadasanon's ability was absolutely top-notch. Looking across the entire Night Order, she was among the very best. One had to know that Isanon commanded the strongest military force in the West. Yet someone as powerful as Nadasanon still had not received the recognition she deserved. Wilhelmina felt rather uncomfortable hearing this. Anyone would feel bad in a situation where their talent went unappreciated. Since the conversation had reached this point, Isanon made the decision on the spot. The ball would officially be held next weekend. After the formal discussion ended, Isanon politely rose to see his guest out. Wilhelmina returned the courtesy. Before leaving, she did not forget to instruct Anna to go call another carriage. Isanon froze for a moment after hearing this. A dignified duchess going out without even a proper carriage? Wilhelmina quickly explained that the carriages at home had all happened to be sent out, so she could only temporarily hire one from outside. As soon as those words left her mouth, Isanon's gaze instantly changed. He stared hard at Anna beside her. Wilhelmina was startled by that look and muttered inwardly. Why had this old man suddenly become so fierce? Her maid had not done anything wrong. In the end, Isanon sighed, and his tone suddenly became especially polite. He insisted on personally arranging a carriage for Wilhelmina. He turned around and ordered his subordinates to quickly prepare the most respectable carriage to send the Duchess back. Now it was difficult for Wilhelmina to refuse. It seemed this old man had truly taken her for a noble lady fallen on hard times. Wilhelmina originally thought it would at most be a slightly higher class carriage. But when the carriage appeared, both she and Anna were dumbfounded. How is this an ordinary carriage? Just the horses pulling it numbered 6. With such a display, anyone who did not know better might think it was going off to charge in a battle. Looking at the carriage itself, there was not a single unnecessary ornament on it. It carried the stark, hardened aura unique to an old military vehicle. If it went down the street, the rate of people turning their heads would absolutely be 100%. Wilhelmina muttered inwardly. This carriage looked far too much like a troop transport from the front lines. She truly did not want to sit inside at all. If she had known, she would rather have casually hired an ordinary carriage. But Isanon remained perfectly calm and even made a particularly gentlemanly gesture of invitation. "Duchess, please get in. I guarantee this carriage is absolutely steady." Since the carriage had already been prepared, Isanon simply got in as well. He said he happened to be going the same way and wanted to accompany the Duchess for part of the journey. How could Wilhelmina dare refuse? She could only nod and agree. After sitting steadily, Wilhelmina kept muttering inwardly. Why was this old man so enthusiastic today? In the past, she had had no chance at all to speak with such an important figure. It seemed that once her status changed, her treatment really did become different. As they traveled, Isanon suddenly brought up an old matter. He asked Wilhelmina whether she remembered the topic they had discussed in the garden last time. This question stumped her. The time in the garden? Isanon reminded her that it was about that man. He lowered his voice and asked whether she had once had some kind of relationship with a man. Isanon suddenly lowered his voice again and said he wanted to ask the Duchess for a favor, to forget all the nonsense he had said that night. Wilhelmina was utterly confused. Before she could react, Isanon actually apologized on the spot, saying that everything he had said that night had been nonsense he made up and asking her not to take it to heart. Since the other party had defined the matter as a joke, Wilhelmina was happy to go along with it and quickly nodded in agreement, thinking that this old man was really going all out to smooth things over. But Anna noticed that something was off. She quietly leaned closer to ask whether something major had happened on the day of the ball. Wilhelmina laughed it off, saying that truly nothing had happened. But the more evasive she was, the more suspicious Anna became. This clearly meant there was something going on. Wilhelmina was helpless too. Isanon had just personally said to forget that matter, so how could she dare gossip about it? But Anna clearly had no intention of letting her go. She stared at her with a gossiping expression, making Wilhelmina feel uneasy. What on earth was this girl thinking? Just as the carriage passed the steps, Wilhelmina casually glanced outside and discovered two familiar figures sitting together in the distance, whispering to each other. Looking carefully, wasn't that Helen? Why was she here? Anna also leaned over and immediately recognized the man opposite Helen. Isn't that Mr. Jackson? Wilhelmina was completely confused. The name sounded familiar, but she just could not remember who he was. Anna quickly reminded her. He is the stable manager. He previously found excuses and refused no matter what to lend his horses. Before the carriage had even come to a complete stop, Helen was staring directly at the people in the carriage. She tentatively called out, "Mother." Isanon, however, remained calm. "Good afternoon, Helen." He explained that he had just been discussing the victory banquet with the Duchess. Seeing that she had not brought a carriage, he had brought her back on the way. After hearing this, Helen politely said, "Then I truly thank you for your care." Isanon waved his hand and said, "This is only what a knight should do. We cannot let a lady walk back such a long distance alone." But hearing these words, Helen felt that no matter how she thought about it, something was not right. When had these two become so close? Wilhelmina herself was stunned. This development had completely exceeded her expectations. Looking at Isanon's solemn expression, could it be that he was standing up for her? But why? He had clearly been trying to distance himself just now. Yet now he was publicly protecting her. Helen stood there without saying a word, and the atmosphere suddenly became extremely stiff. Wilhelmina kept wondering inwardly what medicine this old man was selling in his gourd. Her situation in the Leighton family was not good, and Isanon had surely seen that long ago. Since that was the case, why would this old man still step in to help her? Isanon politely took his leave. "Duchess, I will go on ahead. Until we meet again." Wilhelmina responded with a smile. "Very well. See you next time, Border Count Isanon." Watching Isanon leave, Wilhelmina knew very well that even if he was a border count, openly opposing the Leighton family would probably not end well for him. Wilhelmina looked at the scene before her and had already made her own judgment. She had originally thought this person would at most be scolded a few times, but judging by his appearance, he looked as though he were waiting to die. The atmosphere was indeed wrong. Even if he had made a mistake, he should not be this terrified. Helen, however, was very calm. She casually instructed, "Mother, I will arrange a new carriage for you as soon as possible. You will definitely be able to use it for the year-end ball." Wilhelmina listened from the side and could not help interjecting. "Then what do you plan to do with the horses that were originally in the stable?" Helen's words carried thorns. She said those horses were all the Duke's property. The meaning was very clear. What kind of horses Wilhelmina would be given depended entirely on where she stood in this household. Wilhelmina had no desire to bother with such petty provocation. She directly called Anna and planned to return to her room to rest. But the other party still had no intention of letting her go. Helen suddenly changed the subject and mentioned the stableman, saying he usually slacked off at work and needed to be properly dealt with. This time, the stableman fell into complete despair. In the Leighton family, so-called discipline was not that simple. Helen deliberately stopped, stared at Wilhelmina, and asked, "How do you think he should be handled?" This was clearly throwing the difficult problem right into her face. Wilhelmina directly asked in return, "What exactly do you mean by that?" Helen was not polite at all and insisted that she assigned the stableman a crime. This was obviously an attempt to drag her into the water. Anna was stunned. The tension between these two was practically about to blow the roof off. Wilhelmina did not let herself be led by the nose, and first asked what mistake this man had committed. Helen casually listed 2 charges, saying that he had failed to take proper care of the horses in the annex, and had also failed to prepare a carriage in time. Wilhelmina understood perfectly. This was not about disciplining a servant at all. Helen was clearly trying to force her to personally admit that those horses did not belong to her, and also make her play the villain. This move was truly ruthless. Now, it all depended on how Wilhelmina would respond. Wilhelmina had originally planned to simply transfer this stableman away and be done with it. But now, if she let him off lightly, her reputation as Duchess would be completely ruined. Although she knew very well that she truly had little status at present, and that those horses were all the Duke's property, was it really necessary to clash head-on over such a small matter? Thinking of this, Wilhelmina directly turned defense into offense. She stared at Helen and asked, "Helen, I have only one question for you. Who exactly is this stableman working for?" The question came so suddenly that Helen did not react at once. She completely failed to understand what Wilhelmina was planning. Wilhelmina's move was to advance by retreating. She made things clear in public. If they wanted to determine this stableman's crime, they first had to figure out whose person he was. If this man was under the annex's management, then it was indeed her failure as mistress to properly teach her subordinate. But if this man had been sent by the main residence, then the nature of the matter changed completely. Helen now had nothing to say at all. She had originally wanted to use the stableman's matter to embarrass Wilhelmina, but instead had trapped herself. If she admitted that the stableman belonged to the main residence, then his earlier rudeness toward the Duchess would have to be borne by the main residence. Wilhelmina had calculated everything clearly. Rather than lose her reputation over a few horses, it was better to take this chance to win people's hearts back. Now let's see how the other party ended this. Wilhelmina directly threw the problem back to Helen. "What will you choose? Will you be magnanimous like me, or honestly state the truth?" This move was practically roasting the other party over a fire. Either admit defeat or expose herself. The days passed one by one. Thinking back on what had happened that day, Wilhelmina had actually broken out in a cold sweat. At the time, she had truly feared that the two sides would tear away all pretense and start fighting. Wilhelmina was strolling through the garden, while Anna beside her still felt lingering fear, saying she had never seen Helen show such a frightening expression. But in Wilhelmina's view, Helen had always been that kind of person. It was just that this time, she had truly frightened Anna badly. She had originally thought there would be a huge uproar, but this silent confrontation had actually ended so quickly. In the end, Helen had still admitted defeat, saying she had made a mistake and would only impose a symbolic punishment. This was clearly because she wanted to escape as quickly as possible. But how could things be that simple? The person had left, but those horses had still been taken away by her. Just as Wilhelmina was thinking about this matter, Anna suddenly ran over to report that the stableman named Jackson had actually been beaten by the other stablemen. The reason sounded high-sounding enough. They said they disliked him and wanted to teach that lazy fellow a lesson. But no matter how one looked at it, the matter was suspicious. Wilhelmina knew clearly that this was not a simple lesson. Someone was clearly trying to kill the chicken to frighten the monkeys, or perhaps trying to silence someone. As they were speaking, a familiar voice came over. It turned out Nadasanon had arrived. This knight had not come alone. Just look at this formation. A great pile of boxes followed behind her. It seemed the main residence was taking things seriously this time. Wilhelmina, holding flowers, exchanged a polite remark, saying that there was not even a cup of tea in such a large garden, which was somewhat embarrassing. But that was merely a social phrase. No one truly intended to sit down and drink tea. The people doing the work were rather practical, saying that they had simply come on assignment and that as long as the work was finished, all was well. The formation looked quite impressive. All of them were elites sent by the main residents. It turned out Isanon had sent Nadasanon over. The old man's intentions were so obvious that everyone could see them. Wilhelmina saw through it at a glance. This was not simply coming to help. Though Nadasanon looked cold on the surface, the little thoughts in her heart had long since been seen through by Wilhelmina. This lady was now waiting to see how the noblewoman would issue orders. Nadasanon directly asked, "What should we do next?" The ball was thrown back into Wilhelmina's hands again. Wilhelmina suggested, "Why don't we go take a look at those clothes?" Since the main business had not yet begun, she would first take this night around. This was not a place just anyone could enter. Wilhelmina led the way in front, and Nadasanon followed closely behind, clearly still not understanding the situation. When the door was pushed open, the scene inside surprised Nadasanon somewhat. Wilhelmina smiled and greeted them. "How has everyone been lately?" The children in the room immediately cried out excitedly when they saw her. Nadasanon looked incredulous. "Are all these people working for you?" This formation did not look like an ordinary workshop. Wilhelmina shook her head. "They are merely children from the estate, gathered here for the bustle." But the things these children were working on did not seem so simple. Nadasanon looked at the room full of children and asked, "Were all these competition outfits made by them?" Wilhelmina openly admitted, "That is right. I entrusted all of it to these children." The purpose of doing so was actually to help these children get through the winter. Working here was not only warm, but also came with hot meals. The wages they received were more than they could earn outside in a week, and the leftover scraps of cloth could be taken home. Nadasanon was still a little worried and asked Wilhelmina, "Do you truly think these children can do the work well?" Wilhelmina was quite open-minded. To be honest, whether the quality is good or not is not that important. Even if they make something a little ridiculous, would that not also be interesting? Nadasanon still felt it was improper. This was a formal occasion. What if it affected the dignity of the event? Wilhelmina had long since prepared her explanation. It did not matter if the colors were too flashy or the accessories too exaggerated. As long as they told everyone that the children had made them by hand, everyone would only feel that the matter had been handled warmly. Wilhelmina smiled and suggested that as long as this event was packaged as charity, the reputation of the Night Order would also rise along with it. She also deliberately added, "Do not worry. The tailors will help the children check the work." Only after hearing this did Nadasanon finally relax. Wilhelmina pulled her inward and said, "Let us not just stand here. Let's go help them." Nadasanon quickly followed. Her attitude had changed quite swiftly. Wilhelmina sat directly among the children and asked what everyone was making. Nadasanon was stunned beside her. These children did not even use honorifics. They simply started chatting with her directly. A little girl excitedly showed off, saying that she had made a potato helmet knight. Wilhelmina followed her words and teased her. "It seems you really like potatoes." Without thinking, the little girl loudly declared, "Potatoes are the tastiest." Wilhelmina kept teasing the child, saying that this potato knight looked so delicious that everyone would definitely want to take a bite. This frightened the little girl badly. Wilhelmina turned to Nadasanon and asked, "Nada, can you sew?" Nadasanon could only answer honestly that hands accustomed to holding large weapons had never done such delicate work. Wilhelmina did not mind. "Then help me choose the cloth and arrange the shapes. I will handle the sewing afterward." Nadasanon was still somewhat dazed and did not know where to start. Wilhelmina pointed to the sample garments nearby and said, "Just do it according to your own ideas. Match them however you like." Since she had said that much, Nadasanon could only brace herself and begin. She picked up the fabric and studied it carefully. Her posture looked surprisingly convincing. It was just unknown what she would make in the end. While Nadasanon was working, a little boy beside her suddenly leaned over and asked curiously, "Pretty big sister, who are you?" Wilhelmina quickly introduced her from the side. "This is no ordinary lady, but an extremely handsome knight. Later, she will wear the clothes you made and enter the competition." As soon as those words came out, the whole room exploded. When had the children ever seen a living knight? One by one, they all gathered around. Nadasanon was now somewhat overwhelmed by the favor. Usually, everyone avoided her when they saw her, but these children were not afraid of strangers at all. It seemed they truly understood what beauty was. The children's questions came one after another. "Can you ride a horse? Will you go save a princess?" Nadasanon had never seen such a scene before and quickly explained that she could ride a horse, but she truly had never done the work of saving a princess. But the children did not listen at all and continued sighing over how beautiful the night was. It seemed this wave had completely restored her reputation. Nadasanon truly could not handle it now. The enthusiasm of these children gave her a bigger headache than going to war on the battlefield. She could only beg, "Can we go one at a time?" After finally escaping from the crowd of children, Nadasanon could not help sighing. "Under your care, these children are living truly well. You are an extraordinary woman." Hearing this, Wilhelmina felt guilty inside. She did not think she was that great at all. This evaluation was far too high. So high that she almost could not accept it. In the end, Wilhelmina still told the truth. "Actually, I really have not done much. I only gave them a little money and found some work for them." Yet in Nadasanon's eyes, this instead became an even more far-sighted act of kindness. Wilhelmina continued explaining, "Besides, this money was earned by me. There's really no need to praise me so highly." Nadasanon smiled in response. At that moment, Wilhelmina could no longer look straight at her. Beautiful people even seemed to glow when they smiled. The two chatted while going downstairs. Nadasanon suddenly said, "I have already seen through what kind of person you are." Wilhelmina asked further, only for the other party to reply, "Exactly the same as you appear." Those words were truly baffling. Wilhelmina was about to take her to eat, but suddenly a commotion came from downstairs. Someone was shouting, "Captain, we truly cannot understand your thinking. Why would you volunteer to work with Night Nada?" It seemed this meal would not happen. The two looked downstairs and happened to see the captain being surrounded and attacked. The timing of this appearance was truly precise. The trainees downstairs were making a fierce fuss. They pointed at the captain's nose and complained, saying that even the newcomers looked down on Nadasanon. "What right does that coward have? Just relying on a face. She became a knight in 3 years. I have trained for 5 years and still have not gotten anywhere." The captain sighed and said, "This is a typical victim mentality from you." As a result, those words stirred up a hornet's nest, and the trainees became even more aggrieved, saying that after she became a knight, she never showed herself at all. Why should we listen to someone with no ability? Nadasanon heard everything clearly from the stairs. She muttered softly, "I only got used to secretly training alone early in the morning." Wilhelmina understood everything from beside her. It turned out Nadasanon had deliberately avoided everyone because she was afraid of causing others trouble. The captain was still smoothing things over, saying, "I understand that you are unconvinced, but everyone has their own strengths. Nadasanon is beautiful. Being able to represent the Knight Order and escort the Duchess. Is that not also a skill?" His words sounded as though he were helping, but in truth, he had treated Nadasanon as a mere vase. He meant that the dirty and tiring work could be done by the others, while she was responsible for appearances, and that this division of labor was fair. Listening upstairs, Wilhelmina became furious. The captain's words were practically killing with a borrowed knife. Not only did he bring gender into it, he also lied and said Nadasanon's mission was only to accompany someone. At the same time, he demoted Wilhelmina, the Duchess, into a decorative vase as well. Wasn't he clearly saying that both women were useless? The trainees below were still speaking sourly, saying that if they were as good-looking as Nadasanon, life would be so much easier. The captain continued pretending to be a good person, saying that everyone had their own duties and that as long as things looked acceptable on the surface, that was enough. Wilhelmina now saw everything clearly. So this was how Nadasanon had always been excluded in the order. It was because these people had preconceived ideas and blocked every path for her. Seeing that the atmosphere was about right, the captain waved his hand and said, "I will treat everyone today. Let's hurry and eat. I hear the food at the Duke's residence is quite good." Only then did the trainees reluctantly calm down and follow the captain, preparing to slip away. Wilhelmina looked at Nadasanon beside her and suddenly called her name. Before Nadasanon could react, she heard a sentence that made her entire body tremble. Wilhelmina looked straight ahead, her tone extremely firm. "Raise your head. You have nothing to be ashamed of." Nadasanon turned back and looked at the Duchess before her. She was used to hiding all her grievances behind that expressionless face. Wilhelmina had no intention of speaking indirectly and gave her a hard order. "You must win the championship in the martial tournament." Nadasanon froze and could not say a word. Wilhelmina continued, "If you want to shut those rotten people's mouths, the only way is to let your strength speak. In any case, your identity will be hidden then. All you need to do is focus on winning. Nadasanan remained silent for a long while, then finally asked the question she felt least confident about. If I win, will everything truly change? Wilhelmina brushed her hair back, her tone especially open. I do not know. Something like this cannot become better all at once. But one thing is certain. As long as you obtain a result, no one will be able to deny you anymore. Wilhelmina patted her shoulder and told her that all her previous sweat would absolutely not be wasted. So raise your head higher. Let them take a good look at just how sharp your sword truly is. If anyone dares bring up anything else, then use your strength directly to make them shut up. Since you are a knight, then use the sword in your hand to prove exactly who you are. As long as you have truly worked hard, you can absolutely win this battle. Nadasanan finally no longer hesitated. She responded loudly, "As you command, my lady." The tournament was about to begin. Wilhelmina stood on high and asked Isanon whether he remembered today's arrangements. Isanon was rather calm and said he knew the process clearly. First the speech and awards, and finally the main event, the martial tournament. Then Wilhelmina changed the subject and directly took out a bright red formal outfit, saying she wanted him to wear it as well. This left Isanon at a loss. He asked in puzzlement, "This is competition attire. Do even I have to dress up?" Wilhelmina not only had Isanon change clothes, she herself also took out a cat-faced mask and rabbit ears, saying it was to enhance the atmosphere and that she would dress up too. After all, everyone recognized Isanon's face, but she planned for him to hide in the shadows as the commentator, so it would be safer to cover his face. Isanon was baffled as he listened. Commentator? What is this now? Wilhelmina had thought things through thoroughly and said that without live commentary, how could a competition like this have any atmosphere? In the end, Isanon was persuaded. Wearing that eye-catching red cloak, he stood on the viewing platform. Looking down below, he suddenly asked about Nadasanan's situation. Wilhelmina asked in return, "What do you mean by that?" After asking, she directly made things clear. She said, "You should know very well what you are asking." Isanon looked at Wilhelmina before him. Although she was wearing ridiculous rabbit ears, her presence was truly no joke. She was practically like a born commander. Isanon sighed and finally told the truth. He felt Nadasanan was still too soft in handling matters. Although the current situation was indeed complicated, if Wilhelmina showed favoritism at this time, it would instead harm Nadasanan. In the end, Nadasanan still did not yet have the ability to handle these messes alone. After listening, Wilhelmina did not say anything more. She only silently put on her mask. She felt that if those people knew she was backing Nadasanan, they would definitely act much more decisively. Hearing this, Isanon felt that this evaluation truly cut to the heart. In Wilhelmina's view, the reason Nadasanan had stumbled was because she was too naive. She always thought that training with the sword alone could solve everything. If she had found allies earlier, how could things have become this troublesome? Isanon did not agree. He felt that using internal conflict to gain benefits for oneself did not accord with the spirit of chivalry at all. Wilhelmina immediately retorted, "Then is leading others and bullying someone the spirit of chivalry? Those in high positions do nothing proper, yet instead demand that the victim uphold righteousness. Is that not the greatest hypocrisy?" Once these words came out, Isanon had nothing to say. Wilhelmina felt that relying on integrity alone could not solve problems. Nadasanan clearly had plenty of resources in her hands, whether connections or appearance. As long as she used her head even a little, she would not have fallen to this state. After hearing this, Isanon could not help asking, "Have you said these words to Nadasanan directly?" Wilhelmina immediately denied it, saying that she was not the sort of person who would lecture others to their face. Looking at her manner, she was clearly somewhat guilty. Isanon now understood. Wilhelmina spoke harshly, but in truth, she had chosen the most troublesome path, insisting on going in such a huge circle just to help. The old man was probably secretly laughing inside. Wilhelmina finally revealed her true feelings. She said she simply could not stand seeing people who worked desperately hard end up with empty hands in the end. That matter made her feel especially unhappy. After hearing this, Isanon smiled meaningfully. He said he finally understood what kind of person this duchess truly was. Before Wilhelmina could react, Isanon added that these words sounded strangely familiar. Nadasanon seemed to have once said almost exactly the same thing. Now it was Wilhelmina's turn to be dazed. Before she could think it through, Isanon had already been unable to hold back his laughter. It seemed these two people were actually the same kind at heart. Since everything had been spoken openly, the next actions would become even more interesting. Nadasanon had already arrived. Judging by her posture, today she was determined to win. The words Wilhelmina had said earlier still echoed in her ears. Since someone believed in her this much, what else was there to hesitate about? Nadasanon knew very clearly that this time, she absolutely could not lose. She had to bring back the championship. But after she had only taken a few steps, Derek came over. Looking at the surrounding formation, he could not help reminding Nadasanon that there were quite a few experts today. Winning would probably not be that easy. Derek continued speaking sarcastically, asking whether Nadasanon had taken it seriously. In the past, Nadasanon had thought that it was one thing for trainees who had never been on a battlefield to be hostile toward her. But now Derek's words grew more and more absurd. He advised her to relax, saying that this competition was just for fun and that even winning would not mean much. As soon as those words came out, Nadasanon had no intention of indulging him anymore. She stared at him and said, "You have clearly seen my strength with your own eyes, yet now you are making things up here and even looking down on this competition." In the end, Nadasanon directly made things clear. "Are you afraid of losing to me, so you are finding yourself a way out in advance? This behavior is truly disgusting." Derek, who had just been so arrogant, was immediately left speechless. Nadasanon's words had practically torn away all of his covering. She said that such talk sounded exactly like making excuses so that if he lost, he would have a way to preserve his dignity. Derek could not quite handle it now. He quickly explained that he merely wanted her not to be too nervous and that there was no need to get so angry. Nadasanon sneered. "Since you are so calm, then when it is time for the match later, you had better not disappoint, Sir Derek." As soon as those words came out, Derek's entire body stiffened. The arrogance he had shown earlier instantly disappeared. Nadasanon walked forward without looking back and casually reminded him, "The loser has to take off their mask in public. Even if you say you do not care about winning or losing, if you lose too disgracefully, there will probably be nowhere for your face to go." Nadasanon was too lazy to keep entangling herself with him. She gave a simple salute and directly turned to leave. Now it was Derek's turn to have nothing to say. He could only watch helplessly as she left. Nadasanon returned to her room alone and looked at the box before her. When Wilhelmina had first sent the gift over, she had not understood its meaning. But now she had an idea. Wilhelmina had specially instructed her at the time, "This is a gift for you. If you think you can win, then wear this." Since she was going to take the championship, she had to take it in the most stunning way and show it to everyone. Nadasanon had already made her resolve. Since she was going to take the championship, she had to win thoroughly and completely, so as not to waste this carefully prepared gift. The scene shifted. The tournament venue had long since exploded with excitement. The stands were packed with spectators, and everyone was eagerly waiting to see the upcoming main event. Just then, with a burst of crisp footsteps, the entire crowd's attention was drawn over. The atmosphere was instantly pushed to its peak. The host announced loudly, "Welcome, brave warriors, to the Leighton family's masked martial tournament." Who would have thought that Wilhelmina would personally take the stage and even give herself the stage name Cat Rabbit? This move instantly ignited the atmosphere at the scene. The audience below had never seen anything like this. One by one, they were so excited they nearly shouted themselves hoarse. Such lively commotion was truly rare in the territory. Wilhelmina loudly announced that, to celebrate the previous victory, the charity tournament would now officially begin. Before the match officially began, she first kept everyone in suspense. Then she loudly announced, "First, we should give Isanon a round of applause. Thanks to him, this tournament was able to be held smoothly." The atmosphere below instantly ignited, with cheers ringing out everywhere. Wilhelmina remained perfectly composed. After all, she had been a teacher in her previous life. Controlling a crowd was far too easy for her. Then something unexpected happened. Isanon actually bowed to her. Wilhelmina panicked at once. "With that bow, won't my identity be completely exposed?" Wilhelmina hurriedly took over the conversation and began introducing the rules. This time, it would be an elimination tournament. The winner would advance directly to the next round. She also left the audience with a bit of suspense. All contestants would wear masks, and everyone could try to guess. who was behind each mask. Of course, just guessing would be boring. Wilhelmina then dropped a major surprise. This tournament had prepared special grand prizes. Not only would the final champion receive one, but the audience member who guessed the most identities correctly would also get a prize. Now the whole venue could no longer sit still. The champion would receive an exceptional sword, personally forged by a top-tier blacksmith. As for the audience member who guessed correctly, they would receive a pure white horse stool. Wilhelmina secretly laughed. She had asked someone for the sword. As for the horse stool, she had taken it from the stables amid the chaos. In any case, all the good horses had already been led away, so leaving a horse stool as a prize was just right. Watching the fervor below, Wilhelmina knew this was a success. Since everyone was so enthusiastic, she might as well make the atmosphere even hotter. Wilhelmina struck while the iron was hot and loudly announced, "The first round of the masked fighting tournament officially begins." The first match's names were more ridiculous than the last. Soft and Fluffy Slime versus Fragrant Pig's Trotter. Wilhelmina truly dared to play around, directly letting the contestants take the stage. The scene was so absurd it was almost impossible to watch. As soon as the match began, Sir Blue Bear made a huge joke of himself. He lost his footing and rolled across the ground. The whole audience jeered at the points he lost. The audience below recognized him at a glance and shouted for him to hurry down and stop embarrassing himself. Wilhelmina moved closer and asked, "Lord Isenon, what did you think of that match just now?" Isenon quickly cleared his throat and gave a solemn evaluation. Sir Blue Bear does indeed look quite sturdy, but his skills still need improvement. Then he added another jab. It seems that after the tournament ends, we'll have to arrange some special training for him. As soon as he said this, the knights below burst into laughter and started jeering. "Congratulations, Viritz, on receiving your extra training gift package." Wilhelmina stared at this scene, completely stunned. She truly had not expected Isenon to have such a sense of humor and to actually enjoy this kind of atmosphere. She muttered inwardly that if she had known he could play along so well, she should have prepared another megaphone. The commentary would absolutely have been twice as effective. The first round had gone on until now, and finally it was time for the last grand finale match. Wilhelmina announced that, including the winner of this match, a total of 8 people would advance to the next round. The names of the contestants in this final match were more ridiculous than the last. Wilhelmina held back her laughter and began introducing the first muscular man to enter. This contestant called himself Sir Swamp Duck. Just look at his outfit, a bright green duck headpiece paired with a skin-tight suit, and he was wildly showing off his muscles on stage. Wilhelmina could not help commenting, "Those muscle lines, I really never noticed them before." The audience below was already laughing so hard they could not straighten their backs. But it was not over yet. Wilhelmina then introduced his opponent. This one was even more of a heavyweight, and also the contestant Wilhelmina looked forward to the most. Let us welcome the Piehead Fairy. As soon as this name came out, the entire venue fell silent. Everyone stared at the entrance, wanting to see what exactly this Piehead could look like. At last, the Piehead Fairy appeared. Good heavens, the look was simply incredible. A giant pie on their head and butterfly wings flapping behind them. Who could have imagined that under the mask was actually Nadasanon? Wilhelmina felt tired just looking at them. She had originally wanted them to wear something lighter. After all, they were here to fight. But this entire outfit had been handmade by the children. At that, Wilhelmina was completely speechless. Nadasanon was truly honest to a fault. They knew perfectly well that the outfit was heavy and stuffy, but as long as it was the children's heartfelt effort, they would never refuse it. That personality was really impossible to judge. The audience below laughed like mad, all guessing who this Piehead was. Some even thought it was Sir Helton, only to realize the build did not match at all. Wilhelmina saw it clearly from the side. No one could possibly imagine that beneath this mask was Nadasanon. After all, in everyone's eyes, how could a knight of their caliber possibly dress like this to compete? But Nadasanon did not care about any of that. Since they had stepped onto the field, they would show their true ability. They drew out their secret weapons in one swift motion. As a result, the whole venue was dumbfounded. How was this a fight? There was a pot lid and a grain ladle. Even Isenon was stunned. Was this a cooking competition or a knight's tournament? Looking at the opponent covered in kitchen tools, Sir Swamp Duck was also a little dazed. Was this person here to fight or to have a picnic? Sir Swamp Duck instantly felt humiliated. He pointed at the opponent and shouted, "Don't think you're impressive just because you made everyone laugh a little. No matter who you are, defeating me is nothing but a dream. Wilhelmina was also dumbstruck on stage. Those spatulas and ladles had originally only been joke props she had prepared. Who could have thought Nadasanon would actually plan to use these things to win? Before the words were even finished, Nadasanon had already moved. Their speed was so fast that they did not look like someone wearing a giant pie on their head at all. Before Sir Swampduck could react, his vision blurred. The pie-head fairy, who had just been far away, was already right in front of him. Sir Swampduck was now completely speechless. The weapon in Nadasanon's hand was already steadily pressed against his neck. Nadasanon spoke in a calm, even tone. If you want to make a delicious pie, the first rule is the moment Nadasanon opened their mouth, it was all absurd pie-making logic. When facing the ingredients, you must never lose focus. Even if the pie is small, you must still use all your strength. As soon as the words fell, the kitchen tool in their hand swung out. The movement was absurdly fast. Sir Swamp Duck had not even reacted before he had completely fallen into a disadvantage. Wilhelmina smiled faintly on the stage. This was exactly the effect she wanted. Nadasanon took a large step forward and announced before everyone, "This fairy is now going to start making pies." The soldiers below had never seen such a scene. One by one, they laughed until they bent backward, all asking whether this was a martial contest or cooking. Watching the fervor below, Wilhelmina knew this show had succeeded. As long as everyone could laugh, the next part of the plan would be much easier. Isanon and the knights beside him were all stunned now. They finally realized that this match was not a joke at all. Since everyone had been drawn in, then it was time to make this fire burn even hotter. Wearing her mask, Wilhelmina loudly stirred things up, asking Sir Swamp Duck whether he dared accept the Pie Fairy's provocation. Nadasanon was now completely serious. This was no longer a simple performance, but a real duel. Holding the microphone, Wilhelmina loudly announced the result of the match. The winner of this duel was the Pie Fairy, who had won several matches in a row. Nada, carrying that eye-catching pair of wings on their back, stood before the stage amid the cheers of the entire crowd. Although everyone knew they had some skill, making these proud knights submit would not be possible with an ordinary victory alone. Nada had to show real ability and give a performance that would convince everyone wholeheartedly. They not only had to win beautifully, but also let their opponent lose with dignity. Only then could they completely silence all those doubts and make every spectator in the venue willingly cheer for this victor. Wilhelmina knew very clearly that what the whole audience wanted to know most right now was who this extraordinarily skilled person really was. As the matches went on one after another, everyone's emotions had been pushed to their peak. Everyone was cheering for this mysterious person, yet no one had seen their true face. The crowd below was all whispering, "Who exactly is this Pie Fairy? How come we've never heard of such a powerful person before?" Wilhelmina seized the opportunity, preparing to push the atmosphere even higher. In the third duel, just now, Nada's performance had been simply outstanding. Those skills truly left the audience below not even the slightest chance to question them. When the opponent was careless for a moment, the sword in his hand actually flew straight out. If it had been anyone else, they would definitely have taken the opportunity to win the match. But Nadasanon bent down, steadily caught that sword, and even personally handed it back to the opponent. It was the first time Wilhelmina had seen such a scene. "Since you haven't adjusted yet, take your sword and try again." This refusal to take unfair advantage was simply the perfect model of a knight in everyone's hearts. The opponent clearly felt he had lost face and shouted that he had not yet shown his true ability, unable to accept losing like this. Nada was also generous. "If you still want to fight, then I'll exchange a few more moves with you." At that, the audience below exploded. No one had expected that this mysterious person was not only skilled, but also so magnanimous. When a match was truly settled, Nadasanon did not forget to politely say, "That was a splendid duel." Nadasanon's calm composure on the field not only left the ordinary soldiers stunned, but even those arrogant knights were now sincerely convinced. Wilhelmina knew in her heart that everything was ready. All that remained was the final push. At that moment, a mysterious man steadily walked onto the arena. At a time like this, only an evenly matched opponent could push the atmosphere to its true peak. Wilhelmina seized the moment and loudly announced that the long-awaited ultimate duel would now officially begin. On one side was the unstoppable Dark Horse Knight. On the other was Nada, who had won battle after battle. Who would have the last laugh in this final match? Just as Wilhelmina was about to announce the start, the man opposite suddenly raised his hand and interrupted the rhythm. He made a request that surprised the whole venue. Since this was the final match, why not have everyone take off their masks? Wilhelmina did not react for a moment. This was the final, so why suddenly play this trick? The man was rather frank, saying that his own identity was nothing worth hiding, but Nada had kept their face covered the whole time, which was rather unfair to him. He suggested that both sides reveal their true faces and fight openly and honorably. Now the audience below could no longer sit still. Everyone had long wanted to know what this exceptionally skilled Nada looked like beneath the mask. Wilhelmina saw through the opponent at once. This was not about wanting to see a face. He was clearly trying to dig a pit for Nada. If Nada really removed the mask and the opponent lost, he could use Nada's unclear identity as an excuse. What a loud and obvious scheme. Just as everyone was waiting to watch the show, Nada refused outright. I apologize, but I cannot agree to that request. It turned out there was a sad story behind this strange outfit. The clothes had been sewn by a little girl named Tarina herself. That child's family was desperately poor. Usually, she could only fill her stomach with potatoes. Her greatest wish in life was to eat a bite of hot, steaming pie. Nada wore this outfit to bring that child's dream onto the arena with them. To Nada, this was not merely a comical costume, but that child's weighty and trusted wish. So no matter what, they absolutely would not take off this outfit. Nada's words were spoken with such righteousness. They said this was, after all, a charity event, and that they had long promised that little girl they would definitely win this match. Immediately afterward, they shouted a slogan before everyone that made the whole audience question reality. The most delicious pie is the strongest. Although the logic sounded absurd, paired with Nada's serious expression, the man opposite was completely thrown off and could not reply with a single word. Wilhelmina on the stage was also dumbfounded. She quietly asked Isanon beside her, "When did Nada become so eloquent?" Isanon was equally puzzled. That kid usually doesn't talk much. Today, it's like they've become a different person. But speaking of it, Nada's move was indeed clever. Not only did they resolve the crisis of removing the mask, they also smoothly steered the atmosphere off course. Wilhelmina knew that they absolutely could not give the opponent another chance to counterattack. They had to strike while the iron was hot and carry this momentum through to the end. Wilhelmina seized the moment and directly announced that the final match would officially begin. Now no one could try any more tricks. As soon as her words fell, Nada shot out like an arrow released from a bow. Their speed was so fast that no one could react. The man opposite had not even steadied himself before he was forced back again and again by the pressure. His earlier arrogance vanished all at once. Nada had no intention of giving the opponent room to breathe. They pressed forward step by step, directly forcing him into a corner. Watching the situation on stage, both Isanon and Wilhelmina were stunned. Who could have thought that once Nada got serious, they would be this fierce? Wilhelmina saw it at once. This time, Nada had completely gone all out. If before they had only been stopping at the right point, now they were aiming straight for a temporary victory. But who could have thought the man opposite would suddenly seem like a different person? His speed became outrageously unreasonable. With a direct countercharge, he completely reversed the momentum from just now. Now, even Isanon could no longer sit still. Wilhelmina had not expected it either. Nada had clearly held the upper hand. So how had the situation reversed in the blink of an eye? Could this fellow have been pretending to be weak from the start, deliberately hiding his true strength? Wilhelmina could not figure it out no matter how she thought about it. This guy clearly had not been this powerful before. How had he suddenly become as if he were cheating? Isanon beside her pointed out the truth. It turned out that the man was secretly using magic power. Wilhelmina immediately understood everything. No wonder the opponent's attack speed was so fast, it was completely unreasonable. Isanon continued explaining that, according to common sense, magic should not be used in this kind of tournament. But the opponent was extremely cunning. He was only using a tiny amount of magic power, so ordinary people would not notice at all. The battle on stage grew more and more intense. Nada was being firmly suppressed. Wasn't this blatant cheating? But Isanon shook his head and said this matter was truly difficult to handle, because the tournament rules had never explicitly stated that magic could not be used. Isanon sighed and said that if Nada also used magic power, that would not necessarily be a problem. The issue was that an elf's magic power was far too eye-catching. There was no way for Nada to use it as secretly as the opponent. In this way, Nada had fallen into a dead end. If they did not use magic, they would be beaten down. If they did use it, everyone would notice. In outsiders' eyes, Nada now looked like a helpless coward. Only then did Wilhelmina realize that, in this world, even a fight contains so many schemes and tricks. The current situation was extremely rigid. Unless someone was directly thrown out of the arena or took the initiative to admit defeat, this torment would not stop. The tension on the field grew thicker and thicker. This was no longer an ordinary spar. Nadasanon had truly encountered a tough opponent this time. The audience below was not stupid either. The wind of opinion shifted all at once. No matter how they looked at the Dark Horse contestants' moves, they did not seem proper. Someone recognized him on the spot. Isn't that Derek? In a match of this level, he actually dares to use magic in public. Wilhelmina saw clearly from the side that the cheating could no longer be concealed, but Derek had no intention of stopping. Instead, he fought more and more fiercely. Nadasanon's current situation was extremely bad. Facing an opponent with no martial ethics, how exactly could they turn the tables? Derek had now completely thrown caution to the wind. Compared with offending the Lord or losing his reputation, he wanted even more to thoroughly trample Nadasanon underfoot. In his eyes, Nadasanon was simply not worthy of standing at the same height as him. Wilhelmina was terribly anxious below the stage. If this continued, Nadasanon would definitely lose. What should she do? The situation on stage suddenly deteriorated. The two sides clashed head-on, and the worst possible thing happened. Nadasanon's weapon was actually knocked straight out of their hand. Now that Nadasanon had no weapon, what could they use to block the frenzied Derek? Nadasanon had truly been forced into a dead end now. The weapon in their hand had been completely broken, leaving them without even a usable tool. Yet what did they do? They directly threw away the remaining half as well. As soon as this action appeared, the whole venue was dumbfounded. Everyone below whispered among themselves. Was Nada going to admit defeat on the spot? After all, without a weapon, who would dare clash head-on with that madman opposite? Wilhelmina was desperately anxious below the stage, her heart rising to her throat, afraid that Nadasanon would simply give up like this. But in the next second, Nadasanon clenched their fists. That stance clearly meant hand-to-hand combat. This was no joke. They actually wanted to turn the tables with those two fists. Wilhelmina could no longer sit still. What on earth was Nadasanon thinking? They truly planned to fight barehanded with their life on the line. The audience below also exploded, using flesh and blood to collide with iron weapons. Wasn't that clearly seeking death in everyone's eyes? Derek had not even finished feeling smug. He thought Nadasanon was preparing to surrender, but before his mocking words were finished, Nadasanon had already rushed right in front of him. The next scene silenced the entire venue. Nadasanon actually knocked the sword aside with their bare hand. This was a genuine head-on clash. Derek was completely panicked now. He had thought victory was firmly in his grasp. Who could have imagined Nadasanon still had such a strange move? The situation was probably about to reverse completely. Nadasanon's punch showed absolutely no mercy. The opponent, who had been so arrogant just a moment ago, was now sent rolling across the ground. The whole audience was completely fired up. Who could have thought that Nadasanon, barehanded, could forcibly pull the situation back? Derek had truly embarrassed himself this time. He could not understand no matter what. He clearly had a weapon in hand, yet he had been dealt with by someone empty-handed. Nadasanon had no intention of stopping there. With that gesture, they were clearly telling the opponent to stop dawdling and stand up again if he had the ability. Isanon and Wilhelmina were both dumbfounded on the stage. Wilhelmina could not help exclaiming inwardly that this fight was simply too exciting. Although it had already gone completely off script, these variables actually made it even more interesting. She was even already thinking that next time, the rules had to be written in more detail. Derek had now been struck senseless. He had originally thought this match was a sure win, but Nadasanon's wild flurry of punches had completely disrupted it. Yet he clearly still had no intention of admitting defeat. He gripped his sword tightly again with his other hand. This stance meant he was going to fight to the death. Nadasanon remained very steady. Facing this cornered beast struggle, they did not panic at all and charged straight toward the sword's edge. The two sides completely collided. In that instant, as they passed each other, a particularly obvious smile suddenly appeared on the opponent's face. He felt he had finally caught his chance this time. With his sword thrust, could Nadasanon still dodge? Who could have expected this fellow to be so ruthless? He had actually hidden a second weapon on his body. Nadasanon was stunned as well, but that blade was not aimed at them. Instead, it flew straight toward the viewing platform. Nadasanon reacted instantly. Not good. That was where Wilhelmina was seated. Seeing the hidden weapon already flying right in front of her, Wilhelmina had nowhere to hide. This was truly a huge problem. At this life-or-death moment, the situation on the field fell into total chaos. No one saw clearly what exactly happened. They only heard the sound of wind rushing past their ears. If that hidden weapon truly struck, the consequences were unimaginable. But at the most dangerous instant, someone actually caught it barehanded. Isanon reacted the fastest, directly shielding Wilhelmina behind him. But the price was not small at all. Blood dripped down from his palm. Now the matter had truly become serious. Nadasanon had also rushed over. Seeing the scene before them, all the surrounding guards were terrified. Who exactly had this assassin been aiming for? Nadasanon was terribly anxious and rushed over to ask whether Wilhelmina was all right. Who could have imagined that a pair of wings had actually grown from Nadasanon's back? Even Wilhelmina was stunned. But before everyone could come back to their senses, the rules were already clear. As long as one left the arena, one was directly eliminated. In order to save someone, Nadasanon had now completely lost the match. Derek laughed smugly and even mocked Nadasanon as a little fairy with wings. He felt that this time he had definitely won. This outcome was simply too frustrating. Nadasanon was truly disgusted this time. The opponent knew very well in his heart that if they fought openly with real blades, he was no match for Nadasanon at all. That was why he had used such a despicable trick, forcing Nadasanon to choose between saving someone and staying in the match. This way of winning simply disgraced the entire tournament. Wilhelmina was furious watching from the side. She had seen shameless people before, but never someone with so little bottom line. This kind of scum did not deserve to stand in this arena at all. Although the match had been lost, this matter was absolutely not over. The ruling was simply absurd. Derek directly announced that Nadasanon was eliminated, and the reason was actually that they had left the arena. Nadasanon said nothing, but this silent loss was far too unfair. At that moment, Wilhelmina could no longer sit still. She walked forward directly and questioned Derek. "Why did you throw that sword toward my side just now?" Derek was completely stunned and stammered, trying to apologize. Wilhelmina would not accept that. She had seen it clearly. Derek had deliberately thrown his blade outside the field, forcing his opponent to dodge by jumping out of the ring. This was obvious cheating. Now that he had been exposed in public, let's see how he would clean this up. Derek was still stubbornly denying it, saying he was a proper knight and would never do something so despicable. He even turned around and blamed Nadasanon, saying that Nadasanon had chosen to dodge on their own. Wilhelmina directly told him to shut up and told him to speak with more respect. Her aura immediately suppressed him. She turned to look at Isanon. Do knights not need to observe etiquette? Isanon actually nodded in agreement. Now everyone around was dumbfounded. They all whispered privately, wondering who this woman was to dare speak to the border count in such a tone. It seemed this fellow had truly kicked an iron plate this time. Wilhelmina directly pointed out that Derek had known long ago that his opponent was Nadasanon. As soon as these words came out, the whole venue exploded. So the person wearing that hat was actually Nadasanon? Knight Derek was still forcing himself to hold on, saying that he did not know this woman at all. So why would he deliberately throw a blade at her? This was simply nonsense. Wilhelmina wasted no words and directly removed her mask. Do you truly not know who I am? Now the nature of the matter had changed. If he did not admit that he had been trying to eliminate his opponent, then that sword had been aimed at assassinating her. Derek's whole body froze. This was no ordinary woman. This was the Duchess. Wilhelmina directly turned the pressure on Isanon. She said she had originally wanted to reward the army, yet such an ugly incident had occurred, and asked how Isanon planned to explain it. Isanon could only lower his head and admit his mistake, saying this was entirely his negligence. He promised he would definitely investigate the matter thoroughly and asked the Duchess not to worry further. Derek was so frightened beside them that his words became incoherent. He hurriedly explained that he truly had not known and had never guessed the Duchess would be standing there. As soon as he said that, Wilhelmina immediately seized the key point. So you knew there was someone there all along, yet you still threw the sword over. Derek was now completely panicked and still wanted to shift the blame onto Nadasanon. But with things already said to this extent, who would still believe his nonsense? Once this knight became anxious, his mouth lost all restraint, and he actually mentioned other people. Wilhelmina reacted so quickly that she immediately caught the clue. So, this was something a group of you did together? As soon as those words came out, the knights behind him all fell silent. No one dared respond at a time like this. Wilhelmina turned her head and asked Nadasanon beside her, "What do you think? Was this truly only an accident?" At that moment, Nadasanon removed that large hat. As soon as their true face was revealed, the whole venue was stunned. Who could have imagined that this person, who had been hiding the whole time, actually had such a face? The knight opposite froze completely. No one had expected that after Nadasanon removed the hat, they would say such a thing. They said that as a knight under Lord Isanon, they did not believe Derek had intentionally tried to hurt anyone. Wilhelmina was stunned after hearing this. If that is what you think, then when you saved me just now, you knew perfectly well you would be eliminated, yet you still rushed over. This was exactly why she could not ignore Nadasanon. This person was far too upright. Wilhelmina sighed and turned to look at Derek. Since you say this was an accident, then I should apologize as well. I should not have stood there and blocked the path of your thrown sword. Although those words sounded like an apology, in reality, they were slapping him in the face. Since I interfered with your match, then I'm afraid no one can accept this victory, can they? Wilhelmina made the decision directly. Since no one is at fault, there is only one solution. For fairness, this match must be fought again. As soon as these words came out, Derek was dumbfounded. The situation he had finally created through tricks was now completely ruined. Nadasanon was also stunned. Perhaps they had not expected this duchess to be so protective. Wilhelmina stated it plainly. Since you say it was a coincidence, then we will follow the rules and do it again. No magic is allowed, and hiding any shameful concealed weapons is even more forbidden. Everyone will remove their masks and compete openly and honorably. If anyone thinks these conditions are unfair, that is fine too. We can use another method and have Lord Isanon formally open an investigation to see what exactly is hidden behind this coincidence. How could Isanon dare say even half a word against it? He could only hurry to lower his head and state that everything would be done according to the Duchess's wishes. Now, Derek truly had no way out. He had originally wanted to rise through underhanded tricks, but now he had been forced to the edge of a cliff. If he lost this rematch, he would probably never be able to recover in this lifetime. Derek knew very well that whether it was a rematch or an investigation, neither road would work for him. He threw his helmet onto the ground and finally relented. I admit defeat. The reputation he had originally wanted to gain through crooked means had now been smashed in his own hands. The farce finally came to an end. In the blink of an eye, night had fallen. The atmosphere at the evening banquet was quite lively, but everyone knew in their hearts that the storm from the day had not passed so easily. Wilhelmina stood alone on the balcony when someone behind her sighed. I truly never expected the Duchess to handle such a scene so flawlessly. Wilhelmina was enjoying the night breeze when Isanon quietly followed her over. He smiled and asked whether that lecture just now had gone smoothly. Wilhelmina did not think it was a lecture. After all, sometimes one real punishment was more effective than 100 useless words. It was just that the originally fine investiture ceremony had been ruined by this disturbance. That was also why she had not wanted to reveal her identity at first. Isanon, however, was quite open-minded. Although the scene had been a little awkward, the effect had definitely been achieved. Killing the chicken to warn the monkeys and making those with crooked thoughts behave themselves. More importantly, the burden on Nadasanon's shoulders could finally become much lighter. Isanon sighed that this was all thanks to the Duchess. Wilhelmina did not stand on ceremony and directly accepted the credit. After all, without her intervention, this situation truly could not have been broken. Isanon looked at the woman before him and muttered inwardly. Everyone said this Duchess had never come into contact with socializing or politics before her marriage, but judging by her methods today, who would believe that was true? Isanon smiled and sighed. The Duchess truly has excellent methods. You captured the attention of the entire venue so quickly. Wilhelmina did not fall for that. She immediately passed the ball back to him. When it comes to being experienced and knowledgeable, who could compare with you? Isanon pretended to be confused and asked what she meant by that. Wilhelmina knew very well that this old fox was extremely cunning. She directly laid the matter bare. The reason today's show could continue was entirely because you silently allowed it from behind the scenes. if not to achieve some purpose. How could such a busy person like you possibly obey my every word? After hearing this, Isanon laughed loudly. He said that after holding a high position for a long time, one would always learn certain things one had never originally wanted to learn. Wilhelmina noticed that Isanon's attitude had changed. Previously, the way he looked at her always carried a sense of scrutiny. But now, his tone when speaking was more like that of a kind elder. Isanon suddenly mentioned that once this event ended, he would set off back to the border. He was afraid he would not be able to make it to the year-end ball. Wilhelmina responded with a sound of acknowledgement. It seemed this old fox intended to withdraw after accomplishing his task. Isanon added that he would try to make it to next year's New Year ball. The more Wilhelmina listened, the more something felt wrong. The way this old fox spoke sounded, no matter how she looked at it, like he was reporting work to a superior. Before she could figure it out, Isanon suddenly stepped forward. Immediately afterward, this powerful border count actually knelt on one knee before her. This kneel left Wilhelmina completely stunned. Such a major courtesy was not something one could perform casually. Isanon took something out from his chest and presented it before her. It was the crest of the Isanon family. Once something like this was handed over, its meaning changed completely. This was no gift. This was clearly handing the lifeline of his entire family into Wilhelmina's hands. It seemed this old fox had made up his mind and intended to fully side with the Duchess. Isanon made a solemn oath on the spot. He promised that he would devote everything to fully supporting Wilhelmina. The weight of these words was far too heavy. He was not merely expressing loyalty. He was publicly acknowledging Wilhelmina's legitimate status as Duchess. With the allegiance of this border count, those opposing voices in the territory would probably never be able to stir up any waves again. Ever since her lessons with Viscountess Roland ended, Wilhelmina had begun exchanging letters with her. Their relationship progressed rather quickly, and before long, they became close friends who could talk about anything. Recently, the Viscountess had often mentioned a boy in her letters, saying he was in adolescence, mischievous, and gave her endless headaches. Wilhelmina replied in her letter with a sigh, saying that teaching boys of that age was indeed no easy matter. She finally finished writing and sealing the letter, then stretched. This work was finally done. But thinking back on earlier events, Isanon had once personally promised that no matter what others said, he would always place Wilhelmina's words first. Before leaving, Isanon had even left her with a cryptic line, "Actually, I understand you better than you imagine." Those words always sounded as if something was off. What exactly had he been hinting at? Before Wilhelmina could think it through, a maid pushed the door open and entered, saying that someone outside wished to see her. Wilhelmina was just puzzled, but when she raised her head, she froze completely. Had Isanon already expected that this person would come to see her today? That old fox had truly calculated every step correctly. Looking at Nadasanon before her, Wilhelmina directly asked, "Knight Nada, what brings you here today?" Who could have thought Nadasanon would say nothing further and directly kneel on one knee? They loudly announced, "I, Nadasanon, have come specifically to request to become your personal knight." Wilhelmina was now truly caught between laughter and tears. Was it fashionable these days for knights seeking work to barge in and aggressively sell themselves? Even worse, a crowd had gathered at the door, all watching the excitement without fear of making things worse. Everyone was whispering, "Knight Nada actually wants to serve the young lady." Seeing that the other party did not respond, Nadasanon simply lowered their posture to the utmost. They said that if Wilhelmina felt they were not qualified to serve as a knight, they could be an attendant instead. Nadasanon was truly going all out this time, brushing horses, cleaning, moving heavy things, as long as they could remain by the young lady's side. They said they could do any dirty or tiring work. Wilhelmina looked at the knight before her and muttered inwardly. Was there any need to be humble to this extent? She tentatively asked, "Does Lord Isanon also know about this?" Nadasanon answered very decisively, saying this was entirely the Lord's intention. Wilhelmina immediately understood everything. As expected, that old fox was causing trouble behind the scenes again, directly throwing such a big problem to her. Now she truly cannot push it away. She sighed helplessly. For an outstanding knight like Nadasanon, who knew how many people outside would be fighting to recruit them, Wilhelmina sighed helplessly again, looking at this persistent knight before her. She explained, "This is not something I decided on a whim, just because you came to me. As she spoke, she took a letter from her chest and directly handed it to Nadasanon. Nadasanon was completely stunned and could not react to what was happening. Wilhelmina said straightforwardly, "This is a letter of recommendation for the Lord, specifically naming you to become my knight." In fact, she had already thought this through. Although she already had enough matters on hand, she was still worried that Nadasanon would have nowhere to settle, so she had prepared this fallback route in advance. Now this was good. Nadasanon was so moved they could not speak. This was not job hunting at all. This was practically meeting a lifesaver. Nadasanon was now completely convinced and wanted to swear loyalty on the spot. Wilhelmina hurriedly waved her hand, telling them not to bother with such formalities. In the future, they could address each other as before. In the blink of an eye, Wilhelmina was already drinking afternoon tea with Ken in the garden. This time, Ken brought a major piece of news. This so-called Spice Guild was actually a front for money laundering. The true culprit behind it was unexpectedly the Jewelry Guild in the capital. Wilhelmina had originally worried that her awkward position within the family would restrict her from inviting guests over. In the end, she discovered no one cared at all. It seemed this western border truly was not taken seriously. But this was also thanks to Lord Isanon. After the celebration, his attitude had changed dramatically, which allowed her to be so free now. Ken sighed that this kind of scam carried enormous risk. One careless move could cost someone their head. Since they had now figured out the inside story, they could keep an eye on suspicious people and make preparations in advance. Wilhelmina turned to look at Nadasanon beside her and asked whether they wanted a cup of tea as well. Wilhelmina had not taken more than a couple sips before she noticed something was wrong. Nadasanon beside her had no intention of drinking tea at all and was staring blankly into the distance. Following their gaze, she saw that it was the group of workers Ken had brought over doing their work. Wilhelmina was puzzled. What was so interesting about those people? But when she looked more carefully, she could no longer remain calm. Why did the man leading them look so familiar? Wasn't that the person who had followed Ken when Ken first came to see her? Since he was an old acquaintance, why was he now mixed in among the workers? Wilhelmina pointed at that man and asked Ken, "Is that person your subordinate?" Ken smiled and explained, "He is my partner. He usually handles bodyguard work and errands." Nadasanon suddenly said, "That person is not simple." Wilhelmina did not take it seriously at first, thinking a bodyguard must naturally have some skill. But then Nadasanon lowered their voice and said, "His strength is unfathomable. Even I cannot see through him." These words startled Wilhelmina. For Nadasanon to give such an evaluation, that person's level could definitely sweep through every knight in the nearby area. Looking at the man moving boxes under the sunlight, Wilhelmina muttered inwardly. Even if Ken's family was rich, they could not be so extravagant as to have a top-tier expert doing manual labor. There had to be more behind this. Wilhelmina took a sip of tea, but still could not help asking, "Is that person a knight?" Ken smiled and shook his head. "Although he's not a knight, there is absolutely no problem with his identity. I would even stake my life on it. He is definitely not here to cause trouble." Wilhelmina said nothing more on the surface, but in her heart, she still felt something was off. Ken definitely had his own little secrets, but this man's presence was far too unusual. Looking at the man currently moving goods, Wilhelmina found him more and more familiar the longer she looked. She kept feeling as if she had seen him somewhere before. Just as she was staring at him, that man suddenly stopped moving. Wilhelmina's heart skipped a beat. Had he noticed that she was secretly watching him? The feeling of being noticed by a top-tier expert instantly left her somewhat at a loss. Wilhelmina's sigh made the atmosphere in the room grow heavy. Nadasanon heard it clearly from the side and could not help asking, "Duchess, why have you been sighing this whole time?" Wilhelmina finally came back to her senses and asked a little embarrassedly, "Sorry, did I disturb you?" Nadasanon shook their head. They simply wanted to know what matter could make this duchess worry so much. Wilhelmina took out a letter and said it was one she had just received from an old friend. The other party was an educator, but in the letter, she had made a request that left Wilhelmina in a difficult position. Nadasanon immediately became interested and volunteered to take a look. Although casually showing someone else a private letter was not very appropriate, considering Nadasanon's identity. Wilhelmina still decided to make an exception. What exactly was written in this letter that could make a duchess who had seen major scenes feel so troubled? Nadasanon glanced over the contents of the letter and discovered that what Roland mentioned was a child currently studying under her. This child was the son of a viscount from the Northwest. While studying at the academy, he had always been personally looked after by Roland. The reason his family had put in so much effort was that they wanted him to quickly learn noble etiquette. After all, the child already had an engagement, and he could not embarrass himself outside. But Roland wrote in the letter with particular helplessness that this matter probably could not be resolved quickly, because the child was truly too ill-mannered. Wilhelmina listened from the side and could not help sighing. Being this difficult at only 12 years old, being a teacher really is not easy. Nadasanon stared at the letter and finally asked the key question. So Roland's request is? Wilhelmina looked troubled. She want me to go meet that student. This reminded her of her days in her previous life. Back then, when dealing with those mischievous students, she had confiscated phones and even dug cigarette butts out of fire extinguisher cabinets. Those days were simply inhuman. Nadasanon frowned as they listened. Since this child won't behave, why not just send him back to his family? Wilhelmina helplessly shook her head. It's not that easy. His parents often donate money to the local welfare home, so this relationship cannot be cut off. Wilhelmina knew very well that as an educator, Roland truly could not ignore this child's situation. Not to mention, the Viscountess had usually contributed quite a bit, so that respect truly had to be given. Nadasanon understood from the side. This matter was indeed not some small problem that could be solved with a few words. However, they saw the matter very clearly and advised Wilhelmina. There's no loss in meeting him once. Since you're so conflicted now, it means you actually want to help. Wilhelmina was a little surprised. She had not expected Nadasanon to be so perceptive and strike straight at her thoughts. Nadasanon then stated, "As long as you need me, I am willing to help at any time." Looking at them, Wilhelmina suddenly had an idea. Since the children all liked Nada so much, perhaps bringing them along really could help deal with that troublesome little brat. Since she had decided to help, Wilhelmina simply paid a direct visit. As soon as Roland saw her, her face was full of guilt. "To trouble you with such a difficult matter, I am truly very sorry." Wilhelmina was quite generous. "Since it is your request, of course I am duty-bound to help." Roland hurriedly invited everyone to sit down and had even prepared her favorite tea in advance. Nadasanon stayed close behind Wilhelmina without taking a step away. Pleasantries were pleasantries, but just how difficult was this child who could even give an educator such a headache? Seeing the unfamiliar face following behind, Roland could not help asking, "And this is?" Wilhelmina introduced them openly. "This is my knight, Nadasanon." Nadasanon politely gave a salute. Roland's originally tense expression immediately eased quite a bit. Wilhelmina sighed inwardly. It seemed Nadasanon's steady temperament was not only popular with children, but also worked well on elders like Roland. After the greetings, Roland finally moved to the main topic. This place had previously been an academy specializing in etiquette, but that child situation was truly troubling. After staying here for a long time, his temper had grown more and more violent. He had even injured other students. In the end, for everyone's safety, Roland could only make him leave. After hearing Roland's description, Wilhelmina's heart sank. The situation was even worse than what had been written in the letter. Roland was truly going all out this time. She said that as long as Wilhelmina was willing to meet him once, she was willing to bear responsibility for anything that happened. Seeing this highly respected elder actually ask for help from someone so much younger than herself, Wilhelmina felt rather uncomfortable. She must have truly run out of options. But precisely because of this, Wilhelmina saw Roland's persistence. Even though this child had already left her helpless, she still had no intention of completely giving up. Perhaps this was a teacher's sense of responsibility. Since things had already been said to this extent, it seemed this favor had to be helped. For this child, Roland had even discarded her own pride. Wilhelmina saw it clearly. She definitely had to help. Wilhelmina relented and said she could try speaking with him. But she also gave a warning in advance. please don't hold too much hope. After all, I do not think a few words from me can make a troublemaker turn over a new leaf. After hearing that, Viscountess Roland breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Wilhelmina was willing to meet him once, that was already the greatest comfort to her. Since she had agreed to meet him, where was the child now? Viscountess Roland explained that the child could not be left unattended, so she had deliberately brought him along today. He should be waiting next door. Before she could finish speaking, a loud crash suddenly came from the next room, followed by a burst of screams. At that, no one in the room could sit still anymore. It seemed this meeting was going to be far more explosive than expected. The commotion next door was truly no small matter. A vase had shattered all over the floor. The child Viscountess Roland had mentioned was shouting at the top of his lungs and throwing a tantrum in the room. He yelled, "I told you already. Take me to see the Viscountess right now." The maid beside him was badly frightened and softly tried to persuade him. But the madam instructed that you should wait here first. Before she could finish, the child exploded. "You dare talk back to me?" He swung his hand and slapped the maid, sending her stumbling backward. His temper really was exactly as Viscountess Roland had described, terrible to the extreme. Enough. A sharp reprimand cut off the farce. Wilhelmina had already pushed the door open and entered with Viscountess Roland. Seeing the mess all over the floor, Wilhelmina's expression darkened. She stared at the lawless child in front of her and asked coldly, "Just what do you think you are doing?" Wilhelmina and Viscountess Roland stood before the child, facing the wreckage on the floor. But the little brat not only failed to restrain himself, he actually swaggered over. He asked provocatively, "And who are you?" Before Wilhelmina could answer, the child started blaming others first. With a disgusted look, he said, "Why are all the maids here so stupid? How do you usually train them?" He even added another blow, saying that these maids were far too ugly. This was no longer mere rudeness. It was practically slapping Wilhelmina in the face. Wilhelmina stared at him, her voice cold to the freezing point. "What did you just say?" With Wilhelmina's explosive temper, she truly did not indulge him at all. The words left her mouth at once. "You ill-mannered little bastard." When had that little brat ever heard such words? He was stunned, speechless on the spot, forgetting even to retort. Then Wilhelmina herself realized it too. Oh no, why had her modern person instincts suddenly slipped out? Wilhelmina calmed down first and sent the injured servants away so they would not continue to suffer here. Then, with a single sentence, she drove all the onlookers back. After all, family disgrace should not be aired in public. If this spread, it would benefit no one. Just completely panicked now. Stammering, he asked, "Who exactly are you?" Wilhelmina stared at him. Although the other party was only a child, his total lack of respect for elders really was unpleasant to look at. Looking at Jess's behavior, Wilhelmina already had a rough idea. This child must have been used to throwing his weight around with others. In a flat tone, she asked, "Were you speaking to me just now?" Although Jess was somewhat lacking in confidence, his mouth remained very stubborn. "Nonsense. If I'm not talking to you, who am I talking to?" Wilhelmina looked at him. She had seen plenty of thorny students like this before. Before driving him away, she had to make him learn a lesson. Seeing that the other side had not reacted for ages, Jess completely lost his patience. "Are you mute? Why aren't you talking?" In truth, Wilhelmina simply did not want to bother with him. There was no need to teach him something like this, because this boy understood very well in his heart. It was not that he did not understand manners. He simply had no intention of respecting anyone. It seemed today's lesson was unavoidable. Jess still had not grasped the situation, and he shouted at Viscountess Roland. He truly had no sense of rules at all. Wilhelmina had no patience to waste time with him. She directly gave Nadasanon an order. "Bring this child in front of me." Nadasanon was truly efficient. They grabbed Jess in one motion. Now, the little tyrant completely panicked. Jess still wanted to resist. He struggled while shouting, "Let go." He even tried to hit someone. But in front of a professional knight, his small amount of strength was simply a joke. Before his hand could swing out, Nadasanon had already pinned it firmly. Even after being held down, Jess still refused to give up. He screamed, "Who are you?" The boy was now both angry and anxious, but aside from impotent rage, he had no other moves. Seeing him like this, Wilhelmina more or less understood. No wonder Viscountess Roland could not control this child. He really was a hot potato. Wilhelmina lowered her head and stared at him, her voice as cold as ice. "Look me in the eyes and say it again. How exactly should you address me?" As long as this boy's brain was not broken, he should understand the situation now. The mistress of this mansion was standing right in front of him, and beside her was a knight even Viscountess Roland could not afford to provoke. If he was smart enough, he should know that the person before him was absolutely not someone to be trifled with. Jess began hemming and hawing, unable to squeeze out a complete sentence for a long time. Seeing him like this, Wilhelmina directly instructed Nadasanon to bring over a chair. It seemed these rules would have to be taught slowly while seated today. Jess finally changed his tone and forced out, "Madam," but he still refused to accept it and insisted on getting to the bottom of things, asking who Wilhelmina really was. Wilhelmina could only shake her head inwardly. This performance was worth 20 points at most. She asked Jess in return, "Who asks an elder's identity without first giving their own name?" Jess lost his temper at that and honestly introduced himself, saying his name was Jess Milo. Since the other party had shown some understanding of manners, Wilhelmina did not hide it either. She directly revealed her identity. She was the surviving widow of the late Duke. As soon as those words came out, Jess was completely dumbfounded. He had never imagined that the person he had just offended was actually such an important figure. Now he had kicked an iron plate. Let's see how he would continue acting arrogant here. Wilhelmina called Viscountess Roland. As a result, the other party's attitude changed faster than flipping a book. She kept saying, "By your grace," until Wilhelmina herself was at a loss. Why had this old lady suddenly become so polite? Since the other party had previously made a request, Wilhelmina went along with it and agreed to properly discipline Jess for her. Viscountess Roland hurriedly lowered her head and thanked her for her grace. Now, Jess's good days were truly over. However, Wilhelmina also had her own bottom line. This mansion was not a shelter. Jess absolutely could not stay here overnight. It would be enough to send him over every morning. How would Viscountess Roland dare say no? She could only obediently agree. Seeing that it was getting late, Wilhelmina directly suggested eating first and discussing everything else at the table. Now, it was Viscountess Roland's turn to feel embarrassed. Wilhelmina had no intention of being polite. She told Viscountess Roland frankly that this meal was also part of the education. Table manners were a major focus when disciplining young people. Jess was completely wilted now. All that arrogance from just now was gone, and he could only obediently follow the arrangements. The scene shifted, and the meal really began. Jess looked at the tableware and dishes before him, completely dazed. He could not understand it at all. He had clearly come here to cause trouble. So how had he ended up sitting here, obediently eating? This meal was probably the most stifling meal Jess had ever eaten in his life. Jess was now restless. He still had not figured out what Wilhelmina's purpose was in keeping him here. Looking again at the dishes on the table, there was not even a proper piece of meat. He even had to painstakingly pick bones out of fish. To him, this was practically torture. Jess really could not hold it in and muttered softly that he hated celery the most. After hearing that, Wilhelmina smiled faintly. Since he did not like it, they could change things up tomorrow and directly arrange roasted celery. Jess was completely dumbfounded. So this meal was not only an education, it was also an open trap. If he did not finish this bowl of soup, tomorrow's life would probably only become even harder. Jess complained endlessly, saying this celery soup was impossible to drink. But under Wilhelmina's gaze, did he not still obediently lower his head and gulp it down? Seeing that his performance was acceptable, Wilhelmina suddenly changed her mind and said that changing it to meatballs tomorrow was not impossible. Jess felt as if he had been pardoned. Even Viscountess Roland beside him let out a breath of relief. Since the meal was almost finished, Wilhelmina began discussing the serious matter. She asked Jess why he had attacked the maid earlier. Jess truly could not suppress his temper. As soon as the maid named Ross was mentioned, he exploded on the spot, saying that the other party was only a servant, yet had actually dared not obey his orders. His righteous and confident attitude made it obvious that he still had not realized what he had done wrong. Wilhelmina reminded him that Viscountess Roland had given Ross an order first. But Jess's logic was also astounding. He said his order had been given later, so it was newer and therefore more current. He even asked righteously in return, "Is it right to keep a guest shut outside the door?" After hearing this, Wilhelmina noticed something was wrong. This tone did not sound like that of a normal child at all. It was completely the attitude of a ruler looking down from above. Wilhelmina directly asked him, "Do you behave like this at home too?" It seemed this child's bad habits had all been learned from the adults in his family. Wilhelmina probed further. "Do you speak to your servants at home like this too?" Jess looked as if it were only natural. Of course, their status is lower than mine anyway. It seemed that in this child's eyes, attendants were no different from slaves. As long as something did not go his way, he would push all the blame onto others. Wilhelmina continued asking, "Do you have any brothers or sisters at home?" Jess casually answered that he had a younger brother, but he was just a crybaby, and Jess did not want to play with him at all. Since he even looked down on his own younger brother, Wilhelmina asked again, "Then what kind of children do you usually spend time with at the academy?" Jess began showing off his social circle: sons of barons, descendants of knight families, even children of merchants. With a proud look, he said he was the leader of the group. After hearing this, Wilhelmina smiled and followed his words with a probing question. "Then are there no students at the academy whose family backgrounds are more distinguished than yours?" Just cannot answer that. Stammering, he said those people did not get along with him. In truth, to put it plainly, they simply did not include him. Wilhelmina had no intention of saving his face. She directly exposed his petty thoughts, saying that this was a classic case of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. He only dared put on airs in front of people inferior to him, gathering a group of obedient followers around himself. Her final sentence was the one that truly pierced his heart. "You think these people are your friends, but in reality, they only have no choice but to listen to you." With that layer of paper pierced through, Jess had nothing left to say. He froze in place for a long time, unable to recover. Wilhelmina had seen many ringleader-type little tyrants like this. In other places, whoever had the strongest fist was the boss. But in this world, it was that vague and intangible thing called status that had corrupted these children, making them divide people into ranks from a young age. Since reasoning with him was useless, she would have to change methods. Wilhelmina had already decided to put on a show to make him learn a proper lesson. As for the first step, it would begin with that broken vase. The scene shifted. Someone was walking this way. Once those footsteps sounded, the good show was about to begin. Jess clearly had not taken the earlier lesson to heart. As he walked, he thought to himself that this woman Wilhelmina really was somewhat strange. In his eyes, how did she look like a pampered, noble lady at all? She was practically fiercer than the instructors at the academy. However, he was not the sort of brat who could be easily frightened. Jess had already learned quite a bit of information from other children. It turned out that the family Wilhelmina came from had long since fallen into decline. The current her was nothing more than a parasite living off the Leighton family. Jess could not help sneering. He had even begun imagining Wilhelmina at her wit's end, crying and begging him not to drive her away. After all, his father was a prestigious, great noble in the Northwest. Compared with such a powerful backer, Wilhelmina was simply nothing at all. Jess was still scheming inwardly. He felt he absolutely had to make Wilhelmina bow her head. As long as he obtained an apology, these so-called disciplinary lessons should come to an end. As soon as the door was pushed open, he intended to seize the initiative first. But before he could finish speaking, he froze at the entrance. The atmosphere inside the room was completely wrong. Wilhelmina had been waiting for him all along. Moreover, guards stood beside her, and a maid was even kneeling on the floor. Wilhelmina was coldly announcing the result of the punishment. "You are suspended for 1 month. Go back and reflect carefully on exactly what you did wrong." Jess was completely stunned. He had originally come to cause trouble, but as soon as he entered, he ran straight into Wilhelmina cleaning house. The maid was sobbing and could only obediently answer, "Yes, madam." Jess watched from the side, his heart muttering uneasily. Could this maid have been punished because of yesterday's incident? Judging by his gloating expression, he probably even felt rather pleased. But how could he know that this was merely a show Wilhelmina had staged specifically for him? Wilhelmina did not even raise her head. She directly told him to come in and said, "You came rather early today." Jess complained impatiently, "Isn't that because the Viscountess woke me up at 6 in the morning? That old woman kept nagging in my ear nonstop." Wilhelmina casually answered, "Is that so? How pitiful for you." Hearing her perfunctory tone, Jess became even more furious. This woman claimed to sympathize with him, but her face showed no pity at all. She was simply too irritating. He took a deep breath, intending to get straight to the point, since yesterday's matter had been mentioned. Before Jess could open his mouth, Wilhelmina first handed over a sheet of paper. "Do-me a favor. Sign this first." Jess looked puzzled. What was this now? Wilhelmina calmly explained that this was the disciplinary notice for that maid. She even deliberately asked him whether he needed her to read it aloud for him. That made Jess furious. It was not as if he were an illiterate little brat. He took the paper and looked carefully. It said that the maid had been severely punished because she had been rude to him. As the person involved, he had to be the one to sign it. Wilhelmina urged him from the side, telling him to read it clearly before putting pen to paper. Jess hesitated now. Once this stroke fell, it would represent the stance of the entire Milo family. If he went back on it now and refused to sign, would that maid be able to escape punishment? Jess felt he had gained the upper hand and shouted loudly, "Then I have to sign it, don't I?" Wilhelmina lightly replied, "That is correct." With a few swift strokes, he signed his name and proudly handed the paper back, feeling that he had finally shown off his authority this time. But he did not notice the faint smile at the corner of Wilhelmina's mouth. It was not praise for him at all. Jess's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He felt that this woman's expression was not quite right, and it even sent a chill down his back. Wilhelmina accepted the paper and handed it to Nadasanon beside her. "Good. Thank you for your trouble." Wilhelmina then took out another document. "Do not rush off. There is one more copy to sign." Jess was truly stunned now. How is there another one? Wilhelmina had no intention of letting him go. "This one was prepared especially for you. It is an invoice for you." Jess was completely bewildered now. An invoice? What did that mean? He looked at the thick stack of papers in Nadasanon's hands and truly panicked. Could all of these be for him? Wilhelmina generously admitted it. "That is right. These list in detail exactly how much the vase you broke was worth. That was a collection piece of the Lona family from 15 years ago. We even specially referred to the interest rate of the Imperial Bank. If you dare pay even 1 copper less." Jess completely broke down and shouted, "Why should I compensate you?" Wilhelmina was no longer polite and laid everything out plainly. "The responsibility for breaking the vase lies entirely with you alone." Jess loudly retorted. That was clearly that maid's fault. Otherwise, why would she be punished? Wilhelmina sneered. "You are mistaken. She was punished because she was rude to you, not because of the vase." Jess was completely stunned. What kind of logic was this? Wilhelmina tapped the paper on the table and told him to look at it carefully. The disciplinary notice he had personally signed just now. Now, Jess had nothing to say. Only then did he realize that with that stroke of the pen just now, he had personally taken the blame onto himself. The document clearly stated that the punishment for the maid Ross ended there. In other words, aside from being disrespectful toward an elder, there were no other charges against the maid. As for the debt for that sky-high priced vase, Jess now had to bear it entirely by himself. Jess became completely frantic and shouted at the top of his lungs that this was a scam. He refused to sign the document no matter what and pushed all the blame onto the maid again. Wilhelmina, however, remained perfectly calm. She said that the maid had already received punishment for her own mistake. Jess still refused to accept it. Why should he pay when the maid had made a mistake? Wilhelmina directly asked in return. The vase could not have grown legs and smashed itself, could it? Everyone present at the time saw what happened. Wilhelmina smoothly took back the initiative. Her tone did not sound very good. "Since you think it was not your fault, then do you object to the punishment given to the maid?" Jess was still shouting that he would absolutely not acknowledge the debt. Wilhelmina, however, remained calm and directly threw out one sentence. "Your name has already been signed on this document." It was written clearly in black and white. Trying to deny it now was impossible. Wilhelmina stated it plainly. "If you do not act according to the contract, then we can only meet in court." As soon as he heard it might go to court, Jess completely panicked. Wilhelmina continued reminding him that he was still a minor. If they really went to court, his family's adults would have to come forward as his guardians. At that point, the entire family would lose face. Speaking of which, the Milo family was also quite familiar with the courts. Ever since a gold mine had been discovered in their territory, that Viscount had frequently gone to court to fight for mining rights. If they were sued again because of this sort of scandal, then they would truly lose every bit of face. Wilhelmina sighed and said, "Since you cannot resolve this, we can only have your father personally step forward." Jess was completely wilted now. He muttered softly that he simply did not have that much money. If this really reached his family, his life would probably be over. Seeing that Jess had been scared out of his wits, Wilhelmina changed her tone and said that if he really could not produce the money now, she did have another method. It would depend on whether Jess wanted to hear it. After handling this farce, Nadasanon followed behind and could not help asking, "Madam, why go through so much trouble and circle around like this? Would it not be simpler to just beat him and teach him a lesson?" Wilhelmina understood in her heart that, in Nadasanon's view, if a child did not listen, beating them was the simplest method. That was also the common belief of this era. But she took out another agreement. Jess leaned closer to look, and his whole body froze. It said that he had to wholeheartedly accept Wilhelmina's instruction. As long as he obediently attended lessons for 10 days, the sky-high debt from before would be completely written off. This condition did indeed sound tempting. Wilhelmina urged him to sign quickly. Jess now had been forced onto a path with no retreat and could only grit his teeth and agree. In truth, Wilhelmina had her own plan. Some things could indeed be resolved with fists, but what she wanted to teach Jess could not be accomplished through violence alone. Nadasanon still felt it was unreliable. Could a brat like this really be reborn in only 10 short days? Wilhelmina still decided to give it a try. After all, this was already Jess's final chance. Nadasanon was utterly confused. Final chance? What do you mean by that? Just then, the maid beside them came over to thank her, saying, "Thank you, madam, for giving me leave." After all unrelated people had gone far away, Wilhelmina suddenly asked a question. "Nada, when do you think a person will truly reflect on their mistakes?" Nadasanon answered without thinking, "Surely when they grow up and become sensible?" Wilhelmina shook her head. "No, the best time for someone to reflect is when they have caused the fewest victims." After hearing this, Nadasanon froze. Wilhelmina walked forward while calmly analyzing. "If we do not deal with Jess now, this child will only become worse and worse in the future. While he is still at the academy, many wrongs can still be resolved with an apology. For him, this is actually the luckiest time. Of course, if this boy truly was mud that could not be plastered onto a wall, Wilhelmina would absolutely not be soft-hearted either. At that time, she would inevitably have to use some harsher methods. She turned to look at Nadasanon and said, "When the time comes, I will have to ask you, my knight, to help." Nadasanon smiled and said that simply striking him a few times with a cane probably would not cure such an arrogant fellow. But since Madame had spoken, they would certainly take good care of Jess and guarantee their blows would be extremely measured, just enough to hit to the point where bones would not break. Wilhelmina felt a quiet chill in her heart as she listened. Could a cane really break bones? Looking at the thick book in his hands, the boy looked utterly bewildered, completely unsure what to do with it. Wilhelmina told him that this was a workbook. It had 100 pages in total. He had to complete 10 pages every day with both quality and quantity, and every problem had to be solved. When the boy heard this, he thought it sounded simple enough. He immediately began negotiating, asking whether he could go home early if he finished ahead of time. Wilhelmina had just wanted to remind him what would happen if he failed to finish within 10 days, but the boy did not listen at all and shouted for her to let him begin quickly. Wilhelmina was helpless. This habit of refusing to listen to advice really had not changed at all. "Since you are so eager to show off, then please begin your performance." But who could have imagined that as soon as the book was opened to the first page, the boy would be completely dumbfounded. The difficulty of these problems was probably entirely different from what he had imagined. Jess, who had just confidently said it was simple, was now completely stunned. How was this an ordinary workbook? It was practically designed to torment a person to death. Wilhelmina, however, remained perfectly calm. This was the famous Force Practice series. Even at the Capital Academy, it was renowned for its difficulty. Professors treated it like a treasure, while students only wanted to take a detour whenever they saw it. Looking at Jess's crushed expression, Wilhelmina directly presented him with a choice. If he wanted to admit defeat now, it was not impossible. In the end, although the boy was inwardly 10,000 times unwilling, he could only obediently pick up his pen. Jess was truly honest this time. Only the sound of the pen tip scratching across paper remained in the room. It seemed this high-difficulty workbook was indeed enough to give him a hard time. Wilhelmina leisurely flipped through a book at the side. Calculating the time, the person who was supposed to come should be almost here. The knock on the door sounded at exactly the right time. Wilhelmina did not even raise her head and directly let the person enter. When the door opened, Melina appeared at the entrance. Without raising her head, Wilhelmina casually asked, "Here to study again today?" Melina hurriedly nodded in agreement. Wilhelmina pointed to the seat beside them and said that the desk was already in use, so she should sit directly opposite instead. Melina was quite obedient. Holding her book, she sat opposite Jess. Now, this was interesting. The atmosphere in the originally quiet study room suddenly became subtle. Seeing these two brought together, even Nadasanon, watching from the side, was stunned and could not help asking Wilhelmina, "This is your plan? Can this really work?" Wilhelmina was very confident and answered with great certainty, "Absolutely," because she understood Jess far too well. Although this boy was stubborn with his mouth, his desire to win was stronger than anyone's. Sure enough, as soon as Wilhelmina began teaching Melina, Jess's eyes started drifting over. Seeing Wilhelmina be so patient with someone else, Jess's heart had probably already begun churning. When it came to grasping people's hearts, one still had to look to Wilhelmina. She had long since seen through Jess's fatal weakness. This boy had a fatal flaw. He had absolutely no resistance toward pretty girls. After working for half the day, Wilhelmina finally closed the book. It was time for lunch. Melina had already prepared a lunchbox. It seemed Wilhelmina intended to let these two have lunch alone. Wilhelmina turned to Jess and asked whether he wanted to go to the dining room together. Jess was completely stunned. When had he ever seen such a situation? He could only cautiously confirm. "Are we going to eat alone together?" Wilhelmina smiled especially gently. "That is right, just the two of us." Now Jess truly had no moves left. He had not recovered in the first place, and now he had been arranged perfectly and clearly. Seeing Jess's expression, Wilhelmina understood everything in her heart. This boy was definitely restless right now, wishing he could find a crack in the ground and crawl into it. She simply gave him a way out and asked whether he wanted to eat with Melina instead. Jess hurriedly nodded in agreement. Now he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Wilhelmina smiled, said goodbye, and turned to leave. In truth, she had something more important to do. As soon as she walked out, Nadasanon was already waiting at the door. This night's efficiency really was high. They directly handed over a letter. This was a letter of permission sent from the main residence. With this thing, the next phase of the plan could finally begin. What Wilhelmina held in her hand was precisely the document prepared for Jess. She had not expected Mikhail to move so quickly. It seemed he had been keeping an eye on the Milo family all along. He was probably interested in that newly discovered gold mine. Nadasanon was somewhat worried at the side. Is it really all right to leave those two children alone? Wilhelmina was quite confident. Melina was so adorable that Jess would definitely behave like a gentleman in order to leave a good impression. Seeing Nadasanon's doubtful expression, Wilhelmina smiled. "Do you think I'm talking nonsense?" Nadasanon directly asked the key question. "If this method works, then why is Jess still so rude to you?" Nadasanon's follow-up cut straight to the point. They directly asked Wilhelmina, "According to your logic, that child should also be trying every possible way to leave you with a good impression, should he not?" As soon as these words came out, Nadasanon realized at first. Was this not the same as saying Wilhelmina had no charm? They hurriedly tried to take the words back and told the other party not to take it to heart. Now, it was this female knight's turn to become flustered. The scene shifted and the view returned to the study. Melina had already taken the initiative to greet him. She smiled especially brightly and introduced herself openly. "Hello, my name is Melina." Faced with Melina's familiar attitude, Jess was completely stunned and muttered inwardly. When did our relationship become like that of old friends? Melina did not care about any of that. She leaned over and stared at the notebook on the table, asking curiously, "Wow, what is this? A workbook?" Jess hurriedly protected the thing and directly warned her, "Do not touch it. I have not finished it yet." Melina was not angry either. She obediently pulled her hand back, stared at the densely packed symbols, and muttered softly, "This looks like a foreign language. I cannot understand it at all." Jess finally seized an opportunity. With a little pride in his tone, he said, "That is mathematics. Have you not learned this yet?" When Melina heard that, she immediately became excited and hurriedly showed off her own book. "Mathematics? I'm learning it too." But Jess glanced at it and poured cold water over her at once. "What you have there is at most arithmetic. It is not the same as this." Melina listened in a daze. Were those two things not the same? Jess folded his arms. "Of course not. I got tired of playing with the little things you were learning 7 years ago." As soon as the words left his mouth, Jess regretted it a little. Was saying it like this too much like showing off? He stammered, trying to smooth things over, but before he could explain, Melina directly entered worship mode. "That is amazing. I have not even figured out the simplest things yet, but you have already mastered something so difficult." Seeing Melina's enthusiastic expression, Jess completely stiffened. Why was this child like a little puppy? Melina continued, praising him nonstop. "You really are incredible. When will I be able to write symbols like a foreign language the way you do?" Jess felt somewhat embarrassed by the praise and could only follow her words. "As long as you work hard, you will definitely learn it soon." Jess had finally found a chance to show off. He told Melina that this was not some foreign language, but a complex equation. He himself had studied for a full 7 years. At Melina's current pace, it would probably take her 10 years to learn it. As soon as he said this, Melina completely wilted. 10 years was far too distant for her. After all, she could only squeeze out a little time to read during lunch and before bed. Moreover, Wilhelmina could not possibly teach her forever. Seeing how dejected she was, Jess casually comforted her, saying that studying was not actually that difficult. But Melina did not accept the comfort at all, and the atmosphere immediately froze. Just as Melina was about to give up, Jess unexpectedly relented of his own accord. He said that over the next 10 days, if Wilhelmina was not around, he could personally teach her. This sudden goodwill left Melina almost unable to believe her ears. Had this aloof little genius actually changed? Jess's thunderous side emerged again. While turning his face away, he found himself a way down, saying that he simply did not want to eat lunch alone and was only reluctantly staying to keep Melina company. Folding his arms, his tone was full of pride as he said that Melina was extraordinarily lucky to receive personal tutoring from an elite academy student like him. Melina did not care about any of that. As soon as she heard Jess was willing to teach her, she excitedly grabbed his hand, thanking him nonstop and praising Jess as her smartest friend. This sudden intimate contact frightened Jess badly. While stammering and trying to decline, he did not forget to maintain his noble posture, saying that teaching commoners was his responsibility. But his heart had long since become a complete mess. What was with this girl? She just grabbed his hand without warning. Did she have no guard up at all? Melina, however, was very open and directly invited him, saying they could learn while eating. She had even specially brought bread and gave her and wanted to share it with Jess. Looking at the bread Melina handed over, Jess looked disgusted and said that thing was as hard as stone, so he was not eating it. In any case, a maid would bring food over soon. Melina was not angry either and said they could each eat their own food. But then her tone changed, and she asked Jess whether he wanted to taste her soup. Jess, who had just been acting cold and aloof, immediately became a different person when he heard there was soup to drink. Who would have thought this young master was actually a soup lover? In the blink of an eye, evening arrived, and the carriage was already on the road back. Jess sat in the carriage, worrying nonstop. Today, he had been too busy chatting with Melina, so he had only completed 8 pages of the workbook. He originally thought that this time, he would definitely be scolded by Wilhelmina. After all, he had completely failed to meet today's task. In the end, Wilhelmina not only did not get angry, but gently told him that since he had not finished, he could simply come back and continue writing tomorrow. Looking at Melina fading into the distance outside the window, Jess was still muttering inwardly. That girl waved goodbye while saying farewell, and the enthusiasm in her bones still left him unable to recover even now. In his eyes, the people in that place were all strange. He was clearly an outsider, yet they acted as if they had known him for a long time. That inexplicable sense of warmth made him feel uncomfortable all over. As soon as the carriage stopped steadily, Viscountess Roland came out to greet him. In a calm tone, she asked, "How were today's lessons?" Seeing the other party's unruffled appearance, Jess felt even less certain. Logically, since he had not completed the task, she should have gotten angry on the spot. For her to be this calm now definitely meant nothing good. Jess simply turned his head away and answered irritably that it was not a lesson at all. He had spent the entire afternoon with his head buried in problems. After saying this, he did not want to stay even one more second. He directly found an excuse and slipped into the house. Before Jess could catch his breath, trouble came to find him. Viscountess Roland suddenly said that the Zoman family had sent a letter. It had been sent by the family of his fiancée. This news was simply like a bolt from the blue. Jess froze completely. Without saying another word, he snatched the envelope from Viscountess Roland's hands. This did not look like reading a letter. It was as if he were receiving some scalding hot potato. All that Sundara attitude from just now disappeared completely. He stared fixedly at the letter, and his hands began trembling unconsciously. The contents of the letter were clearly even worse than he had imagined. Just what kind of content could scare Jess to this extent? Viscountess Roland watched from the side and also felt this matter was not simple. Jess could not stay even one more second. He handed this hot potato to Viscountess Roland and hid in his room first. It seemed the contents of this letter had completely crushed his mental state. Viscountess Roland looked carefully and saw that the envelope was prominently written with the name of Countess Zoman. This lady's surname had always been synonymous with trouble. Viscountess Roland did not hesitate and directly opened this Pandora's box. The more Viscountess Roland read, the more she felt something was wrong. On the surface, This letter expressed concern for his studies, but between the lines, it was full of pressure. The Zoman family's demands of Jess were simply absurdly high. They even made sarcastic remarks about the short history of his family. How was this a family letter? It was clearly a shackle placed around his neck. These airtight expectations pressed on him so heavily that he could not breathe at all. Every sentence was like a massive stone, striking Jess squarely in the heart. Looking at the letter in her hand, Viscountess Roland felt a mixture of emotions. These heavy responsibilities should never have been borne by a 12-year-old child. No wonder Jess had become what he was now. Growing up in such an environment, anyone would collapse. Seeing Jess's lost and dispirited appearance, Viscountess Roland finally understood this suffocating secret. The days passed one by one, and Jess's remedial lesson life officially began. But the atmosphere of this first lesson was somewhat wrong. Wilhelmina was quite generous and directly tossed out a pile of difficult problems he had to solve today. She also instructed Jess to ask if there was anything he did not understand and not to keep it to himself. In the end, before she had even finished speaking, Wilhelmina openly yawned in front of her guest. This left Jess dumbfounded. What kind of duchess was this rude? Jess muttered inwardly. These lessons were also inexplicable. She neither taught new knowledge nor taught any noble etiquette. He looked at the book in his hands, and the more he thought about it, the more wrong it felt. If she was not going to teach anything, then why had she gone through all that trouble to make him sign that contract in the first place? Originally, Jess had thought she was deliberately trying to torment him. Wilhelmina had no intention of managing him at all. She left him aside to work through problems by himself. This treatment was far too different. Clearly, when she had taught Melina before, she had been so serious and responsible. Why did everything change when it was his turn? It was not that he insisted she stare at him, but this feeling of being completely ignored would make anyone uncomfortable. Worse still, these problems were simply not meant for humans to solve. The more Jess worked, the angrier he became, wishing he could tear the book apart. Did the person who wrote these problems have a grudge against students? If this had been at his own home, would any teacher dare set problems like this? Jess was just about to argue with her, but when he looked up, good grief, Wilhelmina had actually fallen sound asleep. Jess truly could not endure it now. At a time like this, she was actually slacking off. He gritted his teeth, and the anger in his heart shot up at once. Since you're not taking this seriously, then I will not serve you either. He abruptly snapped the book shut, making such a loud noise that even the table trembled. Jess walked outside without looking back, each step landing with an earth-shaking stomp. He could not stay in this place for even one more second. Who would have known that as soon as he pushed open the door, he would bump into Melina, who was just about to enter. Melina held a book and innocently asked him, "Are you here to study?" Jess looked at her and felt a mixture of emotions. Melina smiled and explained that she had just finished her work and wanted to use her break to come find the Duchess. Seeing Melina's pure and simple appearance, the anger in Jess's heart somehow inexplicably diminished by more than half. This girl spoke and acted just like an immature child. Jess casually took Melina's book, still wondering inwardly what was so interesting about studying. But when he lowered his head and looked, he saw that the pages of this book had nearly been worn ragged from being turned so often. Jess discovered that this book was different from the usual ones. Melina, however, was very honest and said she had encountered a difficult problem and was planning to ask Wilhelmina for guidance. Jess immediately seized this opportunity. She actually did not know how to do something this basic. He directly led her to the table, intending to personally teach this girl. Melina had originally been worried about disturbing them, but when she turned and looked, Wilhelmina was sleeping like the dead. Now, there was no one to rely on. The person who had just been clamoring to leave now actually sat down of his own accord. Even Jess himself did not realize this turn in the plot. The two students leaned together like that. Under Jess's guidance, Melina finally understood. So this problem was actually this simple. Jess had finally regained some face. His mouth said that this problem was not difficult at all, but in his heart, he was probably already delighted. Melina thanked him with a worshipful expression, saying that if he had not been there, she could only have gone to look through the answer booklet. Jess froze completely. What? This place actually has an answer booklet? From what Melina said, that booklet was full of solution methods. She even planned to study all of them. The little calculations in Jess's heart immediately started clattering. Since there were ready-made answers, did the book in his hands have one too? After receiving an affirmative answer, Jess's mind instantly left his book. He secretly glanced at Wilhelmina, who was still sleeping soundly beside them, and a bold thought emerged. Since the teacher was not managing him, then she could not blame the student for being impolite. While Wilhelmina was sleeping soundly, Jess finally could not hold back any longer. He leaned close to Melina's ear and lowered his voice to ask, "Can you bring me that answer booklet?" After hearing this, Melina looked puzzled and asked in return, "Are there actually problems even you cannot solve?" Those words directly poked Jess's sore spot. He immediately became anxious. "Stop talking nonsense. If I tell you to go, then hurry up and go." Seeing that Melina had been frightened, Jess also realized his tone had been too harsh. But he still forced himself to explain, "I helped you just now. Friends should help each other, right?" Melina looked very troubled and said she had been instructed that the booklet could not be flipped through casually. She could only look at it when checking answers. But Jess no longer cared about any of that now. He only wanted to know where the thing was. Melina hesitated for a long time before finally revealing the truth. The thing was in the late Duke's office. The late Duke's office. Jess was stunned at first, but very quickly, he found an excuse for himself. In any case, the person was no longer there. That place was now just an ordinary study. In his eyes, Wilhelmina had no status in this family at all. Even if he really barged in, she probably would not dare say a word. As long as he could get the answers and muddle through his homework, no one would be able to find fault with him. But Melina still felt it was not proper and insisted on first asking Wilhelmina for instructions. Jess became completely anxious now and directly shouted, "No!" Seeing that gentle persuasion would not work, Jess simply began acting shamelessly. He used their friendship as a bargaining chip and threatened that if Melina dared tell on him, they could forget about being friends in the future. Not only would he never teach her again, he would even pretend not to know her on the street. Looking at this companion, who was usually fairly pleasant but had now become so unfamiliar, Melina was truly frightened this time. Seeing that being forceful did not work, Jess began making threats again. "If you do not help me, you will definitely regret it later." Immediately afterward, he changed faces again, tightly grabbing Melina and refusing to let go. "Just this once. Melina, please help me." When had Melina ever seen a scene like this? She was completely frightened. Unable to withstand Jess's persistent coaxing and pestering, she finally nodded helplessly. The two of them quietly slipped toward that office. Jess was still encouraging her from the side. "Move faster. As long as we are quick, absolutely no one will notice." But did they really think the person in the room was just a decoration? Wilhelmina, who had supposedly still been asleep, now actually opened her eyes. It seemed every movement of these two little fellows had been under her gaze. Now, things were getting interesting. The answers on the test papers were all correct, and even the solution steps were written clearly. Jess looked at the Wilhelmina before him and felt that no matter how he looked, something was wrong. After all, her usual behavior really did not resemble that of a proper, noble young lady. One moment, she was chatting with wild children in the garden, and the next she was folding paper airplanes with servants. The contrast was far too great. Jess felt there had to be something fishy about this. Perhaps she had copied it from somewhere amid the chaos. But as he flipped through, he discovered that the answers had actually cut off. Without raising his head, Jess ordered, "Go bring the remaining papers too." Melina stood beside him, somewhat hesitant. Jess directly laid things out. Taking one sheet or two sheets is the same. If you do not cooperate, once this matter reaches the lady of the house, it will not end well. Faced with this kind of threat, Melina could only lower her head and compromise, obediently going to fetch the remaining things. Jess was feeling rather smug as he said it. As long as he brought out that name, Melina would have no choice but to behave. That feeling of having everything under control made him think everything tomorrow would go smoothly. Just as he was feeling pleased with himself, Melina suddenly came running over. Jess's heart sank. Wasn't this child usually supposed to be working? Why did she always show up right on time every time he had just finished his homework? Could that woman have arranged this on purpose, sending Melina to keep an eye on him? Melina did not care what he was thinking. She grabbed him and said they should go to the kitchen to steal snacks, then go treasure hunting in the stables, and even play a flower guessing game in the garden. To Jess, these games were childish to the extreme. But in this unbearably boring place, there did not seem to be anything else to do. Melina then brought over the remaining answers. Jess casually took them. He looked at the papers in his hand, then at the noisy Melina beside him, and a thought suddenly came to him. If all he had to do was play around with this little girl, perhaps the days would not be so hard to endure. This little girl really knew how to pick her timing. She came over holding a huge, thick book. Melina asked Jess, "Have you read this before?" Just to not take it seriously at all. Wasn't this just the most basic founding myth? He had read it so many times he was sick of it. But Melina said she had spent ages reading it last night and still had not understood it. It was full of ancient script, so she insisted Jess explain it to her. Seeing Melina look so serious, Jess's little calculations started up again. This girl was actually rather pleasant to look at. He thought that once he made a name for himself in the future, he might as well take her back to the main residence as a personal maid. She would be better than his current nanny, at least. Melina then asked, "Then what exactly is this first emperor written here?" This was no ordinary name. It was the title of the first emperor, the Sun Chariot. Legend said this emperor had descended from the sun, and everyone under heaven had been waiting for his arrival. The grandeur of it did sound rather intimidating. Jess thought the little girl would listen with admiration all over her face. Instead, she suddenly blurted out, "Then he must have had a very hard life." That train of thought left Jess completely at a loss. Everyone else worshipped heroes, so why did she start feeling sorry for him instead? Melina continued, "For such a huge empire, if everyone was counting on him alone, his life must have been very difficult." It turned out she had heard this from a duchess. The more people expected of someone, the lonelier that person would feel because no one could truly help him. For someone so young to think that deeply, Jess looked at Melina before him and suddenly felt that this girl might not be as simple as he had imagined. Jess asked, "Did the Duchess really say that?" Melina nodded. She said that if everyone had stared at her when she first came to work, the pressure would have been so great she definitely would have cried, since she had been so clumsy back then. Those words hit Jess right where it hurt. Jess hurriedly retorted, "That is the duty of nobles. People who stand above others are meant to shoulder such responsibilities." Melina did not see it that way. Even if it is hard, there is no need to lie to yourself, right? Pretending it does not hurt when it obviously does is not cool at all. Jess asked, "Then if it were you, what would you do?" Melina smiled and said, "I would tell the Duchess and Anna directly. I am really tired." Jess fell silent for a moment. Then what if the Duchess herself also felt she could not hold on anymore? This time, it was Melina's turn to be unable to answer. Who could have imagined that Jess, heir to the Milo family, who bore the halo of a genius and had entered the academy at such a young age, had hidden so many grievances in his heart that he did not even dare speak aloud? The Count Zoman family had specifically asked to meet Jess. They were an old, prestigious house, and his elders had warned him again and again that he absolutely must not offend them. They had not even met him more than a few times before the other side began considering a marriage alliance, wanting to betroth their daughter to Jess. From then on, letters from the Zoman family never stopped. 2 letters a week, even more persistent than debt collectors. Whenever exam season arrived, they even demanded that he include his grades in his reply. How was this a marriage alliance? It was practically finding himself a remote supervisor. Jess truly could not stand this suffocating pressure and tried complaining to his parents a little. What he got in return was a brutal beating. His father roared, "It is your honor that the Count has taken an interest in you." The scene shifted. The current Jess was still trapped by these trivial matters and still had to write a reply to that side, reporting on his progress and etiquette as well as his own grades in every subject. Just as Jess was about to suffocate, Melina suddenly said, "If you feel too tired, I can listen to you complain." Those simple words struck the softest part of Jess's heart. Jess froze completely. Melina smiled and said, "If the Duchess feels tired, I will listen to her troubles too, and I will tell her she has done wonderfully." To Jess, those words sounded absolutely insane. He quickly reminded her, "Do you know what the Duchess's status is? For someone like Melina to praise a noble, you could be punished." But Melina was not afraid at all. She said, "Praise is a gift." The Duchess said herself that as long as something is a gift, whoever gives it will make the recipient happy. Jess still could not believe it. Do you think she would really care about something you gave her? Melina did not think that deeply. She only wanted to be good to the people she liked. As long as that person was willing to speak honestly, she would stay by their side and tell them, "You have already done very well." Those words completely shattered the wall in Jess's heart. Melina continued, "Even if the other person does not smile, I still want to say those things." Jess looked at the girl before him, and a thought suddenly emerged in his mind. If only I had met a friend like this from the beginning. He could not help asking, "Then would you say the same thing to me too?" Melina tilted her head and looked at him curiously. Jess hurriedly turned his head away. This time, he was the one who felt embarrassed. He stammered, "You are not thinking of..." Before he could finish, Anna's voice came from the distance. "Melina, where are you?" Melina quickly turned around. Anna was looking for her. Something had gone missing. Anna had come looking after all. Though she said she believed them, her words were clearly probing. That question nearly scared Jess half to death. His heart pounded. Had the matter of those answers been exposed so quickly? It seemed the missing item was no small thing. If it could not be found, everyone in the residence might suffer. Since Anna could not get anything out of them there, she could only take the girl to see the Duchess first. The serious matter came first, and she could not delay here. Watching the two of them walk away, Jess stood there alone, stunned. The residence was now in total chaos. The sounds of searching were everywhere. Seeing this commotion, Jess was not panicked at all. He even thought these people were rather foolish. In any case, tomorrow was the final day. Since everyone was busy looking for something, this was the perfect chance for him to confirm those so-called answers. Jess casually flipped through them, only to freeze completely. This was actually the budget statement for the Layton family's night order from 20 years ago. Now everything matched up. The treasure the entire residence had gone mad searching for was actually in his hands. How had this thing ended up here? This was a hot potato. Jess's heart was pounding now. Should he hurry and return it? But he suddenly remembered that his father had always been extremely strict about accounts, often saying that anyone who squandered money should be dragged off and executed. If even his father was that ruthless, then how much more so that Duchess? If he were caught red-handed, he might lose his life here. This was a confidential document. Jess was now caught between retreat and advance. If he returned it and said he had picked it up, who would believe him? If he told the truth and admitted he had wanted to steal the answers, then his whole life would be ruined. What he cared about was not only this task. There was also the girl who always smiled at him. If he were driven out, he might never see her again. Just as he was agonizing over it, the door suddenly opened. Jess was startled stiff. Wilhelmina seemed rather surprised. Seeing him working so hard, she thought he was secretly studying. Wilhelmina sighed as she muttered that the residence had been in such disorder lately. How could a perfectly good official document vanish just like that? Jess's heart was about to leap out of his chest, yet he still had to pretend he knew nothing. Then Wilhelmina's next words made him completely unable to sit still. It turned out the missing item was a top-secret document, and someone had already been treated as a suspect. Jess panicked as soon as he heard this and instinctively wanted to defend that person. But the moment the words left his mouth, he realized he had caused trouble. How could someone who knew nothing think the culprit was someone else? Wilhelmina's hands abruptly stopped moving. She turned her head and stared fixedly at Jess, asking why he would think that. Now, Jess truly had no way to smooth things over. Jess still forced himself to make things up. Maybe someone secretly slipped in. But Wilhelmina did not buy that at all. She said there had always been guards watching the entrance, and over the past week, aside from herself, only Melina had entered. Jess still refused to give up. He found another excuse, asking whether it might have fallen between the books. Wilhelmina immediately killed that idea as well. The entire residence had been turned upside down, and nothing had been found. It was obvious someone had stolen it. Now Jess's heart was in total turmoil. If it was really judged as theft, what would happen to Melina next? If the investigation fell on Melina, she would certainly be dismissed immediately. Jess completely panicked. He remembered Melina saying that she and her family had no relatives to rely on. They had worked for the Layton family all these years and knew nothing about the outside world. With the tiny amount of wages they had saved, if they left this place, they might not even find somewhere to stay. The more Jess thought about it, the more frightened he became. He even considered simply taking them in himself. But Wilhelmina's next words directly crushed his fantasy. She said this matter was not that simple. When the time came, there would still have to be a public trial, and Melina had to be severely punished. Jess froze completely. This was no longer merely a matter of losing her job. Jess tentatively asked, what kind of punishment would it be? Wilhelmina did not even lift her eyes. She said that since theft was involved, Melina could forget about ever entering a noble household again for the rest of her life. Moreover, she would be publicly flogged. Now it was a huge problem. If Melina was ruined like this, it would all be because of Jess's moment of foolishness. Once she was branded a thief, even if he wanted to help her later, he would have no way to do so. Should he simply hand the thing over now and say he had forced Melina to do it? The excuse was ready-made. He could say he had only wanted to peek at the exam answers. But as soon as the thought thought appeared, he shrank back again. If his family found out he had done such a thing, his reputation as the pride of the family would be completely ruined. At that point, no one would be able to protect him. Jess was truly afraid now. If this matter got out, the genius persona he had worked so hard to maintain would collapse completely, and he knew very well that no one at home would speak for him. After all, he was always so arrogant and superior, offending everyone around him. Now he had truly become isolated and alone, with not even one person beside him to discuss things with. He could only endure it by himself. The irony was that the only person who would smile at him and sincerely listen to him, Melina, was now taking the blame for him. And what happened? Wilhelmina was still praising him, saying he had answered everything correctly this time and had performed simply perfectly. Wilhelmina closed the book and said she still had proper business to handle next, so today's lesson would end here. She even comforted Jess a little, telling him not to feel too much pressure. Seeing Jess remain silent for a long time, she politely asked whether he wanted to stay and eat before leaving. Although the household was currently in chaos, arranging a meal for him would not be a problem. But how could Jess be in the mood to eat? He lowered his head and muttered softly. Wilhelmina had not reacted yet when he suddenly shouted at the top of his lungs, "I want to leave right now." That stunned everyone. Jess grabbed his bag and rushed out without looking back. With the bang of the door closing, he finally escaped. Jess ran wildly the whole way, not daring to look back at all. But no matter how fast he ran, he could not shake off the guilt in his heart. What should he do? This matter had already gone completely out of control. Every step he took now felt as if he were staggering along the edge of a cliff. Just when he had nowhere left to go, a pair of eyes in the dark had already seen through everything. Wilhelmina coldly reminded him that tomorrow would be his final chance. She wanted to see what choice Jess would make now that things had come to this. In this deep mansion, someone was now hiding under the covers, his heart in utter chaos. Jess was suffering terribly. What should he do? He wanted to save Melina, but when he thought of his strict father at home, he lost his courage again. If he disappointed his father, he simply could not bear the consequences. One moment, he felt it was all his fault. The next, he tried to deceive himself and say it was only an accident. He even thought of simply going to accept the punishment himself. But just then, the most selfish thought appeared in his mind. If he let Melina take the blame for him, wouldn't this matter simply pass? Jess kept comforting himself, thinking that at most she would only be punished a little. Surely it would not cost the child her life, right? At worst, he could secretly send her some medicine. This matter should be able to end there. But he still had no confidence in his heart. Although that great duchess seemed proper and should not truly drive Melina out, what if she did? In the dead of winter, if Melina really were driven out, she would not survive. Thinking of this, Jess nearly broke down completely. He was now filled with regret. He hated himself for looking at that book. He hated having encountered these rotten matters. He even began to hate Viscountess Roland for bringing him to this place. Just like that, he endured an entire night of torment. Dawn came, and a new day arrived. But what had to be faced still had to be faced. That sleep had left him even more exhausted than if he had not slept at all. In the end, Jess still got up. Opening this door meant he could no longer hide. Once he had tidied himself up and walked out, he ran straight into Roland. Roland asked him, "Are you going to see the Duchess?" Jess nodded. "Yes." Roland smiled. "Good. The carriage is already waiting there." Jess followed Roland into the hall. Anna muttered quietly beside them, "Is it really necessary to make it this serious?" Wilhelmina did not even turn her head. Her tone was especially firm. It must be done. Anna still felt it was a little excessive. After all, it would not be good if this matter became too big. Was it really necessary to hold a trial? Couldn't they just punish her casually and be done with it? Wilhelmina suddenly said, "Anna, sometimes you really are like that Nadasanon." As soon as Anna heard this, she immediately understood. That was definitely not a compliment. Wilhelmina asked whether she was wrong. Since things had already reached this point, they should set off quickly. As she walked, she muttered that Helen was in high spirits right now, and, as the mother-in-law, she could not spoil her daughter-in-law's mood. After all, the Milo family was no ordinary family now. Ever since a gold mine had been dug up on their land, who in the West was not eyeing that fat piece of meat? Now rumors were spreading outside that the Zoman family was urgently seeking a marriage alliance. One side was a fallen noble house with a name, but no real power. The other was a nouveau riche family seeking a backer. The two hit it off immediately, and it was a mutually beneficial deal. In that case, that child was in a miserable position. In the eyes of these adults, a child was nothing more than a political bargaining chip. If they did not quickly suppress this now, once the Milo family truly gained momentum, the situation might no longer be controllable. Judging by Helen's attitude, she intended to lock everyone into her plan. How was this a marriage alliance? It was clearly an attempt to turn everyone into puppets on her strings. Wilhelmina knew very well that the most important things now were twofold. First, Jess had to be made to clear his head and not be carried away by the situation before him. Second, the Milo family had to understand who truly had the final say in this territory. They had to be made to feel awe from the bottom of their hearts. To be honest, although Wilhelmina's political studies had been mediocre in the past, she was becoming increasingly adept at dealing with these noble tactics now. After all, pacifying an upright adolescent boy had never been an easy thing, especially someone like Jess, who always thought he was the smartest. With his personality, once he became impulsive, he easily disregarded everything. So this time, Wilhelmina did not intend to use force, nor did she intend to rely on status. She wanted to set up a situation that no one could break through with brute strength. Anna quietly asked from the side, "Are you perhaps enjoying this feeling?" Wilhelmina smiled. There really was nothing to deny about that. Anna was still making wild guesses, thinking Wilhelmina wanted to stand up for Melina. But Wilhelmina knew very well that this was not simply favoritism. It was a game she had to win. To make sure the plan went off without a hitch, little Melina had stayed up for more than half the night yesterday. Now she was so sleepy her soul was practically floating away. But that was precisely the effect Wilhelmina wanted. The more it was a time like this, the more clearly one could see who was acting. Calculating the time, the main character ought to appear soon. Just as this thought appeared in Wilhelmina's mind, Jess really did rush and anxiously. Good. Everyone was here. The show could officially begin. Jess was currently panting heavily after jogging over the whole way. Seeing him like this, Wilhelmina already had an idea. It seemed this child had not rotted completely. At the very least, he knew he was in the wrong and was uneasy. While thinking this, Wilhelmina spoke unhurriedly. "You have come quite early today, but I still have some matters to attend to. Go wait in the study first." Jess was just about to agree when his gaze subconsciously swept to the side. The moment he looked, his entire body stiffened. Trembling, he called out Melina. This was perfect. The person he had originally wanted to avoid had now appeared directly before him. Jess truly panicked. He stared at Melina for a long time before forcing out, "Did you tell them everything?" Seeing how guilty he looked, Wilhelmina understood everything clearly. This boy's mind was now full of how to preserve his own face. He had no intention at all of taking the initiative to admit his mistake. Fine. Since he didn't want to wait in the study, he could sit here and watch properly. Wilhelmina ordered Anna to take him over and seat him. Jess was now like a puppet, doing whatever he was told. His entire person had completely wilted. But before he could even sit firmly, Wilhelmina gave him an immediate show of authority. She slapped a stack of documents onto the table. "Everyone, listen carefully." Wilhelmina's shout immediately raised the atmosphere to its peak. She publicly announced, "The trial concerning the servant girl Melina now officially begins." Anna publicly questioned Melina, asking whether she had repeatedly sneaked into the office in order to steal the key, and whether even the disappearance of the late Duke's documents had something to do with her. In the end, Melina actually admitted everything. Just when the matter seemed set in stone, Jess suddenly jumped out and shouted that there was no evidence. He said no one could prove that Melina had taken those documents. Now the scene became interesting. Wilhelmina wanted to see just what kind of waves he could stir up. Wilhelmina did not buy that at all. She asked Jess in return, "Do you think quibbling over that now is useful?" Jess was surprisingly stubborn and shouted, "Of course it is useful." But Wilhelmina's next words left him speechless. She said that whether there was evidence or not, Melina had to come forward and take the blame. After all, something had gone missing, and she was the only suspect. Who knew whether the documents had already been handed off to someone else? Jess was frantic and shouted, "This is completely unfair." After hearing that, Wilhelmina asked him directly, "What exactly are you talking about? Is this kind of privilege not something you have enjoyed since childhood? Do you dare say you have never used your status to pressure those who work for you?" This string of questions left Jess completely speechless. Wilhelmina finally told him. Before power like ours, those beneath us have no choice but to obey. One casual word from us can completely destroy someone else's entire life. Wilhelmina laid it out plainly. She said that talking about evidence here was useless. The most important thing is that you actually still dare to lie. As soon as these words came out, Jess was unable to respond. Wilhelmina then threw out the truth. In fact, you were the one who ordered Melina to steal the answers, weren't you? It turned out she had seen through everything long ago. In the past, Melina had gone to the office because Wilhelmina had been too busy to teach. But recently, she had gone far too often. Add to that the speed at which Jess solved problems, which was so fast, it was completely unreasonable. Wasn't it obvious that he was cheating? Jess completely broke down. He asked softly, "Since you saw through it long ago, why didn't you say so earlier?" Jess collapsed entirely. He said, "Since I'm the one at fault, then I should be the one standing trial." Wilhelmina replied coldly, "It is precisely because you are the son of a viscount that you do not have to stand here. If it is true that you ordered Melina to steal the documents, this matter will become far bigger. The Milo family's position is much more important than you imagine. That is why the Leighton family would rather say this was the fault of a servant child than involve one of their own." Wilhelmina knew very well that this was all Helen's idea. If this child had not taken the initiative to step forward today, she would have already spread the matter out. After all, he was the one who had trespassed into the office. As long as they seized this handle, they could absolutely make his family suffer for it. Originally, she had only wanted to give the other side a warning and let them know their child lacked proper upbringing. But now it seemed they would rather sacrifice an innocent child than preserve the family's reputation. These people truly had a loud abacus clattering away. Jess was utterly dumbfounded. Trembling, he asked, "Is all of this because of me?" Wilhelmina did not leave him any face at all. She told him plainly, "Of course it is because of you. If you had not insisted on getting involved, Melina would not have to suffer this today. You clearly possessed the privilege to enter and leave the office, yet you abused that trust. This is not some small matter that can be casually muddled through." Wilhelmina stared into his eyes and asked, "Jess Milo, have you ever thought about how much weight a casual word from you carries? The reason you never consider other people's feelings is because, deep down, you have always believed everyone else is beneath you. That is why even today, you can simply dust yourself off and go home without bearing any consequences. The most ironic part is that you may not even feel the slightest guilt." Wilhelmina added another blow. She said, "You shoved all the blame onto your friend. In this lifetime, you may never be able to restore that friendship." Jess could not raise his head at all after hearing this. He could only stand there and listen. Just as he was about to collapse, Wilhelmina changed her tone and said she intended to give him one final chance. After all, if the Leighton family insisted on putting that girl on trial, Wilhelmina could not directly stop them, but she could use another method and negotiate conditions with them. Jess froze when he heard this. He had never expected Wilhelmina would still be willing to help him. Wilhelmina stared at him and said, word by word, "For example, I can ask them to change the method of punishment." Jess still found it hard to believe and asked whether she was really willing to help. Wilhelmina gave him a definite answer. As a result, the child began worrying again. He feared that the girl would hate him from now on. Wilhelmina did not lie to him. She said this was indeed very possible. But as long as he apologized sincerely, that friendship could still be saved. After all, an apology was never just moving one's lips. It meant that he had to bear the consequences. The earlier he learned something like this, the better. If he waited until he was grown before trying to say it, it would be as difficult as climbing to heaven. Seeing how lost he looked, Wilhelmina finally suggested that if he was truly afraid, she could accompany him. Jess was completely stunned. No matter what, he had never expected that this woman, who had always been cold toward him, would actually be willing to accompany him to face all this. Wilhelmina nodded and said she could go with him to apologize to Melina. After all, at a time like this, he really did need an adult beside him to tell him that what he was doing was not wrong. As soon as these words came out, Jess froze completely. He suddenly remembered that Melina had once said something similar to him. Melina had once told him that if he suffered because no one would listen to him, then she was willing to be that listener and hear what he truly wanted to say. Thinking of this, Jess finally put down the burden in his heart. He took the initiative to open the small case he carried with him. From inside, he took out a stack of papers. It turned out these were the missing documents. He was finally willing to hand over the truth. Wilhelmina looked at Jess before her. He had finally made up his mind to take responsibility for what he had done. Jess took a deep breath and strode toward the crowd. In front of everyone, he loudly announced, Milena did nothing wrong at all. Everyone present was stunned. No one had expected him to step forward at this moment. In front of everyone, Jess admitted that because he had wanted to finish his studies faster, he had taken a crooked path and tried to steal the answers. He had even ordered Milena to help him get them. After saying this, he bowed deeply to Milena. That belated apology was finally spoken. Seeing Jess look as if a heavy burden had been lifted, Milena was completely dumbfounded. She had never expected the truth to come to light in this way. Jess lowered his head in front of everyone. He said he was truly sorry, not only for causing Milena trouble, but also for making everyone present suffer because of him. He promised never to do it again. Then he bowed deeply once more. This time, he truly repented, constantly repeating, I'm sorry. Wilhelmina watched quietly from the side. Although there was no change on her face, she finally let out a sigh of relief in her heart. This child had at last not disappointed her. Just then, Roland also looked over. The two exchanged a glance, and neither said a word. After all, once the truth had come to light, the remaining matters no longer required them to intervene. Seeing the scene before her, where everyone could be happy, Wilhelmina could finally retire after completing her task. She had come here in the first place to resolve trouble. Now that the matter had been handled so beautifully, there was no need for her to stay any longer. This great matter that had weighed on everyone's hearts was now completely over. As for what would happen in the future, that depended on their own fortunes. Jane kept feeling anxious and asked whether this was really all right. Wilhelmina, however, looked relaxed and did not take it seriously at all. Jane quickly reminded her that in order to smooth things over earlier, she had invented an absurd excuse, saying the confidential documents had been used to fold paper airplanes for the child. Only then did Wilhelmina remember, but she felt it was not a big problem. In any case, the documents themselves were not very useful. She even wanted to drag Jane along to flatten these papers before sending them back. Her nerve was truly something else. In truth, she had long since thought of an escape route. She planned to say the documents had accidentally fallen to the ground and been crumpled. Who would have thought that the usually composed, noble lady could be so good at bluffing in private? In that case, the most absurd part of the entire matter was making other people join her nonsense. Jane held the documents in her hands and still felt that this had been handled far too carelessly. Wilhelmina was not guilty at all, although the result might be different from what others imagined. As long as everyone settled down now, that was the best arrangement. Seeing her like this, Jane could not help complaining. I really cannot tell whether your relationship with the Duke and Duchess is good or bad. Wilhelmina sounded rather wrong when she heard this. She said, Is there any daughter-in-law in this world more considerate than me? Jane was left completely speechless and could only lower her head to drink some tea to calm herself. The thickness of that woman's skin truly was not something ordinary people could compare with. Just then, Anna pushed open the door and came in to report that those letters and recommendation letters had all been delivered smoothly. Wilhelmina acknowledged her. This had been handled quite efficiently. Jane, listening from the side, was completely confused and asked what those letters were for. Wilhelmina explained that they contained lists of the people that child had bullied in the past. If he was to be taught, then he had to be taught thoroughly. The final lesson Wilhelmina left for him was to go apologize to those victims. Only after he obtained forgiveness would the matter be considered over. After all, that child's previous behavior had truly been somewhat frightening. Even if he was under great pressure at school, he had actually dared to lay hands on the maids at home. If his crooked thinking was not corrected now, who knew what enormous trouble he might cause in the future? So in a sense, his family coming to find him at this time had actually saved his life. After listening to this series of arrangements, Jane still felt uneasy. Even if those nobles were willing to cooperate with the apology for the sake of reputation, the greatest problem had not yet been resolved. Wilhelmina directly pointed out the key point, the Zoman family. Now, they could only see whether the Milo family could make a smart choice. After all, once someone became a perpetrator, there was no such thing as true compensation in this world. Wilhelmina put down her teacup. The only thing she could do now was hope that Jess could truly learn something from this lesson. Just then, Nadasanon walked over and mentioned the matter of that recommendation letter. Wilhelmina casually acknowledged it. But Nadasanon looked incredulous and asked whether that letter had been sent to the place they were thinking of. Wilhelmina calmly nodded. That's right. It was sent to the Border Count's Devil Training Camp. Jane, listening from the side, directly spat out her tea. A place like that could indeed make any troublemaker obedient, but that child would probably lose a layer of skin. Nadasanon shook their head from the side, saying that this level of punishment was far more extreme than expected. Wilhelmina, however, remained calm, feeling that only this could make the child truly remember the lesson. In her eyes, this was like sending a child to learn Taekwondo, find a strict coach, and properly temper his character. While they were chatting, Jane seemed to suddenly remember something and took an exquisite little box from her bag. She said this was a treasure she had found by chance and felt it suited Wilhelmina especially well, so she had brought it along as a gift. Wilhelmina had not expected to receive a surprise today. When the box was opened, inside lay a gorgeous necklace. Jane smiled and said, I saw that you seemed rather interested in that voice-amplifying device at the fighting tournament, so I specifically found this to give you. As long as one pressed the emerald in the middle of the necklace, it could carry one's voice very far. This was much better than an ordinary amplifier. Wilhelmina was a woman of action. She took the necklace and immediately wanted to test its effect. She shouted into the necklace, Anna, bring some more snacks. This was no small matter. Her voice was so loud it nearly flipped the roof off. Even Jane beside her was startled. Before long, Anna hurried in and complained helplessly. Duchess, your voice just now was far too loud. Please be sure to mind your etiquette. Looking at the treasure in her hands, Wilhelmina could not have been more satisfied. The effect of this thing was indeed far stronger than the one she had seen before. Wilhelmina fiddled with the necklace. This thing's power was truly astonishing. It seemed she could only use it in emergencies from now on. But the gift was far too valuable, and Wilhelmina felt she did not deserve it. She insisted on paying Jane. As soon as Jane heard this, she was so frightened she quickly waved her hands and refused, saying it was merely a little trinket she had bought casually and not worth mentioning at all. Moreover, Jane's own calculations were clearer than anyone's. If she could not give this gift away, her days after returning might become even harder. Wilhelmina was confused listening to this. How could giving a gift become a source of pressure? The year-end ball was about to begin. This was the grand occasion the Layton family valued most this year. The whole family had spared no effort preparing for this main event. Wilhelmina stared at the necklace in her hands, her heart uneasy. Since everyone in the household was busy beyond measure, she, as the mistress, instead felt that she had become the most idle person. Nadasanon saw her dazing off and tentatively asked, Duchess, shall we go out for a walk? Wilhelmina did not even lift her eyelids before directly rejecting the suggestion. She said her greatest contribution now was to stay put obediently and avoid causing trouble for everyone. In truth, everyone understood. Jane exposed the truth in a low voice from the side. It was not that she did not want to cause trouble. It was simply because the Duchess was too afraid of the cold. Asking her to go outside in the middle of winter was practically asking for her life. Wilhelmina was still the same as ever. Winter in the West had not even officially arrived, yet it was already cold enough to be unbearable. She asked righteously, in this kind of weather, who would want to go out? But immediately afterward, she added, just wait and see. Soon I will have a reason. I have no choice but to go out. Nadasanon was utterly confused. Aside from the upcoming ball, could there be other arrangements? Wilhelmina smiled. It has not been decided yet, but something will definitely happen. Those words stunned Nadasanon. In truth, Wilhelmina already had an idea in her heart. At this year-end ball, His Majesty the Emperor would be personally attending. Since the Emperor was coming, the Imperial Knight Order would certainly all be present as well. Although it would not go so far as an outright fight, it was not without reason that everyone in the Layton family was so nervous. After all, back then, both sides had truly clashed head-on over that imperial throne. This time, the Emperor had stretched his hand toward the west. It was obvious he was coming for the Layton family. Even his original decision to make Wilhelmina remain as Duchess was probably part of his plan. Since the storm would come sooner or later, Wilhelmina now only wanted to seize this last bit of peace and enjoy it a little longer before anything happened. But before she could finish sighing emotionally, urgent shouts came from outside. Now she could not have peace even if she wanted it. Anna ran in a panic to report that Helen was already coming toward the annex. Speak of the devil. This person, whom even Wilhelmina found troublesome, had come to her door after all. Helen had not even entered the room before the news struck first. The emperor had actually named Wilhelmina specifically, asking her to give the representative speech at the ball. How was this giving face? This was clearly roasting her over a fire. Helen even specifically instructed that she must settle this matter with the Duke tonight. What a damned emperor. He would not leave her even a single peaceful day. Seeing his air of certain victory, it was obvious he wanted to make the Leighton family lose face in public. If anyone dared make a mistake at a time like this, no one could bear the price. Wilhelmina understood now. This time, the emperor had made up his mind to push their family to the brink. The emperor's move was truly ruthless. Wilhelmina never expected that such a task would actually fall on her head. She tentatively asked, "His Majesty really wants me to give a speech at the year-end ball, and in front of all the nobles and the imperial family?" Mikhail was calm and directly nodded, saying yes. Wilhelmina now understood everything and continued asking, "And this ball will be held under the Leighton family's name?" Helen answered as if it were only natural, "Of course." Now the matter was no longer simple. To these nobles, the year-end ball was not a place for eating and drinking. It was a battlefield where they fought desperately to preserve their status. Now the emperor insisted on pushing her into the very center. How was this giving face? This was clearly roasting her over a fire. Wilhelmina knew very well that her own status already attracted gossip. If she truly said even one wrong word on such an occasion, the entire Leighton family would have no face left to show anyone. Although she felt no real sense of belonging to this family, Mikhail and Helen's current situation was indeed quite troublesome. She simply laid it out directly and asked, "How do you plan to clean up this mess?" Mikhail's thinking was straightforward. He planned to reject the task directly, using the reason that Wilhelmina was not yet prepared. This was not because he did not trust her, but because the stakes this time were far too high. After all, when the time came, all the nobles in the empire would be watching. As long as they nodded and agreed, the entire political situation in the West might change. Back then, the first prince had failed to sit on the throne. Instead, the second prince relied on the support of the Eastern forces and became the current emperor. The mess left behind by that struggle for the throne had still not been cleaned up even now. If the Leighton family directly obeyed orders now, the cohesion of the entire Western faction would completely scatter. Wilhelmina hated royal disputes the most. They turned simple matters into a complete mess. Just as Mikhail wanted to refuse, Helen suddenly spoke up and said, "No." This stunned even Mikhail. His wife, who usually understood propriety best, was actually opposing him at a time like this. Helen's attitude was extremely firm. Since it was His Majesty's order, they had to obey. This did not sound like a discussion. It sounded as if there was already no way out. Wilhelmina, however, sensed something wrong. There was clearly not even an official document or seal. At most, this counted as a verbal request, not an imperial decree at all. Why was Helen making it sound so serious? After all, this year-end ball would be the first time the emperor left the palace and appeared in public after ascending the throne. Helen's attitude this time was ridiculously hard. She said no one could bear the weight of this matter. Mikhail felt this was not the main point at all. The emperor had long since set his sights on the Leighton family. Now, if they took one wrong step, the whole family would be dragged down with them. Wilhelmina sat at the side, and the more she watched, the more she felt something was wrong. Logically, Helen should have been the one most opposed to this. Why had she now become the one pushing it forward instead? Mikhail was still worried that all the pressure would fall on Wilhelmina and wondered whether she could withstand it. Helen, however, acted calm and casual, saying that she only needed to memorize the speech properly and everything would be fine. No matter how one listened to those words, they sounded like a trap. Wilhelmina knew very well that although they would be the ones making the final decision, this feeling of unease was almost exactly the same as when she had first been made to stay. Back then, the reason she was able to remain in this family was entirely because of her husband's situation. This new play was probably also aimed at that secret. The more Wilhelmina thought, the more she felt something was off. The emperor had no real basis this time, so why could he be so forceful? Unless he held some leverage over Helen. Even Mikhail had been kept in the dark about this matter. It seemed Helen intended to shoulder it alone. After all, she and the emperor were family. If there really was some family secret, everything would be finished. Just as the atmosphere sank to its lowest point, Wilhelmina suddenly clapped her hands. Since neither side was willing to yield, they might as well each take a step back and create a compromise. Mikhail and Helen were both stunned. At this critical moment, what perfect solution could there be? The final result of the discussion was to split the speech into two parts. But could this really deceive everyone? Splitting into two parts was indeed a clever move by Wilhelmina. Since the emperor insisted that she give a speech, he had not said she had to speak from beginning to end by herself. She intended to split it up, a proper formal opening speech, followed by a toast to liven the atmosphere. As soon as these words came out, the attendants beside her were all stunned. A toast? That meant drinking in front of the emperor. In noble social etiquette, this was indeed somewhat out of line. Everyone's concerns were completely different. Some feared offending the imperial presence, while others were even struggling over whether nobles drank beer. Wilhelmina, however, was not panicked at all. Rules were dead, but people were alive. As long as the etiquette was fulfilled, no one could find fault. The key was that this speech would be shared by her and the Duke. The Duke would be responsible for the solemn, formal part. As for her, she would choose the simplest and easiest toast segment. Wilhelmina's calculations were loud and clear. She would only be responsible for the final toast segment. As for all those long-winded speeches, she would throw them all to Mikhail to worry about. Nadasanon was completely confused. Having just returned from the battlefield, they truly could not understand why the emperor insisted on making trouble for the Leighton family. Wilhelmina sighed. This was a long story. She casually picked up a pen, intending to explain from the old emperor's generation. It turned out that the old emperor had married two empresses in succession. The first empress gave birth to the first prince and Helen. Unfortunately, not long after giving birth to Helen, she passed away. Soon after, Chelsea, the daughter of Marquis de Vaughan, became the second empress. In other words, she was the birth mother of the current emperor. Now the relationship was clear. Helen and the current emperor were actually half-siblings with the same father. But affection within the imperial family was often thinner than paper. Once this relationship was revealed, many things made complete sense. Since Helen had married into the Leighton family, the entire family naturally stood with the first prince. After all, at the time, he seemed to be the certain successor. Who could have imagined that the second prince would actually rely on the Eastern forces to forcibly seize the throne? With that, the first prince vanished from the world, and the Leighton family became like a broken ship abandoned in the sea, completely left stranded halfway. So the reason relations between the two sides are so strained now is entirely because they chose the wrong side back then. On top of that, this is the emperor's first time leaving the palace. If anything goes wrong, no one can bear the responsibility. Wilhelmina told them the truth. This was her first time seeing such a grand occasion too. That was why she had hurriedly called everyone over. She wanted to hear everyone's opinions. If this matter was not handled well, the Leighton family would be in serious trouble. After hearing all that, no one felt confident. Nadasanon could not help asking what kind of advice she actually wanted. Wilhelmina, however, was not anxious at all. Instead, she threw out a question that left everyone baffled. The two of you usually like drinking, don't you? Nadasanon was quite honest and said they had basically tried all the famous wines of the West. Anna was still pretending to be reserved, saying she only drank a small cup occasionally. In the end, that lie was exposed on the spot. It turned out Anna was the true god of wine in the annex, and that reputation had long since spread. Anna completely panicked. Who had leaked this? Could it be that gardener Oliver? Seeing that the atmosphere was about right, Wilhelmina began asking about the real matter. She wanted to know what kinds of toast the two of them had heard before. Nadasanon looked a little troubled and said they usually drank alone, and the knight order sort of wording probably would not be much help. That made people curious. Did knights have some special way of drinking? Nadasanon explained that they did not call those toasts. They called them Captain Herod's declarations. As long as that legendary captain's name was mentioned, everyone would immediately get fired up. They did not need any flowery words at all. To put it plainly, when they drank, it was to praise the person who had worked the hardest that day. Anna finally realized what had happened. So it was not the gardener who had told on her. It was that tailor. She would remember this debt. Nadasanon made a suggestion. Why not ask the board account? After all, he often went to the capital to report on the war situation, so he must know His Majesty's preferences. Those words reminded Wilhelmina of something. Wasn't the triumphal ceremony in the capital held to celebrate His Majesty's achievements? A toast combined with a triumphal ceremony. This could work. She slapped the table hard. This idea had to be carried out immediately, and she began assigning tasks. Nada, hurry and contact the board account. Anna, call the tailor back. The formal dress still needs altering. And bring me the banquet hall's floor plans while you're at it. Once the instructions were given, Nadasanon and Anna immediately set off to handle them. Wilhelmina stayed in the room alone and thought it over. Since they were going to do this, why bother splitting the toast into two sections? They might as well put on the most breathtaking show of loyalty possible. That would surely leave His Majesty with nothing to criticize. In the blink of an eye, the day of preparation arrived. The scale of it was far larger than imagined. They did not have much time left. His Majesty would arrive tomorrow, and the main event would officially begin the night after that. Seeing that the preparations were almost complete, Wilhelmina could finally breathe a sigh of relief. She praised Nadasanon for working hard during this period. Nadasanon, however, seemed rather expectant and wanted to see how this grand performance would end. Wilhelmina had no mind to care about expectations now. She only wanted to get this matter over with properly, go back to her room, and have a solid sleep. Nadasanon, however, was very confident in that toast, feeling that it would surely astonish everyone when the time came. But Wilhelmina still felt uneasy inside. She only prayed that nothing would go wrong. Just then, several children suddenly appeared in the garden. She was wondering whose children they were when Nadasanon told her to look carefully and see exactly who those little ones were. After all that, it turned out these two little ones were actually Helen's children. They were round and plump, looking like two balls of cotton candy. By seniority, they were her own grandchildren, but she was only in her early 20s. Being called grandmother really felt awkward no matter how she heard it. While she was thinking about that, she heard the two children muttering. They said this thing tasted good in summer, but now that its color had changed, they were still trying to put it in their mouths. How could that be allowed? If they upset their stomachs, it would be troublesome. Wilhelmina quickly went over to stop them. Has no one told you? You cannot just eat things from the ground. After she shouted like that, the two children froze on the spot. Looking more closely, the boy resembled Helen, while the girl looked somewhat like Mikhail. Those two must have been this adorable when they were young too. Unfortunately, this place had no camera. Otherwise, she really would have wanted to take a picture of this scene as a keepsake. The two children had been about to put something into their mouths, and it gave Wilhelmina quite a fright. She hurriedly reached out to stop them. Don't eat that. Put it down quickly. The little girl looked at her innocently. Duchess? But only my father and mother call me that. Explaining seniority was too troublesome, so Wilhelmina could only brush it off for now. I'm your grandmother, but that is a long story. You will understand when you grow up. Many people can be called Duchess. In the future, you'll have your own titles too. She crouched down and patiently reasoned with the two little ones. You cannot eat things from the ground. You must wait until an adult says they are safe. If you get sick, the people who take care of you will be very sad. So promise me from now on, you must never eat random things again, all right? Seeing the two children obediently nod and hook fingers with her, Wilhelmina finally felt relieved. They really were two well-behaved, good children. Just as she was about to take them back, someone suddenly tugged at the hem of her clothes. She turned around and found that the little one seemed to have something else to say. Looking at the hem of her clothes being tugged, she bent down and asked softly, "What is it?" The little girl introduced herself openly. "Hello, my name is Minerva Layton." Seeing the child's serious expression, Wilhelmina answered gently as well. "Hello, I am Wilhelmina." Minerva pulled over the boy beside her. "This is my older brother, Zenial." The little boy looked a bit shy and greeted her with a red face. When these two children stood together, they were simply enough to melt a person's heart. Minerva raised her little face and asked with admiration, "Are you a plant expert?" It turned out the tutor at home did not know much about these things, and she had always been terribly curious about the flowers and plants in the garden. Wilhelmina's earlier warning made Minerva feel that she must be an all-knowing teacher. Now it was Wilhelmina's turn to feel embarrassed. She really had slipped into professional mode just now and spoken in a very systematic way. Had she acted too serious? Had she really intimidated the children? Before Wilhelmina could react, that little fellow Zenial suddenly grabbed her hand. With his face red, he asked, "If you have time, would you be willing to have tea with us? This left Wilhelmina completely at a loss. Who on earth had taught him such standard, gentlemanly manners? He was so young, yet already knew how to charm people. Seeing that she did not speak, the two children quickly added, "Actually, we just wanted to ask whether you would be willing to play with us." Helen, when would this whole table full of work ever end? The invitations to the Western nobles had all been sent, and the staff training was almost complete. All that remained was Xenial and Minerva. Although she had been so busy lately that she had no time to keep them company, she could not neglect what should be given to them. After all, she was still their mother. In the end, the fact that things were this busy was all Wilhelmina's fault. Helen really did not know what was going on in that woman's head. How could she actually come up with this sort of plan? Wilhelmina was becoming more and more lacking in restraint. She did not handle things with any dignity at all. Such a reckless, brainless plan born purely from impulse. And yet Mikhail had actually nodded and agreed to it. At this point, Helen could only grit her teeth and help to the end. Once this period of being busy with the afternoon meetings passed, she should finally be able to catch her breath. By then, it would be just in time for the children's intensive lessons. She would prepare some logic problems for them and see whether they had been slacking off during this time. Counting it up, she had stood Minerva up for almost 3 weeks. As a mother, Helen really did feel guilty. So, as soon as they sat down to eat, Minerva came over eagerly and asked, "Mother, when do you usually go for walks in the garden?" Helen answered directly, "There is no such item in my schedule." Minerva still refused to give up. "If you have time, could you come to the garden at 2 or 3 in the afternoon? That is our break time. We really want to see you." Seeing the child like this, Helen's heart softened in the end. She told her that if the meetings ended early, she might have time on Wednesday or Friday. Minerva was instantly overjoyed. "As long as you can come, any time is fine." In truth, there was no need to wait until Wednesday. If Helen squeezed out 10 minutes, she could see them today. Helen turned and instructed the butler to prepare some snacks. The butler quickly asked what kind she wanted. "What Minerva likes is too sweet. Prepare them according to Xenial's taste." Though she said she had no time, she had already begun preparing an afternoon surprise. Since she had promised the children, she had to keep her word. Helen led people toward the garden, carrying small snacks for them. As she walked, a maid named Anna came toward her. She was from the annex. Anna passed by without even greeting her. Helen's attendant could not stand it. "Duchess, that girl has no manners. Should we bring her back and teach her again?" Helen waved her hand. "Forget it. There's no need to waste that effort on people from the annex." However, the expression on Anna's face was rather surprising. That kind of heartfelt admiration did not look like suffering at all. People outside said that the servants in the annex were more loyal and worked harder than anyone. Back when the previous duke was still alive, that annex had been a place specifically used for exile. Whoever displeased him would basically spend the rest of their life there. In the past, that place had been a pit of fire. The work was heavy, and no one wanted to go there. Whoever was assigned, they were basically left crying. But ever since Wilhelmina went there, the whole atmosphere had changed. Those servants not only did not complain, every one of them worked with quite a lot of energy. That was what made people puzzled. Had the work become lighter, or had Wilhelmina poured some kind of bewitching potion into them? By rights, the annex had low wages, few people, and little rest time. Anyone who wanted to get ahead should have tried to transfer to the main residence. But now, not a single person had applied to return. They were all following her wholeheartedly over there. Even Mikhail could not help sighing and saying that it seemed she really was popular there. That truly left Helen feeling somewhat unsettled. Could it be that in the eyes of those servants, Wilhelmina had more authority than she did? This was something Helen absolutely could not accept. To put it plainly, the reason Helen had not undermined Wilhelmina was entirely because what Wilhelmina was doing now truly brought honor to the family. As the mistress of the household, Helen had to distinguish public from private and could not let personal feelings affect the interests of the whole family. Even if she truly hated Wilhelmina to death in her heart. The butler beside her reminded her, "Duchess, they are over there." Helen directly took the snacks. There was no time to think about that woman now. First, she would deal with the task in front of her. She would chat with the children for 10 minutes and then leave immediately. But before she even drew close, she heard a cry of surprise from over there. "Do these blue flowers really turn red in summer?" Before Helen had even approached, she saw several people sitting on the lawn. Looking closely, wasn't that Wilhelmina? She was taking the two children to enjoy the shade under a tree. Wilhelmina smiled and said, "This flower is just like people. When it gets hot, its face turns red." A child innocently replied, "Then Brother Zenial's face is always red. Is he a flower too?" Wilhelmina teased him along with the conversation. "That means your brother is a pretty little flower." Looking at the children's adoring expressions, Helen felt extremely uncomfortable. Since when had Wilhelmina become so close to the children? Immediately after that, Wilhelmina began spouting nonsense with a serious face again. She said that if they ate the fruit from that tree, roots would grow in their stomachs. The children's faces went pale with fright. They quickly argued, "But we usually drink tea made from that tree. You must be lying." Only then did Wilhelmina laugh and say it was just a little joke. As a result, the two children laughed so hard that they tumbled about in a playful mess. Seeing them laugh so happily, Helen, their own mother, instead seemed like an outsider and could not join the conversation at all. Looking at this warm scene, Helen felt truly upset. The tray in her hands was almost being crushed out of shape. The children surrounded Wilhelmina, acting spoiled, asking for hugs, and even wanting her to teach them. They were practically ignoring their own mother. Wilhelmina, however, was good with words. She reminded them that their mother was usually very busy and said that once winter passed, Helen would come back. But the two children did not buy it at all. They complained that mother only knew how to be busy all day and had no time to play with them like this. Then their daughter said something even more heartbreaking. She said she really wished Wilhelmina were their mother. As soon as those words came out, the tray in Helen's hands smashed to pieces. A woman lay weakly on a bed, calling Helen's name. But the words that followed had no warmth at all. She said Helen was not worthy. The identity truly suitable for Helen was actually another one. In this life, the title Helen least wanted was exactly that one. But since she had been born into the imperial family, this was a fate she could not avoid, and it was the last thing left in her hands. She had thought that if she guarded this responsibility, she could continue living like this. Who could have imagined that even this final path would be cut off? Looking at the woman opposite her, Helen knew clearly that she now truly had nothing left. This time, Helen was completely disheartened. She did not want to stay even one more second. She turned and left decisively. Wilhelmina panicked and shouted after her, "Helen, wait!" But before she could rush over, she was stopped directly. An attendant blocked her path, his tone as hard as stone. "Please show the Duchess respect. For your own good, please step back." Seeing Helen leave so heartlessly, Wilhelmina completely panicked. She sat alone in the room for a long time. With things having turned out like this, no one felt certain. Just then, Minerva came over. The child was clearly frightened and could barely speak properly. Wilhelmina comforted her. "It's all right. Minerva, don't worry." Minerva was still uneasy. "But mother..." Wilhelmina instead calmed down. "Haven't you quarreled with your older brother before, too?" From that tone, it sounded as though she intended to treat this matter as an ordinary quarrel. Wilhelmina held Minerva's hand and gently comforted her. "Since you are mother and daughter, there is no overnight grudge. As long as you are willing to apologize, Helen will definitely forgive you." Minerva listened and kept nodding. In truth, this child regretted it more than anyone. As long as she spoke what was in her heart, this hurdle could eventually be crossed. After settling the children, Wilhelmina sat alone in a daze. Minerva was usually very sensible. For things to have become like this today, it showed that the rift between Helen and the children had not formed in just a day or two. Helen was usually beyond reproach toward the children. But in this household, wanting to properly feel even a little family affection was truly as difficult as climbing to the heavens. Outside the window, the snow fell heavier and heavier. Looking at the weather, Roland felt uneasy. This heavy snow was probably not a good omen. The emperor would arrive tomorrow afternoon. Once that news came out, the ball still had to proceed according to the original plan. Wilhelmina's words reminded them of the border count's earlier evaluation. That emperor was not an easy person to serve. Isanon shook his head and said that man had an extremely stubborn temperament, and in his eyes there was only power and honor. He most enjoyed watching others fight until both sides were exhausted. Although he liked hearing pretty words, ordinary people could not fool him at all. Without real ability, one could not even raise one's head in front of him. He liked grand scenes. The livelier and more chaotic things became, the more excited he was. After hearing this, Wilhelmina was stunned. No matter how she looked at it, wasn't that a tyrant? Isanon, however, was quite open-minded. Although his personality was indeed not good, as a ruler, he was absolutely qualified. To put it plainly, the Count was giving her a warning in advance. This emperor might be a wise ruler, but his temperament was truly not something ordinary people could endure. Wilhelmina took a sip of tea, already having made up her mind. No matter what kind of temper the emperor had, as long as tomorrow's speech did not go wrong, the rest would have little to do with her. Roland looked at her outfit and asked, "On the day of the ball, do you intend to wear that for your speech?" Wilhelmina smiled helplessly. There had indeed been a little accident in the middle. The situation was more complicated than expected. After listening to her explanation, Roland was rather impressed. Being able to think of such a method to solve the problem was truly not simple. Wilhelmina politely said, "You flatter me." Roland suddenly put down her teacup, and her tone became serious. "Duchess," Wilhelmina answered, "what is it?" Roland looked into her eyes and said, "Once tomorrow's ball ends, the eyes of the entire empire will be fixed on you. At that time, whom you meet, what letters you send, and even what guests come to your house, no matter how small the matter is, will be examined under a magnifying glass. That also means that your previous peaceful days will be completely over. This ball and speech are your best chance to turn things around. Only if you play this move steadily will your position as Duchess truly be secure." Roland held her hand and gave her earnest instructions. "Whether you can gain a foothold in society, all depends on tomorrow's performance." Wilhelmina nodded. Having such a teacher by her side to guide her was indeed her fortune. She took those words to heart. The scene shifted. Outside, the snow was falling even more heavily. Captain Kenneth hurried along, while unable to stop complaining. "Having to march in this damned weather. His Majesty the Emperor really does not consider his subordinates at all." Just then, the soldier in front shouted, "Captain, we have arrived at the Leighton estate." Kenneth responded. They had finally reached the Leighton estate. Looking at the imposing mansion, however, his heart pounded uneasily. He was afraid the two sides would start tearing into each other later. Speaking of which, that Duchess still had to give a public speech tomorrow. The more Kenneth thought about it, the more he felt that woman had it difficult. She had been sold into this household in the first place, and no one in the family liked her. She was simply a despised burden. Living such a life was already hard enough, and now she had to be pushed forward to support the occasion. The title of Duchess really was not easy to bear. Kenneth could not bear it and boldly asked the Emperor, "Your Majesty, are we not being somewhat dishonorable by using her like this?" The Emperor did not even turn his head. There was no emotion in his tone. Who can say for certain? Looking at the snow filling the sky, Kenneth casually asked, "Will she really be all right?" After all, in this sort of occasion, even the slightest mistake would be great disrespect toward the imperial family. The Emperor, however, did not seem worried at all and directly led the way inside. With a loud announcement from the guards, the Emperor officially entered. Once this opening act began, the ball that followed would be worth watching. The moment the Emperor entered, he immediately noticed something was off. The nobles here were completely different from those useless people in the capital. Each one stood perfectly straight, clearly having received proper military training. Mikhail brought Helen forward to greet him. He opened with a string of high-level flattery, saying that no matter how fierce the western wind and snow were, they could not stop the Emperor's sun chariot. The Emperor also knew how to respond, and said with a smile that the Queen of the West was indeed ruthless. Just now, he had nearly thought someone had placed a curse on him and insisted on stopping him halfway. Mikhail laughed heartily and followed his words, saying that was because the queen had a bad temper. These two seemed to be exchanging courtesies, but in truth, every sentence was a clash. After all, the West had once been an independent kingdom, only to be subdued by the founding emperor. The former royal family then became the present Leighton family. The emperor's words just now were clearly a warning to Mikhail, hinting that their family harbored disloyal intentions toward the imperial family. Mikhail was no easy opponent either. Rumor had it that he had grown up under the Devil Duke. Although he kept a smile on his face, there was not a trace of humility in his movements. He not only understood the emperor's hidden meaning, but could also respond without leaving a single opening. This first impression was truly deep enough. Mikhail stepped aside and guided the emperor toward the main seat that had already been prepared. The ceremony was arranged very properly. The moment the emperor sat down, the atmosphere in the entire hall instantly changed. Mikhail took the lead in giving the welcoming speech, opening with Pillar of the Empire and Descendant of the Sun. His flattery could be heard by the whole hall. But how long could this surface-level respect last? The speech on stage had already begun, but Kenneth's attention was drawn by movement behind him. The moment this woman spoke, she directly called the Duke and Duchess by name, and in a superior tone at that. Then she spoke toward the Emperor with words of concern. Kenneth suddenly realized it. Who else could speak like this except the old Leighton Dowager Duchess, Wilhelmina Leighton? It seemed she was waiting for the second speech. At this moment, the emperor on the stage had already finished his official formalities. Wait, something was wrong. Mikhail's speech left all the relatives below dumbfounded. Throughout the entire speech, not a single word mentioned the emperor. What kind of welcoming speech was this? He was clearly treating the emperor as heir. The emperor sat there in the main seat, watching Mikhail speak eloquently below. Throughout the whole thing, the Duke praised how capable the Western nobles were, without even one polite sentence wishing His Majesty long life. Now the nobles below could no longer sit still. Everyone whispered to one another that the Duke was far too bold. This was no longer mere discourtesy. This was openly challenging imperial authority. The emperor's personal guards had their hands on their sword hilts. The situation they had feared most had still happened. The West really was about to change. Just as swords were practically drawn, Wilhelmina suddenly moved. Nadasanon was so frightened that they hurriedly tried to stop her, saying it was too dangerous. But before the guard could finish speaking, they froze entirely, staring at Wilhelmina's clothes for a long time without reacting. What kind of clothing was this duchess wearing that could make even a guard used to grand scenes show such an expression? Who could have imagined that Wilhelmina was actually wearing a military uniform at a ball full of formal gowns? This outfit was practically crashing the scene. She walked straight to the emperor with large, firm strides, and her presence did not seem to put imperial authority in her eyes at all. The emperor sat high above, staring fixedly at this woman. Even a movement of his hand stopped. The people of the West really were crazier one after another. Wilhelmina publicly waved the flag and began recounting that bloody history. She said that in the past, the empire's enemies had been beyond that great mountain. At that time, the people of the Sun Empire were trampled and enslaved. That was a scar the entire empire could never erase. The nobles below were all stunned, especially when they saw the necklace on her chest. That was a decoration of merit from the battlefield back then. She was using honor earned with her life to question the emperor face to face. The more Wilhelmina spoke, the more emotional she became. She said frankly that when they faced those monster-like enemies back then, they had no path of retreat at all. They could only choose to fight to the death because they could not watch their compatriots suffer with their own eyes. And at that darkest moment, a new sun rose in the west. As soon as Wilhelmina said those words, the atmosphere in the entire hall changed with a rush. If Mikhail's speech just now had all been praising his own family, then every word Wilhelmina spoke now was declaring loyalty to the emperor and the empire. At last, everyone understood why she had worn this military uniform. Because what she wanted to speak about were the victories exchanged for lives on the border, and the glory reclaimed under His Majesty the Emperor's wise leadership. These words struck directly into people's hearts. Kenneth listened until his whole body stiffened. Who could have imagined that at such a peaceful song and dance ball, someone would still remember those fallen comrades? The more Wilhelmina spoke, the more impassioned she became. She demanded that everyone remember those compatriots persecuted by the enemy, and even more, that they offer absolute loyalty to His Majesty the Emperor of the Radiant Empire, who had brought light to the great empire. This move was simply a stroke of genius. It directly filled in the huge pit Mikhail had dug, and even lifted the emperor to the highest position. The emperor watched all this from the dais. The originally deadlocked situation had actually been resolved by this woman in just a few sentences. But was this really that simple? Was Wilhelmina declaring loyalty so energetically because she truly wanted to become the imperial family's shield? Or was she covering for some major move to come? The drama in the West was becoming harder and harder to understand. She spoke neither humbly nor arrogantly and greeted His Majesty. I am Wilhelmina Leighton. This simple sentence carried far more weight than the long speech just now. It was not only an introduction, it also represented the latent family stance. Then, looking at the emperor's reaction, he had still been gloomy-faced a moment ago, yet now he was smiling so brightly. What exactly was this old fox thinking? It seemed that the speech just now had worked even better than expected. Even lines from soap operas had come in handy. Now things became troublesome. The surrounding nobles all crowded over to build connections. Some asked about her grades at the academy. Others stared at her eye-catching uniform and asked all kinds of questions. Wilhelmina casually dealt with them, saying that her grades were average and that the clothes were only made by the family tailor. In truth, she was terribly annoyed and had no desire to cluster with these people at all. There were even people with no sense who asked whether she planned to join the army. Even the people beside them felt that was absurd. Wilhelmina smiled and directly sent them away, saying she was tired and that if they had matters, they could write to her later. Although her reputation in the capital had now been established, the troubles to come had probably only just begun. The eyes of those Western nobles stabbed over like knives, full of calculation and wariness. This showed that everyone was choosing sides again. Either they wanted to draw her in, or they wanted to stay far away from her. Viscountess Roland had long reminded her that after this ball, she would become the center of everyone's attention. Even the smallest movement would be watched closely by these people. At a time like this, leaving was the best strategy, lest others say she was forming factions. In the end, she was still entangled by a sharp-eyed man. The man approached hypocritically, saying it was such a pity that the old duke had died, with every word carrying the intention of watching a joke. This kind of person was irritating even a glance at. She truly wanted to splash wine directly in his face. Fortunately, someone came to rescue her, praising her earlier speech as absolutely brilliant. Seeing Viscountess Roland, Wilhelmina quickly pushed all the credit onto her and said it was all thanks to the lady's guidance. It seemed the struggle on this social battlefield was not over yet. Roland gave a cold snort and said, "Someone who should not have appeared here has slipped in." Her gaze swept over, and the man who had just wanted to watch the joke was so frightened that he turned and ran. Roland turned back and advised the Duchess to hurry and rest. She would clean up the remaining mess. After all, anyone with eyes could see that Wilhelmina's current condition was indeed not very good. Wilhelmina originally wanted to say a few polite words, but in the end, Roland persuaded her to leave. As she walked back, she wondered whether her condition had been that obvious. In truth, this uniform was indeed torture to wear. It squeezed her so tightly she could barely breathe. She was just planning to find a place to change when the Emperor's voice suddenly came from behind her. The Emperor praised her performance tonight and asked whether she was going to change clothes. This sudden sentence made Wilhelmina's whole body stiffen. Who could have imagined that the one stopping Wilhelmina here would actually be the Emperor himself? The moment she called out, "Your Majesty," the earlier atmosphere of wanting to flee instantly vanished. The Emperor, however, was quite easygoing. He said that their meeting in the hall earlier had already left a deep enough impression, so there was no need for further ceremony. He stared at the uniform and praised it very directly. He even wanted her to wear it for the entire ball. Since even the Emperor had said so, it seemed this suffocating outfit could not be taken off. Why was this Emperor different from the rumors? He was even a little unreliable. He also wanted to personally escort Wilhelmina to the lounge. How is this something an emperor should do? There was still a pile of nobles outside waiting for him. But the Emperor did not care at all. He said someone else would naturally handle those social obligations. Most importantly, he mentioned the jewel on Wilhelmina's neck, saying that he also had one exactly like it. What origin did this jewel have to actually be connected to the imperial family? The Emperor changed topics quickly enough. He suddenly began talking about the speech just now and asked whether she had trained for it at the academy. Wilhelmina quickly pushed all the credit onto the Leighton family, saying it was thanks to their guidance. After hearing this, the Emperor laughed directly and said that the princess did not look like someone who would help. His tone was clearly probing. Now Wilhelmina's heart was completely uncertain. She could not guess at all what medicine His Majesty was selling in his gourd. The Emperor did not intend to force her either. He directly extended his hand and reminded her not to forget the escort they had just agreed on. Once her arm was placed on his, even if she wanted to run, she could not. She could only follow him forward. The Emperor added one last sentence, saying he had long thought highly of her and knew she would definitely be able to hold the situation today. This sudden praise instead made her feel even more uneasy. Wilhelmina politely said that it was her honor to have met His Majesty's expectations. After hearing that, the emperor laughed outright and said, "We are not close enough for that. It is normal that you do not trust me." In truth, Wilhelmina's heart was clear as a mirror. She knew the emperor wanted to use her as a chess piece. Although this was her current life-saving charm, she absolutely did not want to become a mindless puppet, so she could not fully believe a single word this man said. Yet the emperor's next words were even more outrageous. He felt it was a waste for Wilhelmina to be stuck here and directly asked whether she wanted to cooperate with him. This time, she truly could not react. The emperor continued to name his price, saying he lacked a clever and decisive comrade in arms. As long as she agreed, the position he could give her would be far greater than her current one as Duchess. Who could have imagined that His Majesty would completely refuse to play by convention? What he wanted was not an obedient subordinate, but a partner who could fight side by side. Wilhelmina quickly shrank back and said she could not take on such a role. Wilhelmina was now under enormous pressure. As long as she took one wrong step, everyone around her would suffer with her. But the emperor did not accept that at all. He only believed what he saw, and even directly praised her, saying she was a very charming person. In truth, during this visit to the ducal territory, the emperor had kept two things in mind. The first was that he wanted to see his old acquaintance Helen. He wanted to know whether Helen, after becoming his subject, was still as sharp-tongued as before. As for the second matter, it was to meet this Wilhelmina. After all, there were not many people in the world who could make that arrogant fellow open his mouth and offer praise. The emperor had originally been quite puzzled. After checking her background, this girl had clearly been born to a fallen noble family and did not look especially remarkable. He had even once suspected whether that old friend of his had entered a youthful phase and begun developing some unrealistic fantasy about Wilhelmina. But now that he had seen her with his own eyes, he realized the matter was not so simple. The situation in the West was probably truly about to change. After that speech ended just now, Wilhelmina seemed like a completely different person. That confidence was not an act. It was as though everything was under her control. The emperor finally understood that Rohan's earlier praise of her had not been empty boasting. This girl truly had something to her. To make her lower her guard, the emperor deliberately offered her an olive branch, repeatedly saying that he wanted to treat her as a comrade in arms. In truth, he had long since made his calculations. He felt that as long as he offered a small benefit, there was no way Wilhelmina would dare refuse an emperor's invitation. He had even already begun calculating how to completely take this chess piece into his own hands. But before he could feel pleased for long, Wilhelmina poured a basin of cold water over him. Her tone was calm, but extremely firm. She said she had no intention of remarrying at all. Now was the emperor's turn to be dumbfounded. He had actually been rejected so decisively. A dignified emperor had actually been refused to his face. Now the emperor was truly anxious. "I'm the emperor. Why not?" But she did not fall for that at all. She politely gave a bow and directly sealed off the conversation. "I hope your majesty enjoys yourself tonight." This was clearly telling him to leave. This was the first time the emperor had encountered such a scene. This woman had not even formally entered society yet, but her methods of dealing with people were first-rate. It seemed she was someone who hid her abilities deeply. Seeing that she was about to leave, the emperor quickly threw out bait, saying he could help her settle her relationship with Helen. He had even investigated clearly the fact that she lived in the annex. Now, she could not leave even if she wanted to. This time, the emperor was truly paying a heavy price. He was even willing to lend out his own name, just to help her settle the mess within the family. He refused to believe that after offering such conditions, anyone could still reject him. In the end, Wilhelmina still had the same attitude. She politely pushed his words back, saying she was afraid that if she became too pleased with herself, she would do something foolish. Hitting this soft nail only made the emperor's heart itch even more. The more he could not get her, the more he wanted to obtain her. The emperor simply changed tactics and said there was no need to be so serious. The two of them could simply each take what they needed. This was plainly giving her a way down, but she did not appreciate it at all. She felt she was living quite well now, and even asked the emperor what exactly he lacked. This time, the emperor truly went all out. He spoke plainly. As long as he protected the Leighton family, no one in the world would dare touch her. He even wanted to play the emotional card again, saying he was sincerely acting for the good of the Leighton family and telling Wilhelmina not to reject him again. He was almost close enough to press against her face. But Wilhelmina did not fall for that at all. She directly raised her hand to stop him. "Your Majesty, have you heard the story of the pigeon occupying the magpie's nest?" As soon as she said this, the emperor was completely stunned. Before he could react, Wilhelmina began dismissing him. "Your Majesty, you should return to the dance floor. If you stay any longer, it will not be good for your reputation." Wilhelmina's move was retreating in order to advance. "I hope you enjoy yourself tonight." After saying that, she turned and closed the door. Once the door shut, the emperor was directly left standing in the corridor. This was the first time anyone had dared treat him like this. Yet in the end, not only was he not angry, he even laughed out loud. It seemed this Wilhelmina had truly aroused his interest. Rohan directly laid his cards on the table. "Your Majesty, please stop using her. Stay away from her." The emperor was rather calm. "My apologies." After saying that, Rohan left without looking back. This banquet was quite successful. The nobles of the capital and the west could finally sit together and drink a cup of wine. Before leaving, the emperor even specially sought out Mikhail, saying he wanted to reconcile with him. Wilhelmina was currently hiding away and eating snacks. Right now, she only wished she would never see the emperor again for the rest of her life. Whatever he had taken a liking to in her, she had no interest in becoming the emperor's entertainment when he was bored. Just then, there was suddenly a rapid knocking at the door. Duchess, who had come looking for her in the middle of the night? It turned out Anna had hurried in, carrying a huge pile of letters in her arms. They were all for Wilhelmina. The banquet had only just ended, and the guests already could not wait to build connections. There were ball invitations and matchmaking invitations. Wilhelmina was now the center of attention in the whole city. But there was something strange about this. These letters had not gone through the main estate's proper channels. These people were trying to bypass oversight and make private moves. Wilhelmina's heart was clear as a mirror. She had no intention of breaking the rules. She directly instructed Anna to send all replies back to the main residence to be sealed. Once this move was made, those who wanted to exploit loopholes would probably have wasted their efforts. After hearing this, Anna found it a little hard to believe. Did this mean she intended to reject all the invitations? Wilhelmina answered very decisively. For now, yes. As soon as she said this, Anna was completely crestfallen. Wilhelmina, in turn, was a little puzzled. Why was this girl even more disappointed than she was? Anna quickly explained that she only felt that at the banquet, so many people had clearly changed their view of her lady, so it was truly a pity to reject everything now. Just then, Nadasanan exposed the truth from his side. Anna had become Wilhelmina's fan because of her earlier performance, especially when she thought of those unpleasant rumors outside. She wanted everyone to see just how outstanding the current Wilhelmina was. After being exposed like this, Anna anxiously stamped her feet and quickly shouted, "Lord Nata!" After hearing this, Wilhelmina did not speak. She began reconsidering the matter. It seemed there were some things that truly could not be solved simply by hiding. Wilhelmina also came up with an idea. Since she wanted to turn her reputation around, she really did need an opportunity to show her face. She decided to start with something simple and hold a small-scale reading salon. The location would be chosen here on their side. Wilhelmina smiled and asked Anna, "Since you want me to take part in society so much, then I will host one." As soon as she said this, Anna was so excited she almost lost control. Even Nada beside her was stunned. Wilhelmina had no choice. Anna was already this happy over a small gathering. If they returned to the main residence for grand social engagements, would she not be exhausted? But Anna did not care about that. As long as her lady was willing to go out, Anna would do anything. Since her days of keeping a low profile were gone, she might as well take the initiative. Wilhelmina planned to hold a reading salon and gather all those noble ladies and young misses together. Viscountess Roland and Miss Irina were both on the invitation list. But the last person was the real highlight. She was the young lady of the Gendril family, and also the person Wilhelmina was currently investing in. Jane clearly had not reacted. "I really did not expect you to invite me." Wilhelmina smiled. You are the daughter of a distinguished family. Is it not only natural to invite you?" Although Jane was still hesitating, Wilhelmina had no intention of giving her the chance to retreat. Jane truly gave it her all this time. For the sake of this reading salon, she even managed to finish such a thick book. However, that book, The Secret of the Iceberg Grand Duke, had actually been recommended by Anna. This sort of slightly suggestive romance novel was popular everywhere. As they were speaking, Viscountess Roland arrived. She was today's first distinguished guest. Before the formal greetings had gone very far, the lady's gaze turned to Jane. "And who is this?" Jane quickly stepped forward to salute and introduced herself, saying she was from the Gendrel family. As soon as Viscountess Roland heard that surname, her expression became a little off. She said she had recently heard quite a bit of gossip about their family. At a time like this, Wilhelmina naturally had to step forward. She directly told the lady, "Jane is someone I trust." With Wilhelmina's guarantee, the lady's attitude immediately changed, and she smiled as she greeted Jane. The first hurdle had finally been passed. Before they had finished chatting, Irina rushed in energetically, terribly excited. She said it was an honor to attend Wilhelmina's reading salon. She also mentioned the year-end ball, saying that after her father returned, he had been full of praise for Wilhelmina. Wilhelmina could only respond politely. With Irina's lively personality, it was not strange for her to bring a friend along. This young lady, named Chloe Tillim, was so thoroughly proper in etiquette that it put people under a bit of pressure. She even specially apologized for not bringing a gift and said she would definitely make up for it later. Wilhelmina quickly had her sit down first, telling her there was no need to take such a small matter to heart. Irina explained from the side that they had only recently become acquainted. This Miss Tillim's family was strict with her, so she normally had no chance to go out and socialize. This time, it was only because of Irina's face that her family had allowed it. But the more Wilhelmina looked, the more she felt something was wrong. It was one thing for her personality to be quiet, but the clothes and jewelry she wore looked like old styles from a previous era, no matter how one looked at them. This Miss Chloe was dressed far too plainly, almost as if she wanted to hide herself completely in the background. While Wilhelmina was thinking about it, the maids brought tea and refreshments. The moment Irina saw those desserts, her eyes nearly began to shine. But when Wilhelmina picked up her teacup, she suddenly noticed something wrong. Why were there 5 guest teacups on the table? Including herself, she had clearly invited only 4 people today. Who was the extra cup prepared for? Judging from Viscountess Roland's reaction, it seemed Wilhelmina had truly made a mistake she should not have made. Viscountess Roland spoke, saying that here in the West, a gathering needed at least 5 people. This rule sounded quite absurd. If one insisted that someone without 5 friends did not count as a noble, was that not just social coercion in disguise? Wilhelmina was truly embarrassed now. She had not done enough preparation and had nearly made a joke of herself. In the end, however, the lady was quite polite and took all the responsibility onto herself, saying she had not taught Wilhelmina properly. After all, everyone in the city was watching Wilhelmina now. Just as the atmosphere went cold, Jane suddenly raised her hand and asked whether she should go call someone over to make up the number. Before Wilhelmina could react, Jane said that her guard happened to be outside. Letting a guard attend a noble reading salon, Viscountess Roland was clearly a little hesitant. Jane, however, was quite confident. She said that person not only had good character, but had also read more books than anyone. After saying that, she hurried out energetically to bring the person in. In the blink of an eye, she really brought someone in. As soon as footsteps sounded, everyone in the room had their attention drawn over. This guard looked quite solid and dependable. It was just that his bangs were so long, they covered most of his face. He stood there for a long while without moving, muttering under his breath. He felt completely out of place here. Jane was anxious beside him, so she leaned in and quietly scolded him, saying this was a rare opportunity and telling him not to think of himself as just a gatekeeper. From the look of it, Jane was determined to get him involved. She even came over specifically to ask my opinion, asking whether it would be all right. I had no objections. With one more person, the conversation would be livelier. The problem was that this was, after all, a gathering of women. Would Viscountess Roland really allow a grown man to sit down with them? Viscountess Roland stared at him for ages, yet not a single word of refusal came out. That was very strange. She was usually the strictest about rules, but now she showed no intention of objecting at all. And once this guard pushed his hair aside, his appearance really was rather striking, especially those eyes. He did not look like an ordinary person at all. Today's reading salon was certainly lively. As the host hostess, Wilhelmina, was busy introducing everyone. Besides Viscountess Roland, Miss Jane, Irina, and Chloe had all arrived as well. The famous young ladies of this circle were basically gathered. But who would have thought that, as the conversation went on, the topic would actually shift to the guard beside them? Viscountess Roland suddenly spoke up and asked how long this guard had been following Miss Jane. Even Wilhelmina was thrown off by that. The question came too abruptly and was not part of the plan at all. The guard was not easy to deal with either. He directly asked in return, "Am I obligated to answer you?" Roland was clearly implying something. She said she often came here, yet had never seen this knight before. Faced with Roland's probing, Rohan remained very calm. He said he was not worthy of being called a knight at all, and was merely an odd job worker under Miss Jane, usually doing physical labor like hauling things. After hearing that, Roland said she must have misjudged him, but her suspicion did not diminish in the slightest. Wilhelmina, who was sitting to the side drinking tea, also began to feel uncertain. This man's bearing did not look like that of an ordinary porter, no matter how she looked at him. He seemed more like the kind of fallen noble in a novel who was living under an assumed name. Even stranger, his voice sounded vaguely familiar, as if she had heard it somewhere before. As Wilhelmina was pondering, she suddenly realized that the other party seemed to be looking at her. The man introduced himself as Rohan. Wilhelmina studied him carefully and confirmed she had never seen someone with this kind of presence before. It seemed she really had been overthinking it. The reading salon finally returned to its proper course. Everyone chatted enthusiastically. Miss Jane truly deserved to be called a professional. With just a few words, she brought the atmosphere to life. But once the mood improved, Anna started getting carried away. That drive of hers simply could not be stopped. She brought out plate after plate of desserts. Wilhelmina looked at the table full of sweets and felt her head ache. How could they possibly finish so much? In the end, it was all thanks to Rohan cleaning up the rest. Anna begged him for quite a while, and Rohan was straightforward about it. He immediately switched into sweeping the shelves mode. Judging by the way he ate, he was practically a walking shredder. No matter how much was brought out, he could finish it all cleanly. After all that fuss, it was getting late. Irina and Chloe politely said goodbye and agreed to meet again next time. Wilhelmina stood at the door, seeing the guests off. This busy day was finally coming to an end. As soon as the guests left, Roland came over and immediately asked Wilhelmina whether she had known that man named Rohan for a long time. Wilhelmina was just as confused. She said Miss Jane had indeed brought him here a few times, but before today, the two of them had not even exchanged a single word. But Roland's eyes were sharp. She said something was not right. That man's reaction clearly showed he knew Wilhelmina. Now Wilhelmina also began to wonder. Just now, she had indeed felt him looking at her. Could they really have met somewhere before? Roland raised another possibility, saying Wilhelmina had once been at the Royal Capital Academy. Could he be an acquaintance from that time? As soon as the academy was mentioned, Wilhelmina shut the conversation down completely. That place held no good memories for her. She even began to suspect whether this man might be a spy sent by the Leighton family, specifically to gather information. But Roland immediately laughed out loud and said that if he were trying to gather information, he had no need to stay by someone else's side. Most importantly, it was the way he looked at Wilhelmina. There was probably something hidden there that was not so simple. Wilhelmina looked puzzled and asked Viscountess Roland what exactly she was laughing about. Before leaving, Roland specifically told her that if she ever truly had a conversation with that Rohan in the future, she absolutely had to tell her. Wilhelmina became even more confused. Could it be that Madame was still suspicious of that man's identity? Roland waved her hand and said she simply found it interesting. At last, she could see Wilhelmina looking like a proper student. Then Roland boarded the carriage without looking back, saying this was merely a small amusement for an old woman like herself. Watching the carriage gradually disappear, Wilhelmina stood at the doorway and kept wondering. Did that mean she would have to invite Rohan over again next time? Only when she returned inside did she realize someone was missing. Where had Knight Nadasanon gone? Anna hurried over to explain, saying Lord Nadasanon had an urgent matter just now and had already left first. Should she go after them now? Wilhelmina was still thinking over the Viscountess's words. The more she thought about it, the more something felt wrong. On the other side, Miss Jane was leading Rohan outside. The atmosphere was so awkward it could have carved out a whole apartment. Miss Jane's heart was pounding. She had suddenly called him over earlier. Surely this man was not angry, was he? Judging by his face, she could not guess what he was thinking at all. If she had known, she should not have meddled. Now it was too late to regret it. Just then, Rohan suddenly stopped in his tracks. Miss Jane had not yet reacted to what was happening. With a sharp whoosh, a cold flash of light flew straight toward the two of them. This was bad. Rohan's reaction was truly fast. In an instant, he intercepted the object flying toward them. Miss Jane had not yet come back to her senses. When she looked carefully, the object used in the sneak attack was actually a wooden sword. Rohan was genuinely furious now. He asked what the other party meant by this. Unexpectedly, a voice came from behind them, saying, "That is what I should be asking you." Miss Jane turned around and was completely stunned. Wasn't this knight Nadasanon, who had just supposedly left first because of an urgent matter? Nadasanon clearly had no intention of being polite. They stared straight at Rohan and asked who he really was. The man still wanted to keep pretending, saying his name was Rohan and that he had come with Miss Jane. Gar Nadasanon did not buy that at all and exposed his lie on the spot. It turned out that from the moment they entered the main gate, Nadasanon had been watching him. When the guards tried to confirm his identity, he had secretly used magic to interfere with their perception. Only after entering the annex and meeting the Duchess did he remove the spell. Nadasanon pressed him step by step. How could a guard working for a merchant possibly use such advanced magic? Miss Jane listened from the side, her heart pounding with fear. She had not expected Nadasanon to discover it so quickly. Nadasanon warned him again, asking what his purpose was in approaching the Duchess. Who would have thought that the precious item originally used to hide his identity would now become the biggest problem instead? This time, the man had run into a truly tough opponent. Nadasanon was not only skilled in combat. Their intuition toward magic was absurdly sharp. From the moment he entered the gate, the man's disguise had already become a joke. Nadasanon had lost patience. Since he refused the courtesy offered to him, he could not blame them for being impolite. The man still stubbornly refused to speak, saying he could not give an answer. This was practically pouring oil on the fire. Jane's heart leaped in her throat. What she feared most still happened. Nadasanon stated it directly and asked whether he was the Duchess's enemy. If he failed to answer this question properly, no one would be walking out of this room today. The confrontation in the room temporarily came to an end, but the matter was not over in Nadasanon's mind. They walked alone through the snow, their thoughts filled with that suspicious man from earlier. Then, as they walked, they happened to run into the person in question, Isanon. He had been waiting there for some time. "You look very preoccupied. What are you thinking about?" Only then did Nadasanon come back to their senses and hurried forward to salute. "My lord." Running into Isanon at a time like this, should they tell the truth or first hide that man's secret? Isanon took the initiative to speak, asking whether Nadasanon had just returned from the lady's side. Nadasanon nodded and said they had been unable to attend the year-end ball, so they had come specifically to see how the lady was doing. They also apologized to Isanon for not greeting him in time earlier. Isanon was quite magnanimous, saying he was no longer their superior, so there was no need to be so formal. Nadasanon naturally asked how his conversation with the lady had gone earlier. Isanon wanted to laugh as soon as he recalled what had happened. The lady had actually mistaken him for Father Christmas. But jokes aside, Isanon also understood that the lady's current life was not easy. The burden on her shoulders was far too heavy. Nadasanon fell silent after hearing that. After all, once one sat in that position, many things were no longer up to oneself. Minerva had shouted at Wilhelmina, "I really wish you were our mother." Ever since that day, Duchess Layton's hostility toward this side had become increasingly impossible to hide. The Dowager Duchess herself also felt emotional about it. Wanting a mother-in-law who did not hate her daughter-in-law seemed to have been wishful thinking after all. To avoid these rotten matters, she had not even gone to the liveliest New Year's ball. She spent every day shutting herself in her room. Whether it was going to the frozen lake to clear her mind or going to the garden to look for some treasure, she had no interest in any of it now. She only wanted to stay far away from all that trouble. Nadasanon knew very well that this temporary bottleneck would not solve anything. Some matters had to be investigated thoroughly. They looked at Isanon beside them. "My lord, do you know exactly what sort of background that man calling himself Rohan has?" Isanon saw at a glance that Nadasanon was hiding something. He smiled and asked in return, "Have you already noticed something?" But he was not in a hurry to answer. Instead, he first wanted to hear Nadasanon's assessment of that man. Nadasanon did not beat around the bush. They said directly, "That man is an extremely formidable knight. He may even be stronger than I am. Especially in swordsmanship, he is practically an unbeatable existence." Since the conversation had gone this far, Isanon stopped keeping them in suspense and admitted that he did indeed know the other party's background. He suddenly brought up an old matter from years ago and asked Nadasanon whether they still remembered the battle to recapture the second occupied zone. Of course Nadasanon remembered. Clearly, it was Isanon's famous battle. He had charged into the enemy formation alone and personally eliminated the opposing general. At the time, the main force had suffered heavy losses and was at the critical point of retreat. It was Isanon who stayed behind alone as the rear guard and saved everyone's lives. That battle had indeed been fought beautifully, and it had even become a legend within the Night Order. But who would have thought the truth back then was not like that at all? Isanon sighed and revealed the secret he had hidden for a very long time. In truth, the one who helped me escape death that day was none other than that man called Rohan. Nadasanon was completely stunned. How could that be? Could Rohan be some hidden master? After hearing that, Isanon was speechless for a moment and said, "Have you been reading too many novels? Where would so many reclusive masters come from?" In truth, at the time, we were merely each taking what we needed. I wanted to drive out those occupiers, and he only wanted peace in the West. Though I do not know why he wants to hide his name, one thing is certain. If a major figure like that is willing to become a little bodyguard, then the waters behind this are probably deeper than we imagine. Nadasanon recalled the earlier negotiation. At the time, they had laid everything out and asked whether that person was an enemy. In the end, the other party had not only denied it in unison, but had also behaved with particular courtesy. That man said, "As the ladies' guard, I am truly sorry to have caused you so much concern." Those words sounded polite, but in reality, they revealed the truth. The more humbly he behaved, the more certain Nadasanon became. After all that, from the very beginning, he had come for the lady. The heavy snow had sealed the mountain roads, and Isanon was currently leading his people back. He suddenly gave an instruction. No one was to spread anything about Rohan. Nadasanon was taken aback. Was that fellow truly as dangerous as the rumors said? Isanon was rather calm. Danger is one part of it. The key is that the boy himself wants to stay hidden. Besides, this is a rare bit of entertainment for an old man like me. Seeing him stumble with my own eyes would be truly interesting. Counting the time, he was probably busy holding a ball in the east right now. Before Isanon could finish talking, the ball on the eastern side had already become lively. Everyone inside was drinking and exchanging toasts, while Rohan hid alone on the terrace. He seemed to be thinking about something. Just then, movement suddenly came from behind him. The Emperor pushed the door open and entered, smiling as he teased. "Old friends meeting, and you do not even intend to say hello?" Seeing Rohan give no reaction, he walked forward and lowered his voice. "You found a double again this time, didn't you? If you keep doing this, you will expose yourself sooner or later." Rohan was not worried at all. Who would be foolish enough to assassinate the Emperor at a ball? The Emperor laughed outright after hearing that. "Have you not seen enough madmen in the palace?" Speaking of which, he truly had not expected Rohan to leave the West and come all this way to attend this ball. Rohan casually replied, "If I did not come, my subordinates would have a hard time." The Emperor leaned in and joked, "Could it really not be because I am here?" Rohan did not even turn his head. "What do you think?" Looking at the lights outside, the Emperor sighed. Venice is much more stable now than before. Rohan had no intention of stopping. It is still far from enough. There is still much to be done. The Emperor smiled. "Since the old Duke is no longer here, I am afraid there is no one left in this world who can stop you." The Emperor stared at him and asked, "Am I wrong, Rohan?" Rohan did not respond at all. This reaction was within expectations. Whenever he encountered a question he did not want to answer, he would definitely turn mute. The Emperor smiled, then suddenly changed the topic. "Speaking of which, I met that woman in the West, Wilhelmina Leighton." The moment those words came out, the atmosphere on the terrace changed at once. The Emperor continued talking. "She really is quite a likable woman. Just as you said, she is bold and calm. It seems all that intelligence was completely fabricated. Not a single word was accurate." This time, Rohan could no longer keep pretending. Seeing his expression, the Emperor could not help laughing. Seeing such a strong reaction from Rohan, Shion instead laughed and asked what sort of person Rohan took him for. Rohan truly could not sit still now. He called Shion by name and said, after old Duke Layton died, he had already used her once. Was that still not enough? Rohan's tone was frighteningly cold. Had he forgotten the warning to stay away from her? Xian remained calm and said that since Rohan was so curious, why not exchange information? He also wanted to learn more about this Wilhelmina. Rohan was just about to lose his temper when Xian threw out another heavy piece of news. He said he had a list in his hands, detailing the nobles who had approached the lady with ill intentions. Rohan froze completely. Xian continued, saying one man had gone up to her and asked whether she was lonely all by herself. As soon as those words were spoken, Rohan's gaze changed completely. Through gritted teeth, he asked who that person was. This time, Xian had him completely in his grasp. He asked what exactly Rohan wanted to know. His request was not excessive. He merely wanted to hear how Rohan had first noticed the lady and what had happened between the two of them. This time, Rohan could not avoid it. He could only dig up those old matters from years ago. It turned out that the two of them had met at the academy in the capital. That place was called Martin Academy. The children of nobles from across the empire all studied there, but the differences between one status and another were enormous. Rohan was the heir of a ducal family, but Wilhelmina was different. Her family owed a mountain of debt at the time. In the eyes of those spoiled children, she was no different from a commoner. Those self-important young nobles felt that sitting with her was an utter disgrace, so they began finding ways to bully her. They even deliberately said harsh things right in front of her. Those people truly had no limits when excluding someone. They were not even willing to share the class schedule with her. Looking back now, those childish tricks were indeed very immature. But Wilhelmina did not take them seriously at all. At that time, she was as calm as she was now, as if those rotten matters had nothing to do with her. But when those children saw that she gave no reaction, they only became worse. Red ink was poured directly onto her skirt. At that point, everyone could tell she was being targeted. The people around them had all seen it, but no one dared to step forward. Everyone was afraid the next unlucky person would be themselves, so they could only watch helplessly as she was bullied. Hearing this, Xian could not help asking, "Then what were you doing at the time?" Rohan could not refute him. He said his family was in chaos then, and he had not spent much time at the academy. Xian understood at once. That was when the ducal family's fight over the inheritance had been at its fiercest. Rohan could barely look after himself, so how could he have had the leisure to care about others? But the bullying at the academy still did not end. They were no longer satisfied with simply pouring ink on her. One day, as Wilhelmina was walking down the corridor, a pair of hidden hands shoved her directly. At first, it had only been ink, but those people went further and further until they finally caused a major incident that even the academy instructors could no longer pretend not to see. In full view of everyone, someone struck from behind and pushed Wilhelmina directly down a tall flight of stairs. If this incident had grown any bigger, it would probably have been judged as attempted murder. Rohan never imagined that children so young could have hearts so cruel. At the time, the girl had just returned to the classroom when she discovered that her chair had already been smashed to pieces and casually thrown into the trash. The man stared at the pile of broken wood. Before he could react, the girls beside him began snickering. It was clearly deliberate. Just then, a strange sound suddenly came from the classroom. Everyone froze. No one had expected Wilhelmina to return in that state. Her entire body was covered in blood, and even the hem of her skirt had been dyed red. The teacher at the podium was dumbfounded and hurriedly asked what had happened to her. In the end, without even lifting her head, she replied that she had just been bitten by a dog. As soon as those words came out, Xian nearly burst out laughing beside him. How was she talking about a dog? She was clearly cursing the culprit as a beast in front of the entire class. Since her own chair had been smashed, she had no intention of wronging herself. She walked straight to the front of the classroom and asked the teacher whether she could borrow his chair. Before the teacher could react, she had already reached out and dragged away the most conspicuous chair. Just like that, in front of the whole class, Wilhelmina dragged that heavy chair all the way to the very top of the classroom. The noise along the way made the entire class fall silent. Even Rohan was stunned. The seat she chose was very particular. Sitting at that highest spot, she could see every small movement of everyone below clearly. Wilhelmina said lightly, "Sorry for disturbing the lesson. Please continue." But anyone who heard those words felt a chill run down their spine. Looking at her face covered in blood, everyone knew very well that she had not come to attend class today. She had come to catch that dog. And if she did not drag the culprit out, this matter would absolutely not end. Because of that blood-covered appearance, Wilhelmina's name changed at the school from then on. Everyone called her Bloody Wilhelmina, and that nickname spread completely. The scene shifted, and Xian was laughing nonstop. Rowan asked helplessly whether this matter was really that funny. In the end, Xian asked in return, "Did you look back at her too?" Rowan was honest about it, saying she had indeed been so beautiful that he could not take his eyes off her. If he had not still needed to take notes, he probably really would have kept staring. Xian directly exposed Rohan's secret. It turned out that his first love was that girl who had been pushed down the stairs. Faced with Wilhelmina covered in blood, Rohan had not found it strange at all. Instead, he had felt that this was exactly her style. Seeing how calm he looked, Xian could not help asking what happened to the culprits. But Rohan no longer wanted to say more. His mind was not on that at all. At this moment, Rohan's expression suddenly changed. He reminded Xian not to forget that the moment Xian officially became emperor, the transaction between them had completely ended. Xian merely replied calmly, "I know," but Xian was still anxious on his behalf. He could not spend his whole life pretending to be a fake guard. When did he intend to confess his identity to Wilhelmina? Surely he could not expect her to fall in love with him instantly after some chance encounter on the street one day. After hearing that, a trace of helplessness appeared in Rohan's eyes. He understood Wilhelmina too well. If she had no interest in someone, she would not even bother remembering them. Without some major incident, in that lady's eyes, he would probably remain a mere passerby forever. Rohan did not want to waste more words. He simply threw out, "This has nothing to do with you," and turned to leave. Unfortunately, Xian clearly did not intend to let him go. He followed closely and asked, "That noble who killed the Duke and even tried to rebel, how do you plan to deal with him? Are you truly going to act personally?" Rohan stopped, his tone carrying a hint of warning. "Your Majesty," if others heard those words, they might misunderstand. In his mouth, this was at most an ordinary tax investigation. After all, in this empire, what noble was completely clean? As the door closed, Xian looked at Rohan's departing back and could not help sighing. You really cannot judge a person by appearance. Who would have thought that this seemingly ordinary guard was actually the legendary conqueror Rohanos? Back then, the duke who led the rebellion died under his sword. Who would have thought that with a single stroke of his sword, he had not only taken the entire East, but also carved out a name for himself? Behind the name Rohanos were countless blood debts. He was now a true holder of power. Yet, such a ruthless figure now had his mind filled entirely with that woman named Wilhelmina, as well as her heartbreaking experiences after marriage. Xian stood on the terrace, looking at the distant lights of countless homes, but his heart was filled with uncertainty. The East and the West were originally two different worlds. For Rohan to cross that barrier and pursue love would be easier said than done. They said first love was beautiful, but who knew whether this decisive conqueror would also end up with a broken heart in the end? Xian looked in the direction Rohan had left, clearly not intending to let things end there. The more desperately you protect her, the more interested in her I become. As they drank tea, Wilhelmina began asking questions. She wanted to know how Irina had lived at the Capital Academy. Irina's answer was also remarkable. She directly said that her grades at the time were far too poor for her to evaluate the school. She said she had hosted 3 reading salons, but because no one came, they all ended up becoming afternoon tea for just a few of them. But Irina knew what was what. Chloe had been Jess's senior at school. The difference in seniority widened at once. Speaking of border count Jess, the last time she went to see him, the child cried so miserably that they could not have a proper conversation at all. Who would have thought that Chloe, who did not look much older than Irina, had already been married for more than a year? When it came to Chloe's marriage, Wilhelmina kept feeling that something was off. Recently, Chloe had even written a letter specifically saying that something had come up at home and she temporarily could not go out. Logically, when married women open their mouths, they should be talking about their husband's family. But Chloe did not mention a single word about that. There had to be some secret hidden behind it. Not only that, Jane also could not come today, saying she was too busy to get away. Even Rohan, the guard who had always followed Jane, had gone home for the New Year holiday. The reading salon had only been held 3 times, yet people were already gradually failing to gather. Wilhelmina even wondered whether she should simply cancel it. Roland asked whether Miss Jane's guard would come again in the future. Wilhelmina shook her head. "I must find someone else." After hearing that, Roland sighed. That truly is a pity. Judging by Irina's little expression, she had clearly caught wind of some incredible gossip. Wilhelmina had no intention of hiding it from her, and said that Rohan was indeed not simple. Back at the reading salon, he had been a truly talented man. Whether they discussed art or history, he could speak about everything clearly and logically. That breadth of knowledge did not seem like something possessed by a mere guard who spent all day running around outside. Roland's ears were truly sharp. She immediately caught the key point. You say he is both scholarly and martial. His intelligence is visible to everyone, but how did you determine his physical skill? Before Wilhelmina could explain, Irina began imagining things again. She insisted that this Rohan was absolutely a great beauty. Wilhelmina was baffled. Where had that come from? In the end, Irina's reasoning was even more absurd. She said that plays were always performed this way. Anyone who wore a mask and refused to show their face must have a particularly alluring appearance beneath it. Seeing Irina lost in infatuated fantasies, Wilhelmina truly could not respond. After seeing off Irina and Roland, Wilhelmina could finally breathe a sigh of relief. In the end, the reading salon had indeed become a tea party. Although the conversation had been tiring, fortunately, the desserts had been excellent. Wilhelmina was even thinking she should go to the kitchen later and properly thank the pastry chef. Anna was beside her, laughing happily, and praised the resources of the main residence for being excellent. They had lost no face in entertaining guests. Irina had been completely won over. As she ate, she sighed that the flavor was exactly like something from a fairy tale. She even wanted to pack another portion to take away. Hearing this, Wilhelmina had a sense of certainty. Since everyone was so satisfied, this pastry chef truly deserved a generous reward. Just as she was about to go to the kitchen to say hello, Wilhelmina suddenly remembered an urgent matter. She had to hurry to the market. But before she could leave, noise came from the kitchen. It was loud and chaotic, as if someone were smashing the place. Wilhelmina's heart skipped a beat. In broad daylight, could a fight have broken out in the kitchen? She quickly pushed the door open to check. The scene before her left her completely stunned. When Wilhelmina pushed open the kitchen door, the two people inside were arguing fiercely. As soon as they saw their mistress arrive, both of them were frightened and hurriedly stood straight. Wilhelmina frowned and asked, "I could hear you shouting from far away. Is this internal strife?" The female chef lowered her head, looking as if she had caused a great disaster. She said the ingredients to be used tonight had still not been delivered. The merchant who was supposed to arrive in the morning had not shown up at all. The kitchen staff were all thrown into chaos. To deal with the emergency, they hurriedly sent a runner to urge him along. They had even prepared for the worst-case scenario. If there was truly no other way, they would personally go to the market to buy whatever they could. But who would have thought that the runner not only failed to get the matter done, but had also lost all the spare emergency funds? The female chef was so angry, she pointed straight at his nose. That was money kept for life-saving emergencies. Now the ingredients were nowhere to be seen, and the money was gone too. Tonight's meal was likely to become a major disaster. The male cook behaved himself now and kept apologizing. He said he had only wanted everyone to eat something better, but his good intentions had led to bad results. Wilhelmina did not accept that excuse. She immediately established the rule. In the kitchen, the head chef's words were her orders. As for the punishment, that would depend entirely on the head chef's decision. Seeing the two of them looking dejected, Wilhelmina said no more. She glanced at the empty shelves and asked what exactly was missing. The female chef hurriedly reported that they were missing this week's flour and butter. Most importantly, there's also a batch of specially ordered mushrooms. Hearing mushrooms, Wilhelmina paused. It turned out that because she had praised that mushroom soup before, the chefs had wanted to make it for her one last time before the season passed. Hearing this, Wilhelmina remembered. That flavor truly was extremely similar to the shiitake mushrooms from her hometown. But now the money was gone, and the goods were gone too. If the meal could not be made, then after all this fuss, it turned out the chefs had only been afraid Wilhelmina would be angry if she could not eat mushroom soup, and that was why they had never dared speak up. Wilhelmina did not take it to heart. How could such a matter be blamed on the chefs? At worst, she could eat it again next winter. She was just praising how good today's desserts had been when, before she could finish, Anna burst through the door. Judging by her manner, something must have happened outside again. Anna was extremely anxious and said Miss Jane had gotten into serious trouble this time. Irina did not react at once. Hadn't Jane been too busy with business to attend today's reading salon? Now the matter was truly serious. All the flour in the residence was supplied by Miss Jane. If something had happened to her, then the kitchen really would have nothing to cook with. Anna's shout stunned everyone present. Miss Jane's shop had actually been robbed. When Irina heard this, she realized the matter had become truly serious. A theft happening at such a critical moment was not as simple as losing a few items. The kitchen staff were all dumbfounded too. Who could have expected a thief? And this thief was far too bold. Of all people to steal from, they had chosen to steal from the Golden Goblin Trading Company. Anna hurriedly reported that she had heard the thief was someone from inside the company. Now the matter had become complicated. Wilhelmina decided on the spot that she had to go see Jane immediately. She ordered Anna to prepare at once. The carriage could not be delayed for even a moment. Outside, heavy rain was falling. The carriage sped through the rain straight toward its destination. When the carriage stopped, Wilhelmina ignored the heavy rain, lifted her skirt, and rushed down. As soon as she got out, she saw Jane collapsed alone in the rain. She looked nothing like her usual capable self at the trading company. Looking at this scene, Wilhelmina realized the matter was clearly worse than expected. Nadasanon still wanted to follow and protect Wilhelmina, but she directly took the umbrella and said she would walk the rest of the way herself, telling Nadasanon to stand guard there. Jane was crouching in the muddy water, picking up fragments from the ground piece by piece. Once this thing was broken, it probably could never be pieced back together. Wilhelmina walked over holding the umbrella and softly called her name. Only then did Jane react. John pushed the door open and walked in, smiling as he greeted Jane. Jane was busy with the work in her hands. John handed over a letter, saying he had just picked it up at the door. It looked like it had been left specifically for her. Jane took it and thanked him. But once she opened the envelope, the words inside were not friendly at all. The other party threatened in the letter that if she did not hand over the mole who had leaked information from the account books, they would make her pay a terrible price. Jane understood everything now. This was retaliation from the Doman Trading Company. It had to be because she had discovered evidence that they had falsified their accounts. Those people had completely lost their composure. Jane had not expected that merely mentioning she would make the account books public would provoke such a strong reaction from them. It seemed they were convinced a traitor had appeared inside the trading company. She put the letter away, feeling that those people were simply jealous. But John beside her suddenly spoke up and asked whether it was a letter from the Doman Trading Company. He also said it was because all the customers had run over to Jane's side that the other party had become anxious. Jane was truly stunned now. Where had this child heard that? John, however, explained it clearly and logically. When the Eastern Branch had first opened, the Doman Trading Company had caused plenty of trouble. Now that the difference in strength between the two sides had widened, everyone outside was saying that the Doman Trading Company was almost unable to hold on. That was why they were now in a state of extreme frenzy. Seeing John analyze things so seriously, Jane could not help smiling. This child really was clever. He simply had not yet realized that he had already become a formidable informant. Jane knew very well that since the other party had been driven to such desperate measures, there had to be another reason. After all, people who had done guilty things were the most prone to suspicion. But as long as the Golden Goblin Trading Company was still doing business with the ducal family, those people would not be able to overturn the sky. John suddenly mentioned that people outside were saying Jane was going to become the heir of the Golden Goblin Trading Company. Heir? After hearing that, Jane did not feel very happy, because she knew very well that the old man at home had never been satisfied with her performance. Back then, her father had told her with a cold face to stop at once and come home, and not to keep wasting her time on these useless things. But in Jane's view, as long as she could prove her ability in business, her father would eventually recognize her value. Compared with some empty title, what she wanted more now was to move the shop directly to the busiest street. When John heard that, he admired her from the bottom of his heart and said he would absolutely support her. Jane smiled and asked whether he had come to buy medicinal herbs again today. John hurriedly asked for 2 bundles. Jane deliberately stuffed in some extra, telling him to take them back and care for his younger sister properly. This business was conducted with both trade and human warmth. Just as Jane saw the customer off, she discovered John looking around the shop, as if searching for someone. John could not help asking whether that person was not here today. Jane immediately understood. He was asking about Rohan, right? Seeing how concerned John looked, Jane deliberately teased him, saying that when Rohan returned, she would definitely tell him John missed him. John became so embarrassed, he quickly waved his hands and said there was no need. But in truth, he had always had a knot in his heart. He kept feeling that Rohan was hiding his identity. After all, the way Jane usually spoke to him was a bit too polite. Jane laughed after hearing that and explained that it was because she still owed Rohan a favor. When Jane had first begun doing business, Rohan had taught her many of the tricks of the trade. In that sense, he had been her guide. In return, Jane had given him the identity of a trading company guard as cover. But was this so-called favor really as simple as teaching her business? Jane had now seen through it. Rohan had gone in such a large circle with only one goal: to find every possible way to approach the Duchess. Although Jane wanted to help bring them together, Rohan's personality was simply too reserved. As soon as he got in front of the lady, he became like a different person and could not squeeze out even half a word. This was no ordinary mutual attraction. From Rohan's attitude, it was clear he was willing to risk his life to protect the lady's safety. But that was what made it strange. What danger could be around the lady that made him guard against it to this extent? It seemed there was definitely an old, unsettled matter between these two that had not yet been opened. Jane was lost in thought when she suddenly shouted, startling John beside her so badly that he trembled. She had nearly forgotten a serious matter. There was still something important that had to be delivered to the lady today. John hurried closer to ask what rare item it was. In the end, Jane lifted the lid, and inside was actually a whole box full of mushrooms. Jane had specially selected the best mushrooms and prepared to send them to the Duchess. After all, the lady liked this flavor the most. John watched from the side, feeling extremely envious. This treatment was truly unmatched. Once the proper business was finished, John said goodbye and prepared to leave. Jane smiled and was just about to see him off. But John moved too quickly, and before he could get out the door, he ran straight into a hard chest. John was so frightened he hurriedly apologized, but when he looked up, he froze completely. The person standing at the door was dressed exquisitely and had sharp gaze. At a glance, he was clearly not someone to be provoked. After Jane saw who had come, she was even more shocked and drew in a cold breath. Was this not her father, the man who had always opposed her doing business? The moment this uninvited guest appeared, the atmosphere dropped to freezing point. Judging by his manner, he had clearly come to cause trouble. The person blocking the way was shoved aside by him. In his eyes, everything here was not worth mentioning. Jane hurriedly went up to greet him and asked, "Father, why have you come here?" Baron Gingeril had no intention of reminiscing. He merely looked coldly around at the surroundings. All the hard work she had poured into this place looked like children playing house to him. Baron Gingeril spoke coldly. "You are still wasting your time on these useless things, Jane." Jane still wanted to argue for herself. "Father, although the storefront may not look impressive, our performance," Baron Gingeril directly interrupted her. "Of course I know. After all, I have already looked through your account books. Next year, we are entering a new market. I have already secured the contract to supply that large restaurant." Jane continued listing her contributions. She had not only secured the oil supplier, but also obtained leverage over a rival company. She thought this would finally prove herself. But Baron Gingeril did not accept it at all. With a heavy strike of his cane, he cut Jane's words short. Baron Gingeril coldly threw out one sentence. "You are simply too foolish." Jane was completely stunned and did not understand at all what she had done wrong. Baron Gingeril continued scolding her. "How long do you intend to keep playing this game of pretend? Do you really think selling a bit of oil makes you a merchant? You stole someone else's business. What you are losing is our family's face." Jane still wanted to defend herself, saying this was only normal business competition. But in her father's eyes, everything she had done was nothing but a joke. The more Baron Gingeril spoke, the angrier he became, until he shouted directly at Jane. "I'll let you manage this shop so you could learn how to handle the family business, not so you could truly become a merchant." In his eyes, Jane was first a girl of the family, and only then his child. This deep-rooted prejudice had no intention of changing at all. Baron Gingeril pointed at Jane's nose and cursed. "You are not a merchant at all. You are merely my daughter." Even if this shop performs well, compared with the business of the entire family, that bit of money is not worth mentioning. Baron Jindral asked with a face full of disgust. With this little pocket money, what exactly are you so proud of? Jane still wanted to struggle one last time, and quietly retorted that one could not only look at current profit. The growth potential here was enormous. And although that restaurant was in the commoner district, it had a resounding reputation locally. As long as they could get their products placed there, it would be the best living advertisement. But before she could finish speaking, Baron Jindral completely exploded. Have you forgotten that you are a noble? I had you learn mathematics and the humanities so you could support a household in the future, not so you could carry sacks of flour, and certainly not so you could stay here playing these childish games with other trading companies. Jane finally saw through it. No matter how outstandingly she performed, in her father's eyes, all her efforts were worthless. Baron Jindral ordered coldly, "Since you have had enough fun, close the shop and come back with me. Stop chasing these unrealistic dreams." Even more excessive, he also wanted her to hand over all the money she had earned. Baron Jindral said righteously, "I gave you this place. Every coin you earned should belong to me. Before you leave, settle all the accounts." After hearing that, Jane did not argue or shout. She merely replied calmly, "I understand." This reaction instead made Baron Jindral freeze. But before he could be pleased for long, Jane's next words directly tore open his true face. Jane stared at him and asked, "So you have finally found the next buyer and are ready to sell me for a good price, aren't you?" Jane knew very well that her father had never once thought of acknowledging her as a merchant. Jane understood better than anyone that her father's so-called training before had merely been because he was afraid she would not be able to marry. After all, the daughter of an upstart could not enter the stage at all in the eyes of those old noble families. Baron Jindral had always had an ambition. He wanted to use the arms trade to squeeze into high society. As it happened, mineral prices had recently soared, and raw materials were everywhere. But this industry had long been monopolized by major figures. For a newcomer to interfere was harder than climbing to the heavens, unless he could find a breakthrough. Jane directly exposed his thoughts. The Bilo family. As soon as those words came out, Baron Jindral stiffened completely. That family son was a famous wastrel who had long since squandered the family fortune. In Baron Jindral's eyes, this was simply a piece of fat delivered straight to his mouth. As long as he sent his daughter over as a bargaining chip, he could naturally swallow the entire Bilo family whole. So in her father's eyes, she was worth only this much. Jane stopped pretending completely. Since he intended to sell her to that useless man from the Bilo family, then she had no intention of continuing to be his obedient daughter. Baron Jindral was furious when he heard that. What made him even angrier was that Jane actually dared to speak so rudely to her future fiancé. But Jane had no intention of backing down. She laid her cards on the table. Had he ever looked carefully at her results? In less than a year, she had earned more than her brothers, even more than the theater shop he valued most. And the result? Baron Jindral let out a cold laugh and called her a hopeless fool. In his eyes, that little bit of money was not worth mentioning at all, because in this circle, there was something more important than money. Baron Jindral shouted, as if it were perfectly justified. Status was everything. As long as one had rank and position, this useless business should be shut down as soon as possible. Jane finally exploded. This business was absolutely not useless to her. It was all the effort she had poured her heart into. She looked at her father, her attitude extremely firm. The success he wanted might come from schemes and calculations, but she only wanted to stand tall through her own efforts, openly and honestly. After hearing this, Baron Jindral completely lost his temper. He pointed at Jane and cursed, saying she truly was a hopeless fool. Without his money, did she think this shop could ever have opened? Her so-called success was nothing but a joke without his funding. Jane wanted to argue, saying that she had worked desperately hard precisely to prove that his investment had not been wasted. But Baron Jindral would not listen at all. He cut her off with the harshest words. Then what about all the money he had spent raising her all these years? Jane froze on the spot. She never imagined that her father would treat even family affection as an account to be settled. Baron Jindral had no intention of stopping. He pointed at Jane, his tone growing more and more cutting. Which thing she wore which things she used had not been given by him. How did she intend to repay that debt? This father had truly driven his words to the extreme. In his eyes, the comfortable life Jane had enjoyed all these years was something to be recorded as a debt. John wanted to say a few words to mediate, but at a time like this, who would dare step forward and draw fire? Baron Jindral became more and more unreasonable as he spoke. He believed that everything Jane had today was thanks to him, her father, throwing money behind her. Since he had invested in her back then, asking her for returns now was only natural. As soon as those footsteps sounded, nothing good was going to happen. Baron Jindral waved his hand and ordered his men to move everything away. Jane hurriedly rushed forward to stop them, saying these were meant to be delivered to the madam. But who would listen to her now? Even the household servants dared to shove her aside directly. Jane was still shouting, telling them to put everything down at once. Baron Jindral sneered, called her a fool, and then slapped her across the face. With that slap, the last of Jane's dignity was completely shattered. That slap knocked the last bit of strength out of Jane. She collapsed on the ground and did not move for a long while. This entire scene was seen by John, who was hiding in the shadows. He knew that with Jane alone, there was no way to stop this group of bandits. He had to go quickly. He had to tell the people of the Leighton family about this. He did not dare waste even a second and turned to run outside. If he was one step too late, Jane might truly be beyond saving. The heavy rain began without warning. Jane knelt in the rain, staring at the mess scattered all over the ground. When would these days ever come to an end? It seemed John had not run in vain. The Duchess of the Leighton family had actually come personally. Jane stood frozen in the rain, and the first thing she said was actually an apology. She said that everything she was supposed to deliver that morning had been taken away. Wilhelmina was not angry. She said that after something like this happened, anyone would be unable to continue discussing business. Jane grew even more anxious. She said she had failed to protect the stamp contract, and it had all fallen into someone else's hands. But what Wilhelmina said next relieved more than half the weight in Jane's heart. She said none of that mattered. Jane could only kneel in the muddy water and plead, saying that as long as she was given a little more time, she would definitely repay the debt and rebuild the business. But the moment Wilhelmina opened her mouth, Jane froze completely. It turned out Wilhelmina had not come today intending to cancel the contract at all, nor had she ever thought of holding Jane accountable for the lost goods. She only wanted to hear what Jane wanted to say now. Jane seemed to grab hold of a lifeline, bringing up the first time they had met, when the madam had said she wanted to invest in her. In the rain, Jane begged for a chance. As long as Wilhelmina could give her enough money to buy 10 sacks of flour in 3 months of time, she would absolutely be able to turn the situation around. But Wilhelmina coldly asked a question. Was that amount of money truly enough? Wilhelmina's meaning was very clear. If she was going to invest, then she wanted to earn back everything previously lost, multiplied many times over. Wilhelmina then asked whether Jane would be satisfied with merely taking back that little bit. Was she really going to just let all the humiliation she had suffered today pass like this? Jane did not react for a moment and stared blankly at Wilhelmina. Wilhelmina held an umbrella, the rain growing colder and colder. Seeing her hard work completely destroyed, even her surname taken from her, and being forced to roll in the mud, did Jane truly feel no hatred in her heart? Jane finally understood. This Duchess had not come simply out of kindness. What she wanted was not a pitiful wretch, but someone capable of accomplishing great things. Wilhelmina finally reminded her that what she least ought to do now was wag her tail here and beg for pity. She should think of ways to use everything at her disposal and seize back everything that belonged to her. Wilhelmina looked down at Jane and asked if she now knew what she should say. Looking at the woman before her, Jane felt that she did not resemble an angel who saved people from suffering. Instead, she seemed more like a demon who could grant wishes. Though she would lead people into hell, the temptation was far too sweet. Jane finally rose from the mud. She no longer begged for a little money to buy flour, but instead asked whether Wilhelmina could lend her a hand. This time, Jane had truly staked everything. She said she wanted revenge. She wanted to make that heartless father regret it. She wanted to prove that she was stronger than her brothers, stronger than every merchant. But after listening, Wilhelmina only replied coolly, and Jane gritted her teeth and said she wanted to take back everything that belonged to her, the shop, the contract, and all those goods. Not a single thing could be missing. But that was far from enough. Nobles passed their titles down to the eldest son, but a merchant guild was different. Whoever had the ability was the true master. Since that father of hers wanted to steal everything from Jane, Jane no longer had anything to hesitate over. She was going to seize the entire Golden Goblin Trading Company from her father's hands. Seeing Jane like this, Wilhelmina finally smiled. This was the look she had wanted to see. Wilhelmina made the decision on the spot. She would invest in this deal. Once Wilhelmina spoke, she first asked about Jane's condition. Anna hurriedly reported that Jane had been caught in the rain and put through so much just now, so she had already fallen asleep. After Anna withdrew and closed the door, only their own people were left in the room. Wilhelmina looked toward Nadasanon and brought up the topic they had not finished discussing earlier, how exactly that Golden Goblin Trading Company had risen to prosperity. Nadasanon asked in return whether she knew how their family had obtained a noble title. The moment those words were spoken, it was clear there was something fishy. Wilhelmina immediately realized that something must have happened behind the scenes. Nadasanon also had no intention of hiding it. Back then, the Golden Goblin Trading Company was nowhere near as glorious as it was now. Nadasanon said that back then, they had obtained the title of Baron by delivering military supplies to the West. In particular, the time they transported supplies across the mountains became the key to the entire battle. Wilhelmina sensed that something was wrong. For a trading company to take such a huge risk and go to the front lines, no matter how one looked at it, the deal was not worth it. Nadasanon nodded and said they had found it strange as well. After following the clues and investigating, they discovered that the truth back then was entirely different. In fact, the garrison in the West was not short of food at all. With so few people, they could even resupply locally. They had so many supplies that they could not use them all. Yet the Golden Goblin Trading Company insisted on hiring several hundred mercenaries to deliver grain. How was that doing business? There had to be a greater secret hidden behind it. Nadasanon continued, saying that the mercenaries sent there were actually all being sent to their deaths. There were simply too many dead, so many that the higher-ups had no way to suppress the matter. They could only award the Golden Goblin Trading Company a great merit. Wilhelmina understood. This was forcibly giving a gift, then exaggerating the weight of that gift to the heavens, forcing the other party to grant a reward. But this trick had one major prerequisite. The war had to be won. Had they truly dared to gamble their lives on that possibility? Nadasanon nodded and said the most sinister part was that the responsibility for the deaths of those mercenaries was all pinned on the Western garrison. To outsiders, it looked as though the garrison commander had ordered those mercenaries to charge. If the garrison dared to say they had never issued such an order, it would make them appear to have stood by and watched people die. They had no place to seek justice for this silent loss. By relying on such despicable methods, the Golden Goblin Trading Company obtained the title they wanted. After this matter spread, people throughout the military camps were saying that the Golden Goblin Trading Company only cared about money and did not treat human lives as lives at all. They were even more disgusted that as soon as the company obtained its title, it turned around and tore up its contract with the garrison. The speed with which they burned the bridge after crossing, it was truly astonishing. Wilhelmina frowned as she listened. She asked Nadasanon why the garrison had chosen to sign a contract with them when their company had been so small at the time, instead of choosing a larger company. Nadasanon sneered. Was that not simple? Of course, they had used money to pave the way. It was said that the scale of the bribery back then was astonishing. They even directly gave several hundred sacks of flour to the garrison's upper ranks. Wilhelmina finally understood. So this contract had been forcibly won through such shady methods. But Nadasanon shook their head and said this was not some illegal transaction. This was called a fair bribe. Wilhelmina was utterly dumbfounded. A bribe was a bribe. How could this thing possibly have anything to do with fairness? Nadasanon explained that this was actually an unspoken rule in the circle. In any case, as long as the nobles took the money, it was a guaranteed profitable deal. Wilhelmina listened with a cold laugh. So in this world, if one wanted to obtain a large contract, it all depended on throwing money around. No one cared at all whether the company was actually reliable. This was practically complete chaos. But she suddenly realized that this matter might actually be more advantageous to them. Since these nobles signed contracts without caring whether the other party had real ability, did that not mean Jane's opportunity had arrived? As long as Jane's talent was combined with these people's greed, then the good days of those companies that only knew how to play petty tricks would be over. Wilhelmina already had a plan in mind. This time, she would let those people know what true crushing superiority meant. The rain outside the window had not stopped. Jane had slept very deeply. When she opened her eyes in a daze, before she could fully wake up, Wilhelmina asked whether she had slept well. This frightened Jane badly, and she sprang straight up from the bed. Jane cried out in panic, "Dowager Duchess, I'm sorry. I didn't know you were here." Wilhelmina was not angry at all. Instead, she gently advised her that the rain had not stopped yet, so she should rest a little longer. Would she like some hot tea? Only then did Jane relax slightly and softly reply, "Yes, please. Thank you." Wilhelmina smoothly made her purpose clear. She had heard quite a few rumors outside, but she wanted even more to hear Jane's version from her own mouth. About her father and that trading company, Wilhelmina wanted to know every detail. She wondered whether Jane would feel that she was asking too much. Jane had now completely thought things through. Apart from the Dowager Duchess before her, no one could help her. She no longer intended to hide anything. Since the conversation had reached this point, she had nothing left to conceal. She would tell Wilhelmina all the secrets that followed. Jane was the youngest daughter in the family, with 2 older brothers above her. Her eldest brother managed the main store, while her second brother guarded the business in the central district. The family's industries had basically all been taken. As for her father, Jolcha's Jindral, in the eyes of outsiders, he was the model of a self-made man. In only 20 years, he had gone from merchant to noble. But behind all that glory was cold calculation. In his eyes, human lives were worth less than gold coins. In the past, he had more enemies than one could count. Yet it was precisely his greed that let Jane see an opportunity. As long as she was willing to risk everything, it was not impossible for her to gain a place in that family. Where they lived, it was harder than climbing to the heavens for the daughter of an ordinary family to attend school. Unless one was born into a noble family, there was simply no chance to receive a formal education. Her 2 brothers had studied from childhood, but she had not been so lucky. Only after her father obtained his title did she finally have the chance to come into contact with arithmetic and business management. That father of hers had only money and reputation in his eyes. She had desperately tried to prove herself, thinking that as long as she was outstanding enough, he would allow her to enter the family's trading company. And the result? Now that her business was flourishing, he insisted she close the shop and quickly marry someone. Oh, please don't misunderstand. I'm not saying marriage is bad. It's just that my dream hasn't been realized yet. Wilhelmina understood. So Jane's father wanted to use her shop as a bargaining chip and send her off to become a noblewoman. After all, even if a merchant gained a title, it was still difficult to squeeze into high society. But as long as Jane married into a true, prestigious family, she would have the qualifications to hold her own social banquets. To put it plainly, Jane's marriage was a stepping stone laid for her 2 brothers, giving them a chance to come into contact with the daughters of true noble houses. Wilhelmina picked up her teacup and asked very directly, "Did you discover the issue with the Doman Trading Company's accounts yourself?" "That's right. I didn't plan any spies. I caught their foxtail purely through my own ability. But the other side obviously isn't so easy to fool. They directly demanded evidence from me. What I have right now is indeed not enough. But as long as I follow this trail and investigate, I can absolutely make them reveal their true form." Having said this much, Jane could not help feeling uneasy. What if this lord thought it was foolish of her to provoke the Doman Trading Company for no reason? In the end, Wilhelmina did not continue asking about the investigation. Instead, she threw out an even more shocking question. If Jane were given enough time, could she also find out the secrets of the other trading companies? The moment those words were spoken, Jane froze. Wilhelmina, however, remained completely calm. Since Jane said evidence could be found as long as one investigated, then they would spend some time thoroughly clarifying the matter. Seeing Jane's reaction, Wilhelmina thought she had said something wrong. In fact, the girl had been anxious the whole time, afraid that this noblewoman would think she was too meddlesome. Now it seemed she had made the right move. Wilhelmina put down her teacup. Her appetite was even greater than Jane had imagined. Since the Doman Trading Company had something fishy going on, the other trading companies in the territory were probably not clean either. Jane was also someone who understood things clearly. She laid everything out directly. Of every 10 trading companies, at least 8 had tampered with their account books. Wilhelmina stared at her and posed the most crucial question. Apart from the account books on the surface, could she catch them through other weaknesses? Jane said firmly, "I believe I can." After listening, Wilhelmina smiled. Since Jane was so confident, then they would begin the next step directly. Jane was stunned on the spot. The next step? Why had the pace suddenly become so fast? Looking at the gloomy weather outside the window, she honestly had no confidence at all. Could they really accomplish this? Wilhelmina, however, was steady as a mountain. As long as Jane completed her own part properly, the rest would depend on whether that man was smart enough. How much time did they have? Wilhelmina held up 3 fingers. 3 months. He still needed to arrange the meeting, and this matter could not be rushed. 3 months to investigate the foundation of those trading companies thoroughly was indeed rather tight. But Jane was also a ruthless girl. She directly patted her chest and guaranteed, "Leave it to me. I'll definitely do this beautifully." Wilhelmina was very satisfied. From now on, they would communicate by letter. Once the rain stopped, Jane should move out immediately. Wilhelmina told her not to worry, as she would find her a new place to stay. After all, if this plan leaked, none of them would have an easy time. Once the formal discussion was over, Wilhelmina rose to leave. But Jane suddenly called out to her, "My lady, when you speak with me, could you please not be so polite?" Wilhelmina nodded. Changing the way she addressed her was not difficult for her, but Jane still muttered inwardly. For such a small thing, was there a need for Wilhelmina to ask her so solemnly? Wilhelmina took her hand and said in an extremely serious tone that this was important. After all, they were now business partners. As long as money was involved, the proper etiquette and rules absolutely could not be disrupted. Wilhelmina would always treat her as an important partner. Hearing this, Jane actually felt somewhat complicated. At first, she had been happy, feeling that she was finally valued. But when she turned and saw Wilhelmina and Lady Irina intimately drinking tea and chatting together, her heart began to feel sour. That sense of closeness was not something any business partner could compare to. She suddenly felt that those so-called courtesies and manners were instead like a wall she could not push open. Wilhelmina looked at her like this and could not help laughing. What an adorable child. Fine, since Jane wanted so much to become closer, then from now on Wilhelmina would no longer speak to her with such polite formalities. How did Jane feel about that? The formal matters were finally all explained. Wilhelmina waved her hand. It was getting late, so Jane should hurry and rest. They would meet tomorrow. As soon as Wilhelmina left, the room suddenly became quiet. Jane stood there alone for a long time, unable to come back to herself. The words, "I believe in you," were still spinning endlessly in her mind. From childhood to adulthood, even her own father had never given her such affirmation. Yet the Dowager Duchess had not doubted her at all. Jane had now been completely won over. She murmured softly into the air, "Madam, meeting you is truly the greatest fortune of my life." Wilhelmina pointed at the prepared materials. These were the 3 things they were going to make next. The moment she said this, all the chefs beside her were dumbfounded. How is this cooking? Shouldn't this task be given to alchemists? The head chef was rather open-minded. He said that frying, roasting, boiling, and steaming were not that different from alchemy. They could just treat it as research and development through a different method. Wilhelmina took the opportunity to offer them a sweet reward. As long as this matter could be accomplished, the dessert chef's previous mistake would be written off. Hearing that they could avoid punishment, everyone finally gained some motivation. But looking at these research subjects, transmigration, possession, and reincarnation, this did not seem like entering a kitchen at all. It was clearly studying how to change one's fate. After a protagonist arrived in another world, what did they rely on to make money? Nothing more than using modern knowledge to create cosmetics or new recipes. But where would the materials come from? The girl was open-minded about it. Since that world had magic and alchemy, finding some substitutes should be easy. So it turned out she had joined that handicraft class back then in order to leave herself a way out. Wilhelmina looked at the scene before her and could not help sighing with emotion. If that teacher had also transmigrated here, with those skillful hands, they would definitely be doing better than her. She smiled and greeted the chefs, saying she would leave the next matters to them. How could the chefs dare neglect anything? They quickly nodded and bowed in response. But for the Dowager Duchess to keep burrowing into the kitchen every day in outsiders' eyes, it still seemed somewhat improper. Anna still felt uneasy. If Wilhelmina personally tested these new things and something went wrong, what would they do? Wilhelmina did not take it seriously. She said these things would not hurt her. Besides, right now, there was an even more important task, and it had to be Anna. Anna immediately became excited. As long as she could help the madam, she was willing to do anything. In the end, the moment Wilhelmina opened her mouth, Anna was rendered speechless. It turned out the task was collecting clothes, and for the entire month that followed, they would have to struggle in the laundry room. Who could have imagined that after making such a big fuss for so long, they were ultimately going to wash clothes? The days passed one by one, and in the blink of an eye, a month had gone by. After a month without meeting, this bargain son was still the same as ever. The moment he saw her, he smiled so brightly it seemed flowers were blooming. "Welcome back, mother." Wilhelmina looked at the face before her and could not help complaining inwardly. How did this kid still come with his own special effects? His entire person was so dazzling it hurt her eyes. Mikhail led the way while trying to get closer, saying that ever since the New Year's ball, he had not had the chance to properly spend time with mother. So he had even prepared refreshments in advance. Then Mikhail's tone changed, and he said he had invited a guest today to discuss business and wanted Wilhelmina to meet him as well. Before Wilhelmina could react, a gloomy-looking middle-aged man was already waiting in the room. The other party respectfully bowed and introduced himself as Licht, currently in charge of the duchy's finances. The moment she heard he managed money, Wilhelmina's gaze changed at once. It seemed the account books of the ducal household would not be easy to turn over. Licht's gaze clearly showed that he did not take Wilhelmina seriously. In his eyes, she was nothing more than an amateur making a fuss. Wilhelmina, however, was not the least bit afraid. Since everyone was seated here, they might as well lay everything out clearly. Mikhail was still trying to smooth things over, asking whether this was about the annex. He even said the steward had been absent these past few days, and they could discuss it once he returned. Wilhelmina cut him off directly. This matter had nothing to do with anyone else. Today, she had come specifically for business. She also did not want to waste time. Before the tea had even been served, she had Anna take out the things she had prepared. The moment she spoke, the entire room fell silent. She actually wanted to discuss cooperation with these old foxes. Mikhail was directly stunned. Licht, meanwhile, sneered inwardly. A pampered noblewoman actually wanted to play at commercial investment. In his eyes, this was simply the biggest joke in the world. Since they were discussing business, then they should first look at this. Wilhelmina directly pushed the proposal over. The more Licht looked down on her now, the more advantageous it was for her. If he were like Mikhail, wearing a face full of expectation, then if what she took out was not stunning enough, that would truly ruin her reputation. Mikhail was completely stunned. Had mother truly prepared this by hand? Licht was speechless for a long while. The contents were completely beyond his understanding. Wilhelmina remained very calm. She said there was no proper clerk over at the annex, so she usually handled these tasks casually herself. Mikhail stared at the line graph. This was the first time he had ever seen such a method of presentation. Wilhelmina's heart skipped. Had she taken out something too far ahead of its time with these modern charts? Licht stared at the graph, and his mind was clearly having trouble keeping up. Seeing the situation, Wilhelmina knew she had to strike while the iron was hot, so they would not recover and start asking all sorts of questions. She cleared her throat and directly threw out her trump card. Apart from this proposal, she had also developed 3 new products. 3 exquisite little boxes sat on the table, 2 types of skin cream and 1 deodorant. Mikhail and Licht were both stunned. Wasn't this leap a little too large? They had just been discussing financial statements. So how had she turned around and started selling products? Wilhelmina played with the samples in her hands, clearly determined to succeed. Her request was simple. She wanted to sell these things. This was the legendary hard sell, wasn't it? The hand cream focused mainly on practicality. It was aimed specifically at people whose hands cracked from hard labor. The raw material used was cactus from the southwest. It grew quickly and cost little, so this business was guaranteed to make a profit. Wilhelmina then took out the face cream. Not only did it contain herbs that could brighten the complexion, it could also be custom produced for sensitive skin. This consideration was indeed thorough. The last one was her true trump card. Wilhelmina took a small bottle of powder from the red box and said this was the product she had the greatest confidence in. In truth, it was body deodorant, what they would commonly call body powder. This left the 2 men opposite her stunned. Seeing that they did not react, Wilhelmina thought she had explained too vaguely and hurriedly added that this could be applied under the arms or around the groin, places that easily sweated. Once these words came out, the expressions on the faces across from her became quite something. Mikhail truly could not sit still now. He hurriedly stopped her and said, "Mother, could we be a little more reserved?" Wilhelmina did not care for that at all. They were discussing business, so what was there to be reserved about? She knew very clearly that as long as she could convince Licht, this matter would already be more than half accomplished. She pointed at the proposal and said to Mikhail that he, as a knight, should understand this best. Wearing armor and riding horses all day, his thighs in that area must chafe uncomfortably. Mikhail had nothing to say now and could only honestly admit that this was indeed the case. Sometimes he even had to deliberately remove his armor to wipe away sweat. Wilhelmina followed his words and continued. Ordinary soldiers on the battlefield did not have such conditions. Were they supposed to simply endure it? Current deodorants were too irritating to the skin. If untreated, those red rashes would only spread more and more. After hearing this, Licht finally had a clear idea in his mind. If this thing could truly be made, it would absolutely not lack buyers. Nadas and On listened with an embarrassed flush on their old face. This topic was indeed rather intense. They stated bluntly that this product was meant to solve those unspeakable troubles for knights. They even added a joke, saying that they were a fairy, so naturally they did not have such annoying troubles. But this business was aimed at the general public, and the target audience was very large. Immediately afterward, Wilhelmina turned her gaze toward those pampered noble women. Though they looked glamorous on the surface, their corsets were so tight they could hardly breathe. Add to that the high heels that rubbed their feet raw, and their suffering was no less than that of soldiers. Now the logic was completely connected. Whether rough men on the battlefield or delicate young ladies at balls, all of them were their potential customers. Wilhelmina directly demonstrated, lightly patting the powder onto Licht's hand. Her movements were swift and clean, clearly intended to let him experience it personally. Licht leaned closer and smelled it. The scent was indeed unusual, a faint rose fragrance that immediately gave off a sense of refinement. Wilhelmina explained that it was made from spring roses after the rain, mainly as a way to reuse what would otherwise be wasted. Moreover, the fragrance could be customized at any time according to the customer's needs. With a business this impressive, could Licht still sit calmly? Mikhail tried it as well. The texture truly left nothing to criticize. It was both soft and dry. Wilhelmina smiled. This was exactly the effect she wanted. Recently, this cursed weather had kept raining without end, and everything everywhere was terribly damp. At times like this, even a little body powder was a life-saving treasure. Wilhelmina had put no small amount of effort into these products. She had argued who knew how many times with those stubborn alchemists alone. After laying so much groundwork, she finally reached the main point. Wilhelmina directly proposed that she wanted Licht's help in pushing these 3 products onto the market. Licht was not in a hurry to agree. He was clearly calculating something in his mind. He spoke first, saying he wished to ask a few professional questions. Wilhelmina turned to look at Mikhail and asked whether he had anything he wanted to say. Mikhail shook his head, saying his question was rather special and that he intended to wait until Licht finished asking. Wilhelmina understood. This boy was probably not concerned about the products, but wondering why his mother, who had always stayed in the annex and never gone out before, had suddenly changed temperament and started fussing over business. Wilhelmina nodded, signaling Licht to speak freely. Licht was also an expert and saw the key point at a glance. This product contained cornstarch, did it not? But the problem was that in this western region, hardly anyone grew corn. Licht saw the issue immediately. This place did not produce corn. If the raw materials had to be transported from the east, the cost would be far too high. Wilhelmina had long since thought of a countermeasure. They would not transport raw corn. They would directly import processed starch from the east. This would not only save trouble, but also increase the shelf life considerably. After all, the processing techniques of those people in the east were indeed excellent. Licht flipped through the materials in his hands, and the more he looked, the more he felt something was wrong. He had never seen this method of purifying glycerin before, so he could not help asking whether the madam had invented this method herself. Wilhelmina lied without changing expression, saying she had learned it at the academy. Licht still did not believe it. A technique that could perfectly remove impurities while efficiently concentrating oils did not sound like something from an ordinary textbook, no matter how he heard it. Wilhelmina's main tactic was to deny everything to the end. No matter what he asked, the answer was that the academy had taught it. Although Licht was full of questions, he could only record them in his heart for now. Then he asked about the matter of Kale and Clay. Mikhail listened from his side in a daze. The two were chatting enthusiastically, all with professional terms he did not understand. He could only sit on the side, smell the fragrance, and sigh that when these two were together, they were truly evenly matched opponents. Finally, Licht raised the most crucial question. Since these were products applied to the skin, how could they prove they were safe? If something went wrong after use, no one could bear the responsibility. This was exactly the question Wilhelmina had been waiting for. She unhurriedly put on gloves. The motion alone made people's hearts feel uneasy. She replied faintly that in order to test safety for the past month, she had been using the strongest detergent to wash clothes. Without another word, Wilhelmina directly removed her gloves. This left Mikhail and Licht both stunned. In order to prove that the product worked, she had used her own hands as test subjects. She applied nothing to her right hand, while applying hand cream to her left hand every day. She had continued this for an entire month, and the result was obvious. Licht could hardly believe it. The dignified Dowager Duchess had actually personally gone to wash clothes. With so many servants at home, why insist on suffering this hardship herself? At the time, the household had been thrown into chaos. Anna had been so anxious she stamped her feet, and even Nadasanon had not known how to persuade her. But no one could stop Wilhelmina's temperament. Wilhelmina knew clearly that if she wanted to convince these sharp merchants, words alone would not be enough. She had to show real ability. This was her sincerity. While putting the gloves back on, Wilhelmina explained that since she was the developer, she had to personally conduct the experiment for it to be rigorous. She could not have servants wash clothes all day. That would introduce too many variables, and the data would not be accurate. After hearing this, Licht was stunned. He stared at Wilhelmina for a long time, unable to say a single word. Mikhail beside him could not help laughing aloud. The atmosphere changed at once. Licht helplessly shook his head and muttered to himself, "Now, I finally understand why the attendants in the annex all go in and then no longer want to come out." Wilhelmina did not hear clearly and casually asked what he had said. Licht hurriedly waved his hand and said it was nothing. Then his expression turned serious. Since the madam had such confidence, then he had nothing left to hesitate over. As long as she believed this business could be done, he would fully support her. Wilhelmina modestly replied that he praised her too much. With the formal discussion almost finished, Licht was also very tactful. He took the initiative to leave first, giving the remaining time to this mother and son to talk alone. Once Licht left, only the mother and son remained in the room. This time, Wilhelmina truly panicked. The momentum she had when discussing business just now was completely gone. Who could have imagined that Licht would really leave her alone here? Mikhail smiled brilliantly. "Mother, is it my turn to ask questions now?" As he had someone bring up the desserts, he politely invited Wilhelmina to sit. The two of them finally sat down. Wilhelmina's heart kept muttering uneasily. Mikhail had actually pushed aside all his other work for this conversation. What exactly was he planning? Mikhail spoke first, saying he truly had been shocked. He had not expected Wilhelmina to be able to handle that financial advisor. Wilhelmina still wanted to be modest and say that Licht had simply been reasonable. But Mikhail shook his head repeatedly, saying that man was famous for being cold and ruthless. This time, he had genuinely been subdued by her. Listening to these compliments, Wilhelmina instead felt uncomfortable. Such sincerity was practically frightening. Immediately afterward, Mikhail added that if he had known earlier she was this clever, he absolutely would not have shut her away in the annex back then. The moment these words came out, were the sufferings of the past supposed to simply be brushed aside? What exactly did those words mean? Was he deliberately trying to anger Helen? Or did he plan to keep watching Wilhelmina closely from now on? Mikhail suddenly changed the direction of the conversation, saying he was truly puzzled. Had she gone through so much trouble for that woman named Jane Jindral? It seemed he had long since been keeping an eye on the annex. Mikhail smiled politely, saying that since they were family, he naturally had to know who came and went. But he still did not understand what this business had to do with Jane. Wilhelmina answered directly that she simply wanted to give Jane a chance. Mikhail was even more confused now. Could it be that she intended to hand this business over to someone else? Wilhelmina threw the ball back to him. She had no intention of deciding this matter herself. Whether to give it in the end would depend on Mikhail's own will. This time, Wilhelmina truly intended to help Jane. She wanted Jane to occupy a position in the business. After all, the coming competition would be extremely fierce. Whether it was grain or glass transport, the major trading companies would certainly all want to share. So she directly laid out the arrangement to Mikhail. He had to hold the right to distribute this cake in his hands. The first step was to hold a ball and send invitations to 20 trading companies. Wilhelmina made 3 demands in one breath. First, she would choose these 20 companies. 2 months later, another major assessment would be held. In the end, whoever could remain would still be decided by Mikhail. This calculation was indeed quite ambitious. After hearing it, Mikhail did not hurry to express his opinion. He knew clearly that once such an assessment was announced, the people outside would definitely think it was merely a contest to see who offered the heavier gift. The waters of the business world were far deeper than one imagined. Privately accepting a few benefits was one thing, but if this matter were placed out in the open, those nobles would certainly explode collectively. Mikhail still felt this was unreliable. Jane Jindral's foundation was currently too shallow. With only 2 months given to her, what could she possibly accomplish? Wilhelmina was not flustered in the slightest. She said that when the day of the assessment arrived, the results would naturally make him convinced. Mikhail still refused to agree. This matter did not benefit the Leighton family either. The family already had fixed partners, so there was no need to risk the family's reputation over this. This reaction was entirely within Wilhelmina's expectations. But the next card she was about to play was one Mikhail absolutely could not refuse. Wilhelmina directly unleashed her ultimate move. She would not take a single coin of profit from this business. All of it would go to the family. Now, Mikhail truly could not sit still. Wilhelmina directly pushed the contract over, saying that from now on, this report and plan all belonged to him. Mikhail had not yet reacted when Wilhelmina's next action became even more ruthless. Right in front of him, she crossed out her own name. This was an enormous piece of fat meat. Who would not be tempted by it? Mikhail anxiously asked what exactly she intended to do. This business was obviously hugely profitable. Wilhelmina, however, acted calm and unbothered. She said she was very satisfied with her current situation. Taking things that did not belong to her would only invite disaster. She stuffed this great gift into Mikhail's hands. Her meaning was very clear. The credit and the money were all his. She only wanted the things she wanted. In the end, Mikhail stared at the contract in his hands and finally could not hold back a laugh. He truly had not expected that this mother of his would be so unconventional. Would he do this deal or not? Wilhelmina directly tossed the question to him. This time, Mikhail was quite straightforward. He said that as the head of the family, how could he possibly push away such a benefit delivered to his door? Since the matter had been settled, Wilhelmina did not want to stay even a moment longer. She rose and prepared to leave. Mikhail had clearly not yet recovered. Was their conversation over already? Just as she was about to leave the room, Mikhail could not help asking one final question. There were obviously simpler ways to help Jane directly. Why choose such a troublesome path? The reason Wilhelmina gave was simple. Some matters had to be handled personally. Only then would there be no regrets. After all, if someone else helped one take revenge, the anger in one's heart would never truly be settled, nor would it provide any real help to oneself. She said this was only her personal view. But before she could finish speaking, Mikhail's reaction became wrong. The moment that look appeared in his eyes, the atmosphere that had just been relatively harmonious instantly dropped to freezing point. Those words, just now, had clearly killed the conversation. As Wilhelmina walked through the empty courtyard, that scene still kept spinning in her mind. In her memory, Mikhail had never shown that kind of expression before. There was no smile and not the slightest trace of warmth. That was simply not the Mikhail she knew. He was not Helen's husband, nor her stepson, nor even the Duke of Leighton. The current him was practically like a black panther that had locked on a prey. With the slightest movement, he could go straight for the throat. And she was the rabbit with no ability to fight back. Right now, only one thought remained in her mind. She had to leave quickly. That look from just now had practically seemed ready to swallow someone alive. But before she could run more than a few steps, that voice followed from behind. Mikhail spoke unhurriedly. "You are right, mother. No one likes having their things stolen." His tones sounded polite, but in truth, it was full of threat. As he spoke, he slowly approached. "Until next time, mother. When that time comes, let's have a meal together. Helen will certainly be looking forward to it too." After saying this, he left without looking back. Mikhail's final, until next time, sounded so chilling it made one's back go cold. By the time Wilhelmina came back to herself, she had already retreated outside the corridor. The oppressive feeling just now had been too strong. It nearly made her forget that compared to someone like Helen, who wrote her hostility all over her face, someone like Mikhail, who could not be seen through, was the most dangerous. The current her was like someone walking on thin ice. As long as she took even one wrong step, behind her was an abyss 10,000 feet deep. She wanted to be alone for a while. No one should follow her. She would return in a bit. In order to avoid those gazes, Wilhelmina even left Anna behind. Anna shouted anxiously from behind, "Madam, where are you going?" Wilhelmina had been badly frightened by Mikhail just now and only wanted to quickly find a place to hide. In the end, as soon as she turned a corner, she ran into a familiar face. Wasn't this the guard at Jane's side? She remembered his name, seemed to be something like Roa. With her mind occupied, she was not paying attention and nearly fell flat on her face. Fortunately, Rohanos was quick with his hands. If she had fallen hard, she would truly have lost face today. Only after she stood firm did she realize that the distance between them was a little too close. The atmosphere suddenly became subtle. Rohanos hurriedly took a step back, lowered his head, and apologized, saying that he had been rude. That support just now had come at exactly the right time. Rohanos explained, "I saw that your complexion did not look very good just now and thought you might faint." Wilhelmina hurriedly waved her hand, saying he did not need to worry about her. She was fine. Strangely enough, she had just been terrified by Mikhail, but now that she saw Rohanos, her heart instead felt much more at ease. She remembered that he was supposed to be on leave. Why had he returned early? Had he come to ask for news on Jane's behalf? Rohanos answered quietly that officially he was still on leave, but he still wanted to come see the situation with his own eyes. It seemed Jane truly valued this matter very much. For him to be so responsible was indeed reassuring. Wilhelmina smiled and instructed him to go back and tell Jane that the contract negotiations had gone very smoothly. Just as they were about to go their separate ways, Wilhelmina suddenly noticed the horse behind him. Had he ridden here? Rohanos nodded. That was right. Looking at this tall horse, Wilhelmina could not help asking whether she could touch it. Rohanos said nothing and merely nodded lightly. Though she did not know much about horses, she could still tell that this was absolutely a well-trained fine horse. It seemed Jane had truly spent a lot to reward him. When it came to horses, Wilhelmina actually still had a bit of lingering trauma. After all, she had once heard people say that a horse of this level was worth an entire estate. Just as she was sighing with emotion, Rohanos suddenly asked whether she wanted to ride it around. This time, it was Wilhelmina's turn to freeze. Would that really be all right for her? Rohanos saw Wilhelmina's hesitation and added quietly that he would hold the reins firmly. Since he had said so, Wilhelmina had nothing left to hesitate about. So this was what it felt like to sit on horseback. Rohanos walked ahead, leading the horse very steadily. Wilhelmina's suspended heart finally settled. Coming out for a walk to change her mood really was quite pleasant. No wonder everyone liked riding horses. Rohanos lowered his head and murmured softly, "Good thing I wasn't too late." Wilhelmina did not hear him clearly and asked what he had just said. He quickly changed his words and said, "As long as you are happy." But the moment he finished speaking, a muffled rumble of thunder came from the horizon. The rain started without the slightest warning. Wilhelmina hurriedly called to Rohanos, "Help me down, quickly. We need to find somewhere to take shelter." Rohanos said nothing. He immediately untied his own cloak. He wrapped Wilhelmina tightly in it. The rain was sudden and heavy, yet he had nothing to cover himself with and simply let it beat down on him. Before Wilhelmina could react, he had drawn her into his arms. He intended to use his own body to shield her from the rain. Seeing him drenched like that made Wilhelmina feel awful. He was clearly on leave, yet he had still come here only to suffer like this. Rohanos did not say a word. He merely protected Wilhelmina in silence, as if nothing else mattered as long as Wilhelmina did not get wet. The rain fell harder and harder. Rohanos led me into a pavilion to take shelter. This rain would not stop anytime soon. Looking at him soaked from head to toe, I felt terrible. If he had not given me his cloak, he would never have ended up drenched like this. Wilhelmina said quietly, "Your clothes are completely wet. Even your cloak is dirty now." Rohanos did not mind at all. He said that even if he had worn it himself, he would still have been soaked, and told her not to take it to heart. Since they could not leave, they could only take shelter there for the time being. The atmosphere was awkward to the extreme. Wilhelmina sat on the bench, while Rohanos stood guard beside her without moving. Neither of them spoke. Only the sound of rain outside could be heard. To be honest, I knew almost nothing about Rohanos. Who could have imagined we would suddenly end up in a situation like this? He was usually quiet to begin with, so finding a topic to chat about was difficult. Now I could only hope the rain would stop quickly. But compared to the awkwardness, there was something even more fatal. My stomach actually growled at a time like this. Mikhail had clearly prepared refreshments earlier, but at the time, I had only wanted to leave as quickly as possible and had not touched them at all. If I had known, I would have brought some along. Going back now was definitely impossible, so I could only endure it. Fortunately, that gloomy feeling from earlier had faded quite a bit. Just as I was lost in thought, Rohanos seemed to suddenly remember something. He took something out from inside his clothes. It was not exactly a feast, but he had actually been carrying it with him. Rohanos suddenly said, "This is for you." I had not even reacted yet. Was he really giving me something now? He took out a delicate red box. Rohanos explained, "These are sweets from that famous confectionery in the East. Would you like to try them?" This was simply timely help in a snowstorm. Wilhelmina had just been worrying about being hungry, and unexpectedly, he had even prepared this. Rohanos was far more thoughtful than she had imagined. Wilhelmina quickly accepted it. "Then I won't stand on ceremony. I happen to be hungry." Wilhelmina patted the spot beside her. "You sit down and eat with me, too." Rohanos hesitated for a moment, but still sat down beside Wilhelmina. He took out another bottle of water. "This is water. I also kept it in an insulated container. Please drink some as well." Wilhelmina took the box and thanked him. When she opened it, she saw that they were small cookies with chocolate chips. The flavor was truly authentic, as expected of a famous product from the East. Wilhelmina praised them while chewing. "I'm not saying this just because I'm hungry. They really are delicious enough to serve to honored guests." Seeing Wilhelmina eating so happily, Rohanos' constantly tense expression finally relaxed a little. He even secretly smiled. While I was lowering my head to eat, he suddenly leaned closer and reached out to wring some rainwater from my hair. Both of them froze at once. Rohanos quickly withdrew his hand and apologized repeatedly. He said that my hair had looked far too wet, and he had acted without thinking. Wilhelmina did not think much of it. Instead, she stared at his face for quite a while. "May I ask you something? Why do you always use your hair to cover your face? You clearly have such beautiful eyes. It's such a waste to hide them." Rohanos was startled by the question. He fell silent for a long time, then suddenly asked, "Do you think I am good-looking?" Good grief. That question nearly made Wilhelmina lose her composure. Seeing him like this, he was simply like a famous star on stage, deliberately fishing for compliments from fans. Who could withstand that? Wilhelmina hurriedly suppressed those messy thoughts and told him seriously, "At first, I thought you were trying to hide a scar on your face or something. But that's not the case at all. As long as someone isn't blind, they can see how beautiful your eyes are. I used to think you were cold and distant, but now it seems I was completely overthinking it." Rohanos stared at me for a long time. Then he suddenly murmured softly, "You haven't changed at all." Wilhelmina was eating the sweets and did not hear clearly what he said at all. She instinctively asked, "What did you just say?" Rohanos smiled, waved his hand, and said, "Nothing," directly changing the subject. But looking at him now, an especially strong sense of déjà vu suddenly rose in my heart. That gaze, that familiar feeling, I had definitely seen it somewhere before. Could it be that we had known each other a long time ago? Rohanos simply looked at me quietly. Though the movement of his hands had stopped, that gaze seemed capable of drawing a person in. Wilhelmina could not help asking, "Have we met before?" But before he could answer, my head began to grow dizzy. Rohanos, before my eyes, suddenly became blurry. This feeling was far too wrong. It was like falling into deep water. Everything around me was moving farther away. Rohanos shouted in alarm, "Dowager Duchess!" I could sense him desperately calling my name, but my body would not listen at all. My consciousness vanished bit by bit, as if something were trying to drag me into another world. Rohanos' cry was heartrending, but the last thing I saw was only his face filled with terror. The sound of a single drop of water seemed to knock open the door to memory. Wilhelmina continued falling deeper and deeper, falling into that bottomless blue. At that moment, a a voice rang out. "Mina, Wilhelmina, you should not see these things." Who exactly was speaking? That voice continued muttering to itself, saying that it had been too foolish back then. What exactly was it regretting? That voice was far too painful to hear. It was full of grievance and sorrow. Wilhelmina stared at the light above her head, always feeling that if she made just a little more effort, she could finally reach it. She could not help wanting to ask who exactly was speaking and whether they could speak a little louder. Strangely enough, this place was clearly somewhere she had never seen before, yet it somehow felt nostalgic. Just as she was about to touch the truth, the other side suddenly turned against her. "No." That voice sounded especially urgent and stubbornly refused to let her take even one more step forward. It even ordered her, "Wilhelmina, forget everything you just saw." Now she was completely stunned. Who exactly was this person? It had only been a little more. That light was clearly within reach, but in the end she still failed to grasp it. When her consciousness returned to reality, everything around her had changed. Those strange voices from earlier were as if they had never existed. Where is this? Had I fallen deeply asleep just now? Before Wilhelmina could react, she discovered that her current situation was even more absurd than the dream she had just had. This was bad. In her shock, she jumped up and directly collided with the other person. Now things were awkward. Wilhelmina was completely dazed. She had actually been lying on Rohanos's lap all this time. She hurriedly replayed everything in her mind. She had clearly gone out for a walk, then met Rohanos. The two of them had ridden together, sheltered from the rain, and eaten sweets. And then, wonderful, while chatting, she had actually fallen completely asleep. She had even dirted his clothes. If this got out, what would happen to the reputation of the dignified Dowager Duchess? This was simply an enormous public execution scene. Wilhelmina hurriedly apologized and asked whether Rohanos' chin had been hurt by the impact. Rohanos did not fuss over it and said it was fine. Since the rain had stopped, they indeed could not linger here. Rohanos took the initiative to offer to escort her back. This awkward scene was finally about to be left behind. Wilhelmina politely said, "Thank you for your consideration." The journey back went fairly smoothly, and they finally arrived at the entrance of the mansion. But before they could enter, Anna rushed out in a panic, shouting, "Madam, you're finally back." Anna was terribly anxious and said that Wilhelmina had gone out alone, nearly worrying everyone to death. Wilhelmina quickly comforted her and said, "I'm fine. I made you worry, Anna." Anna made a point of reminding her, "Next time you go out, at least bring guards with you." Wilhelmina smiled and agreed, saying, "All right, next time, I'll definitely listen to you." But at that moment, Rohanos remained silent. Anna was still muttering beside her, saying that Madame had run out without even eating, so she must be starving by now. Wilhelmina did not answer. She merely turned her head and looked at Rohanos, who had escorted her all the way back. "Thank you for bringing me home. I truly caused you a great deal of trouble along the way." She did not forget to add, "Remember to send word to Jane for me. Tell her I arrived home safely." Just as Rohanos was preparing to leave, Wilhelmina called him back again. She said, "When your leave ends, if you have time, you're welcome to attend the next reading salon." Rohanos smiled and said, "As long as I do not trouble you, I will definitely arrive on time." Once these courtesies were finished, Rohanos prepared to turn and take his leave. But who could have expected that the moment he was about to go, something would happen? Looking at Rohanos' departing back, Wilhelmina felt that something was not quite right. Had that earlier encounter truly been only an accident? Those fragmented images began to piece themselves together like a puzzle. Whether it was his earlier closeness or that indescribable sense of familiarity, everything reminded her that this man's identity was definitely not simple. In the end, Rohanos had not gone far before he suddenly stopped. From the look of him, he had clearly remembered something extraordinary. Wilhelmina quickly withdrew her thoughts and smiled as she chatted with Anna beside her. But who could have known that beneath this calm surface, undercurrents had already begun to surge? Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, the direction of the outside world had completely changed. Under Mikhail's arrangements, the business preparations finally entered the proper track. Wilhelmina was not idle either. She brought the device she had personally designed and publicly demonstrated it to those scholars and officials. Now no one dared underestimate her abilities again. During this period, she had maintained correspondence with Jane. The two of them repeatedly refined the plan and finally settled this major business deal completely. Before they knew it, the 3-month deadline agreed upon with Jane had arrived. At this critical moment, Mikhail took the initiative to extend his hand. "Mother, let us go in." Seeing his smiling expression now, it was as if all those aggravating matters from before had been thrown to the back of his mind. Wilhelmina knew very well that even if everything was now ready, she absolutely could not be careless. After all, the success or failure of 3 months of effort would be decided in this one moment. The evaluation officially began. Mikhail brought Wilhelmina with him, and they immediately became the focus of the entire venue. Wilhelmina had originally intended to hide in the back row, but she was given no choice at all. Mikhail persuaded her, saying that since this was Mother's enterprise, it would be better for her to be personally present to observe it. On top of that, he had taken the initiative to act as her escort. Now she truly could not refuse and could only brace herself and walk forward. Strangely enough, Helen did not come this time. It was said that every Sunday evening, she always had some private matters she could not put off. Wilhelmina kept observing Mikhail. Today's Mikhail looked quite normal, completely lacking that frightening feeling from last time. His current appearance did not seem like an act either. Yet the more this was the case, the harder he became to understand. Mikhail smiled and said, "I hope you will be satisfied with the seat I prepared." Wilhelmina did not dare say that her judgment of people was 100% accurate, but she could still tell whether someone was acting. The current Mikhail indeed did not look as if he was putting on an act. If he really were the type to hide a dagger behind a smile, she could not possibly fail to sense even the slightest disharmony. But that was precisely the problem. The person she had seen before had been almost like a completely different man. That feeling was just like he had been cursed by someone. It was not his current self at all. Wilhelmina did not think about it any further and said softly, "Let us go in." Since she could not figure it out, she could only take things one step at a time. But when she truly stepped into the hall, the sight before her still made her freeze. Mikhail had specially arranged the banquet hall to look like a product exhibition space. He smiled and asked Wilhelmina, "Mother, what do you think?" Wilhelmina looked around. This place was indeed grand enough. With one glance, everything could be seen clearly. But before she could even stand firmly, a group of merchants swarmed toward her as if they had gone mad. Some held porcelain from the south, while others presented dazzling jewels. These people completely ignored etiquette and desperately promoted their wares. Wilhelmina knew very well that to these people, this evaluation was their only chance to turn their fortunes around. As long as they could board the great ship of the ducal family, wealth and glory for the rest of their lives would be assured. Looking at these treasures piled up like mountains, even for those top-tier large trading companies, this scale was far too exaggerated. They were practically throwing money at their future prospects. It seemed that everyone had come to this evaluation in earnest. Faced with such a situation, not a single mistake could be made in any of the next steps. This was especially true for Baron Gingeril and the Golden Goblin Trading Company he led. They had been eyeing a noble title for more than a day or two. To them, today's evaluation was simply a juicy piece of meat. Mikhail, however, remained calm. He smiled and interrupted everyone's flattery, saying that since they had come for an evaluation, they should save the pleasantries for the dinner banquet. As soon as these words came out, the merchants who had been clamoring noisily just now immediately fell silent. Anyone could see that this ducal heir was about to take things seriously. Mikhail considerately supported Wilhelmina and had her sit in the main seat. As her son, he had given her full dignity. As the host announced the official start, the air throughout the venue tightened. This was not only a battle of business, but also a contest of status. At that moment, Wilhelmina noticed Jane beside her. This woman had indeed managed to get in, and judging by the look of things, she was quite thoroughly prepared. Wilhelmina was not flustered. Since everyone was present, then she would see who would be the final protagonist of this play. Mikhail said softly, "Although I have not yet met Miss Jane, since Mother praises her so highly, she must be an extraordinary merchant." Wilhelmina replied, "She is indeed much smarter than I am, and very soon her abilities will no longer be a secret known only to me." At the host's command, representatives from the major trading companies took the stage in turn, and the hall immediately became lively. The moment these people opened their mouths, it was the same old routine. They either boasted about some treasure from a newly mined mountain or showed off how much profit they could make, afraid that others would not know they were wealthy. Wilhelmina watched from the side, sneering inwardly. They called it a proper evaluation, but in truth, it was no different from children gathering together to brag. To put it plainly, this kind of occasion was about who gave the heavier gifts and who had stronger connections behind them. She had long since seen through this farce of gaining power through bribery. Baron Gingerl, that old fox, finally appeared. He strutted forward and announced his identity, saying that he was the president of the Golden Goblin Trading Company. In order to curry favor with Wilhelmina, he specially presented a so-called generous gift. He said it was rare mushrooms obtained from the Northwest, and repeatedly claimed that he had heard the Dowager Duchess liked them most. To Wilhelmina's ears, these words were more disgusting than swallowing a fly. This thing had clearly been stolen from Jane. She had seen shameless people before, but never someone who so openly stole credit. Just as everyone in the venue thought Baron Gingerl's victory was assured, the host suddenly announced that there was one final evaluator to enter. The merchants below were all stunned. Hadn't everyone who should have come already arrived? Who exactly was this important figure appearing halfway through? With a series of crisp footsteps, Jane, wearing that eye-catching yellow gown, walked slowly into the hall. Now the real show had officially begun. They had thought a king would descend, but Jane's foot missed a step, and she performed a flat ground fall directly in front of everyone. Even Mikhail and Wilhelmina, who had seen their fair share grand scenes, were dumbfounded. This entrance was indeed distinctive enough. The hall instantly exploded with noise. The laughter nearly lifted the roof. Everyone thought this woman had come to ruin the event. The clown-like Jane, however, did not panic. She climbed up unhurriedly and casually patted the dust from her skirt. Jane smiled apologetically and said that she had lost her composure because she was too nervous. In her heart, however, she had already cursed this troublesome dress 800 times. Although she had lost so much face right from the start, her neither servile nor overbearing manner instead made the following atmosphere even more subtle. Seeing Jane like this, Mikhail could not help sighing. If that fall just now had been an act, then this woman's acting skills were far too terrifying. She had dissolved the tense atmosphere of the whole venue in an instant. Wilhelmina was not so optimistic. Looking at Jane's face, which was red and burning hot, she muttered inwardly that this was no acting at all. Jane clearly felt utterly humiliated. Jane took a deep breath and slowly lifted her veil. She introduced herself openly and graciously, saying that her name was Jane and that she merely ran a small, obscure trading company. She first politely thanked Wilhelmina for giving her the opportunity to attend such an important gathering. Although her words were impeccable, all those present were old hands. These merchants could tell at a glance that Jane was simply an inexperienced newcomer who had never seen the world. Although no one said it aloud, they had already looked down on her in their hearts and felt she was only there to make up the numbers. Baron Gingerl watched coldly from the side, feeling even more pleased with himself. This kind of opponent posed no threat to him at all. But no one expected that beneath Jane's seemingly delicate exterior, she was hiding a massive plan. When Jane opened her mouth, her posture was extremely humble. She said that her mistake just now had spoiled everyone's mood and asked that they be generous and let the matter pass. The people around her laughed quite happily and said they did not mind, but rules could not be violated, and they had to ask for the Duke's opinion. Jane was straightforward too. She turned at once to request Mikhail's permission. Once Mikhail nodded, the matter was considered over. Jane's tone immediately became clear as she revealed her trump card. She said that her name was Jane Gingerl and that she wished to offer a great gift. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone below could no longer sit still. Jane gestured to the scroll behind her and directly laid her cards on the table. She said that all the evidence of crimes committed by the merchants who manipulated the market was right there. As soon as these words came out, the merchants below erupted. No one expected this young woman to dare overturn the table in public. Jane turned to look at Mikhail. Her tone was extremely firm. She said, "For the prosperity of the territory, I ask your grace to review this and make the most correct choice." Mikhail simply looked at her without saying a word. No one could guess what exactly this duke was thinking. Jane pulled the scroll open completely with a swish, letting everyone see it clearly. Written on it, plain as day, were investigation reports about tax evasion and malicious bookkeeping. Now, the people below were completely dumbfounded. It turned out that what Jane had prepared was not a gift at all, but an indictment against everyone present. Looking at the scene before her, Wilhelmina knew very well that Jane had thoroughly won this round. It turned out that all of this had been Wilhelmina's strategy from behind the scenes. She had told Jane that if she wanted to turn the tables completely, she had to step forward and become the whistleblower. This was not a game. From the beginning, this plan had been a desperate gamble, wagering everything they had. Wilhelmina knew very well that once Jane publicly accused her peers, it would be equivalent to cutting off her own livelihood. In the future, she might no longer be able to do business in this region. Moreover, every one of these merchants had backing. Even if they were accused, most of them could escape by paying some money. Jane understood this as well. After all, this kind of rotten mess was everywhere now. Compared to resisting, many people felt that joining them was actually easier. That was why Wilhelmina emphasized that the evidence had to be flawless. As long as ironclad proof was presented at the evaluation, not one of these people would be able to run. Wilhelmina had only one requirement. It had to be ruthless enough and strike deep enough. She directly gave Jane a 3-month deadline. She asked Jane whether she could do it. Jane was also full of confidence. As long as she was given enough money and time, this matter could definitely be accomplished. But Wilhelmina immediately reminded her of something else. The old routes from before were definitely cut off now. They had to find someone to purchase goods from the east. If Jane could not handle it, Wilhelmina even intended to personally arrange an intermediary. In the end, Jane refused at once and said she could handle it herself. Wilhelmina was generous as well. Since Jane was so confident, she would entrust the whole matter to her. But Jane could not help wondering inwardly whether this was a coincidence or whether Wilhelmina had already seen through everything. That was because Jane happened to have a very close acquaintance with the Eastern connections needed for purchasing goods. Jane had already planned it out in her heart. Once Roanos returned, the problem of manpower would be solved. But what puzzled her most now was what role she herself played in this scheme. Jane simply spoke frankly and asked Wilhelmina, "What exactly do you want me to do?" Wilhelmina did not rush to answer. Instead, she mentioned an old and worn-out prophecy. She asked whether Jane knew of the shepherd's wisdom. Jane had heard this story when she was young. It told of a shepherd who lost his hunting dog. In order to keep his flock from being eaten, he actually found a clever wolf and trained it to become the new guard. Wilhelmina smiled and snapped her fingers. Jane understood everything at once. "You intend for me to become the wolf raised by the nobles." But Wilhelmina's next words made Jane completely freeze. The wolf's task was not merely to guard the flock. Wilhelmina told Jane directly and frankly, "I want you to become that wolf wearing the shell of justice and protect those who are oppressed." In that fable, the wolf taught the shepherd how to deal with its own kind and led the flock running across the plains. It sounds rather beautiful, doesn't it? But Wilhelmina's tone changed. Reality does not have that kind of fairy tale ending. Once you nod, you will never be able to go back to being an ordinary merchant. Your company will become an accessory. Your peers will see you as a traitor and wish they could tear you to pieces. Even so, do you still dare accept? Jane answered affirmatively without even thinking. In any case, she had long since grown used to those people's contemptuous looks. Besides, the current her had no choice at all. Rather than be eaten by those greedy wolves, she might as well stand on the shepherd's side and slaughter those wolves one by one, since she had decided to become this wolf. Jane moved faster than anyone. She directly threw out a thick stack of ledgers and dug out all the shady dealings from the past year. 42 instances of manipulating prices, 15 instances of falsified accounts, and even false reports of more than 100 phantom employees. Each and every one of these was a crime committed by the people present. Holding a pointer and indicating the blackboard, Jane's tone was as cold as ice. She said, "Among the 20 people seated here, not one is clean." Now the merchants below all exploded. One by one, they grew so anxious they nearly jumped up, loudly questioning what exactly Jane wanted to do. Jane had no intention of leaving them any dignity. She directly named the so-called Milk Sea Guild, saying that although they had clearly enjoyed a bumper harvest of potatoes, they had conducted sham transactions in order to raise prices. Even more absurdly, the buyer of 40% of the potatoes was actually a new face who had never done business before. Jane sneered and directly pulled away the last fig leaf. That so-called buyer was actually the guild president's 5-year-old nephew. This kind of shell company trick, moving goods from the left hand to the right, simply treated everyone like fools. Wilhelmina sat at the side and quietly watched the show. Jane continued exposing these merchants' outrageous operations. In order to tamper with their accounts, they had actually buried unsold goods directly in the ground just to maintain that false high price. Wilhelmina saw everything clearly from the side. This performance had been very successful because she discovered that Mikhail's interest had been thoroughly aroused. As long as this important figure began paying attention, what followed would be easy to handle. What Wilhelmina wanted to see most now was these greedy wolves going mad and tearing one another apart in order to protect themselves. Once Jane opened her mouth, she directly shook out all the disgraceful dealings of the trading companies. Every matter was laid out clearly. The merchants below were completely stunned and could not understand how this top-secret information had leaked. Now they had thoroughly kicked an iron plate. Wilhelmina knew better than anyone that no matter how large a trading company was, it could not keep watch over every low-level employee. Jane's most formidable ability lay precisely in these dead corners no one noticed. Who could have imagined that in order to dig out these rotten accounts, Jane had done everything in private, going undercover, tracking people, and even coaxing information out of others. As long as she could seize evidence, she would use any method. The evidence had already been thrown in their faces, yet these people were still struggling desperately. The leading merchant was so anxious he nearly jumped, insisting that all of this was a coincidence and trying to shift the blame onto his subordinates. But before he could finish speaking, someone refuted him on the spot. These merchants were now completely panicking. Faced with the ironclad evidence Jane had thrown out, they could not say a single word. A merchant wearing a hat pointed at the other party's nose and cursed. "Is there anyone here who doesn't know about all the rotten things your guild has done over the years?" Now, things were wonderful. In order to protect themselves, these people began biting one another. Those competitors, in order to bring each other down, all scrambled to come forward as witnesses. The accused merchant's eyes turned red with rage, and he shouted loudly, "And is your guild any better? At least we are stronger than you bastards." Wilhelmina and Jane watched coldly from the side. What they held in their hands was not only these merchants infighting, but also the testimonies of dismissed employees and farmers who had been terribly cheated. Now the chain of evidence had completely closed. These people had no way out at all, let alone any chance to deny it. Just as the whole venue descended into chaos, the first person to see the situation clearly appeared. An elderly merchant stood forward with a cane, and his presence immediately subdued everyone. This old fox knew better than anyone that today's scheme could not be resolved by a few arguments. Seeing that the situation was unfavorable, the elderly merchant quickly raised his hand to interrupt the Duke. This old fox reacted quickly and immediately put on a different face. The elderly merchant spoke respectfully. "Your Grace, it seems my previous accusation was a tremendous misunderstanding. Could you allow me to return to my guild first?" He then began making empty promises, saying, "As long as you give me 3 days, I will definitely bring back evidence proving my innocence." Wilhelmina listened from the side and sneered coldly. This old man was dreaming beautifully. Did he really think everyone was a 3-year-old child? Wilhelmina directly retorted, "You truly speak in an interesting way. It is not yet your turn to speak, is it?" With this, she directly blocked the elderly merchant's retreat. The old man immediately had nothing to say. Wilhelmina had no intention of letting him go. She stared at Isanon and said word by word, "As for the charges against you, I more or less already understand them. It seems this young lady has made no misunderstanding about you. Rather, you should think carefully about how to explain yourself." Seeing that force would not work, the elderly merchant, that old fox, simply began acting pitiful in public. He begged humbly, asking whether he could be given one more chance. He even tried to bribe them in person, saying that next time he would definitely bring clean account books, along with a rare and generous gift to repay the Duke. After listening, Wilhelmina directly left. She translated the old man's subtext with pinpoint accuracy. "So what you mean is that you need time to falsify the accounts, silence those employees, and conveniently burn all the evidence clean." Mikhail sat beside her, his expression already ugly to the extreme. This old man truly treated everyone like fools. He coldly interrupted the elderly merchant. "Stop dreaming. All results of this evaluation will be decided here today." The elderly merchant was completely stunned. He still had not reacted to how things had become like this. Mikhail turned to look at Wilhelmina and stated firmly, "This is what we agreed upon before." After all, the merchants present had no idea that Wilhelmina and Mikhail had actually reached an agreement in private long ago. From the very beginning, this evaluation was not a simple formality. Mikhail had requested that she provide the most objective evaluation and determine the final candidate on the spot. This was clearly meant to cut through the mess swiftly. Now, the elderly merchant finally reacted. From the moment they had stepped through this door, they had already fallen into a pit dug by someone else. Now, even if they wanted to run, there was no door. The other guild presidents could only watch helplessly as one piece of damning information after another was exposed. Finally, it was the turn of Jane's former employer, the guild known as Golden Goblin. The internal materials Jane held were far more numerous than those of the other guilds. Now Baron Jindral could no longer sit still. This old man reacted quickly. He stood up with a swish and began claiming credit before the Duke, saying that all this evidence had been collected by Jane. He repeatedly praised her as the pride of the guild. This speed of changing faces was truly breathtaking. Just now, he had looked as if disaster was about to strike, but now he actually wanted to seize all this credit for his own guild. Wilhelmina saw everything clearly from the side. This old fox wanted to turn a bad thing into a good thing and forcibly gild himself. Baron Jindral rushed directly before the Duke and acted pitiful, begging the Duke to give his daughter another chance. Wilhelmina saw through it all from the side. The calculations in this old fellow's heart were written all over his face. He thought his daughter's achievements were his own and even wanted to trick Jane back to continue working like a draft animal. But Jane did not fall for this at all. In public, she began listing the accounts, tax evasion, trade manipulation, and even using noble status to default on debts. Each and every one was a mortal sin of the Golden Goblin Guild. Baron Jindral completely broke down this time, shouting Jane's name in fury. Mikhail had no patience to listen to his roaring and coldly ordered him to shut up. Baron Jindral still wanted to struggle desperately and said that he had done it for the good of the guild. But the moment Mikhail spoke, the entire venue immediately fell silent. The Duke's words were not up for discussion. Wilhelmina smiled faintly. Now that the play had reached this point, it was finally time to close the net. After all, this was something they had discussed long ago. Mikhail coldly gave the order. "Since the president of the Golden Goblin Guild has nothing to say, then sit back down obediently." Baron Jindral had been arrogant just moments ago, but now he seemed as if his soul had been drained. He collapsed into his chair, not daring to move at all. He knew that this time he had truly kicked a hard stone. The whole venue was deathly silent, yet Jane continued as if nothing had happened, calmly reporting the evidence that was enough to bankrupt everyone present. On the surface, this seemed to be Jane's victory alone, but the old foxes below had certainly already begun calculating how to escape guilt. Just as everyone thought it was almost over, Jane's tone suddenly changed. She said that there was one final important report to present to the Duke. As the scroll opened with a swish, the large words written on it made everyone draw in a breath. It was a proposal on reforming the territories market. Now the entire venue completely erupted. No one expected that Jane still held this kind of trump card. Mikhail also became serious, wanted to see just how many more surprises this young woman had. After all, this was not a simple accusation. This was meant to directly overturn the rice bowls of the old powers. Facing the Duke, Jane stated firmly that merely exposing crimes was not enough. That was like a sudden rain shower. It could wash away the filth on the surface, but it could not preserve lasting cleanliness. Since the old rules had already rotted through, someone had to step forward and establish new rules. Wilhelmina watched from the side. This young woman had indeed not disappointed her. The most exciting part of this play was only truly beginning now. Jane's next words directly stunned everyone in the venue. She said that since someone had to be found to supervise and manage all the merchants, no one was more suitable for that position than her. Jane Jindral publicly announced that she would manage and supervise the other merchants. This clearly meant she intended to take power back into her own hands. The old fellows below exploded at once. What had this girl just said? It seemed she planned to use this method to climb upward. She was simply exactly like her father. Jane knew very well that relying on the existing rules to punish these corrupt people would at most give them a painless lesson. It would not solve the problem at all. If one knew the market had rotted through and still did nothing, then this business would be completely hopeless. She had to step forward. Mikhail looked at Jane before him and confirmed once again, "Do you truly intend to personally take over and bear this responsibility?" Jane had truly staked everything this time. She said that she had a merchant's pride. In order to rectify this chaotic business, she was willing to bet everything she owned. But Mikhail poured cold water on her. He said, "Your father does not think that way." The meaning behind those words was very clear. If the father was corrupt, how clean could the daughter be? Jane did not retreat at all. She directly sold out her own father. She said she had long since confessed her father's crimes. Could everyone really still believe the words of a criminal? This move was truly very Jane-like. She continued to state her position. She did not want exclusive operating rights, nor did she want to become the person in charge of any project. What the territory lacked most now was actually a gatekeeper, someone with no connection to the guilds, yet capable of turning those rotten accounts completely inside out. Wilhelmina and Mikhail both watched this young woman. Just how many more cards could she still produce? In the end, Jane threw the ball back to them. Who exactly was the most suitable candidate would depend on how the two of them judged. She did not trust Mikhail. The one she trusted was Wilhelmina, who had once extended a helping hand to her. Now, Baron Jindral could no longer sit still at all. He slammed the table, stood up, and shouted, "Absolutely not." In his eyes, no matter how much Jane struggled, she was still his daughter. He even brought up the so-called ancient law, saying that children must obey their parents unconditionally. As soon as these words came out, the whole venue fell silent. Mikhail's expression instantly darkened. This old fellow was probably driven mad by desperation. The people around them whispered quietly. The old lord had been gone for less than a year, and Mikhail had only just inherited his position. Yet this man dared to talk about obedience before the Duke. In the territory, the Duke was the highest authority. He wanted to use his status as a parent to override the Lord's decision. This was no longer a family matter. Baron Jindral finally realized that what he had just said was equivalent to publicly challenging the Duke's authority. Baron Jindral panicked completely and hurriedly explained that he had not meant it that way. He even tried to flatter Mikhail, saying that Mikhail was stronger than the old lord. In the end, this flattery landed directly on a horse's hoof. Mikhail coldly called out his full name, Yulchis Jindral. The moment that tone emerged, the atmosphere in the entire venue dropped straight to freezing. He directly made his meaning clear. Matters of a ducal family were not for an outsider to point fingers at. Now Baron Jindral had completely no way to respond. Everyone around them was also subdued by this forceful presence. No one expected Mikhail to be so frightening once he became ruthless. Wilhelmina watched him from the side and realized that this really was not an illusion. Mikhail had indeed changed. This oppressive feeling that made people afraid to look straight at him was simply exactly like the old lord from back then. He said, "You need to reflect properly." Since matters had already reached this point, listening to this old man argue any further would be a complete waste of time. Mikhail directly issued a strict order, telling the knights to arrest Baron Jindral. Wilhelmina watched from the side. This swift and decisive method truly left everyone unable to react. Now Baron Jindral completely collapsed. As he was dragged away, he desperately begged for mercy, sometimes shouting for the Duke, and at other times begging Wilhelmina to save him. But who would still pay attention to him now? After the irrelevant people had all been cleared out, the ruthlessness Mikhail had shown just now immediately vanished. Somewhat embarrassed, he explained to Wilhelmina that he had indeed lost control a little earlier and that his methods might have been a bit heavy-handed. Wilhelmina only replied calmly, "I know." Those simple 3 words had actually explained everything. After handling that old man, Mikhail turned to look at Jane. He called her by name, his tone carrying a businesslike air. Mikhail said, I have indeed seen your abilities. Regardless of who is helping you from behind the scenes, these materials are truly flawless. Moreover, I agree with what you said about rectifying the market. Jane had originally thought this matter was settled, but Mikhail's tone suddenly changed. He tapped the table, and his voice became especially stern. Mikhail asked, but why should I trust you? Give me a reason. On what basis do you think you are different from those merchants who care only for profit? This question was not easy to answer. If she said even one wrong word, all her previous efforts would go to waste. In the end, Jane did not hesitate at all. She directly threw out 2 words, loyalty. As soon as these words came out, even Mikhail froze. Talking about loyalty in the business world, what exactly was this young woman planning? Jane's words were extremely firm. She said that although she was a merchant, she still possessed the most basic conscience. It turned out that when she had fallen into hardship back then, it was the Leighton ducal family who had saved her life. She had engraved this kindness deep into her bones. Therefore, what she could offer was something other merchants could never provide: absolute loyalty born from a desire to repay that kindness. Looking at Wilhelmina, Jane remembered their meeting in that heavy rain. That had been the turning point of her life, as well as the beginning of her loyalty. After hearing this, Mikhail said nothing. He was weighing whether this woman's determination was worthy of trust. Jane finally laid her words out directly. Whether it was her ability or her sincerity, she would prove it to the Duke. She would absolutely not make any mistakes. Now all the pressure had fallen on Mikhail's side. Would he give Jane this opportunity? Jane's confession was truly far too intense. Wilhelmina listened from the side and could not help muttering inwardly. How was this like discussing business? It was practically like proposing marriage in public. It was so sincere that it was a little difficult to withstand. After hearing it, Mikhail was first stunned, then actually laughed out loud. As he laughed, he even began to applaud. Mikhail said, Jane Gindrel, your answer is indeed very interesting. Since you have spoken to this extent, I will give you this opportunity. However, empty words are not proof. Mikhail decided that he would personally test her to see whether this so-called loyalty could withstand trials. With Mikhail's words of welcome, Jane finally obtained her admission ticket and officially became a counselor of the Leighton Duchy. Now Wilhelmina finally had a reliable helper at her side.